Hello, hello, hello. Am I audible? Hello, hello. I have joined already. Uh, okay, okay, okay. Mm, thank you.
Nine. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, you have to unmute yourself, please. Sir, I think আমাদেরকে করতে হবে unmute-টা।
না না ওনাকে আস্ক করেছে এই করে
Good morning,
Am I
sir.
audible now? Am I audible
We
now?
cannot hear you, sir.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, now can you hear?
Yeah, I'm hearing. I'm getting your voice.
Sir, we are about to start. So please be with us online. We are about to start in few minutes. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Okay, now it's audible. Thank you, sir.
Okay. There is some echo from your
Okay,
side.
we are trying to solve that. Just
Okay.
bear with us few minutes, please.
Okay.
এই ইকোটা কি করে যাবে?
ওখান থেকে কিছু দুটো মাইক হচ্ছে কিছু একটা তিনটে মাইক আছে
এইটা
এটা ম্যাম এমনি নিচে
ওকে
হ্যাঁ দেখছি ম্যাম এই দুটো বন্ধ করলে ইকো বন্ধ হবে
ওকে ওকে এটা তো বলবেন সবাই।
না যখন বলবে তখন আর কি ও বাকি ভাবতে হ্যালো হ্যালো ইকো হচ্ছে ওই মাইকটা অফ করা হ্যালো হ্যালো কোনটা অন করা ইকোটা কেন ও মাইকটা অফ করা আছে
at ICR Institute for Women in Agriculture, and he will be talking on enhancing nature-based livelihood opportunities. Definitely, it is related to, again, mangrove, coastal areas, and Sundarban. Farming system research in hill and coastal region is one of his main topics of research. Zero tillage potato cultivation by using paddy straw, mulching in coastal saline soils. It is definitely an innovative approach. He has done his extensive work on that. Intercropping vegetables in waterlogged paddy, because we know Sundarban is a waterlogged area, and in that area, different types of cultivating different types of vegetables, remunerative crop is a very difficult thing, and he is working on that. Intercropping vegetables, etc. Strong research collaboration. He has strong research collaboration with several countries, including Australia, Philippines, Vietnam, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Now, he has been awarded with the Fellow of Indian Society of Agronomy and also Indian Society of Coastal Agricultural Research, ISCAR. He is the editor-in-chief of Journal of Indian Society of Coastal Agricultural Research. Now we'll go to our renowned speaker, Dr. Abhro Chando. He will be addressing the topic restoring ponds for rainwater harvesting. As we know that Sundarban is mainly inundated with saline water, but lot of rainfalls are there. How to harvest, how to utilize the precious water, that will be his main topics. Dr. Chanda is an assistant professor and also the joint director of the School of Oceanographic Studies in renowned University of Jadavpur. He was the recipient of the prestigious DST Inspire Fellowship, and also he is the first rank in the UGC NET of Environmental Science in the year 2013. Dr. Chanda's career is of 15 years, has principally focused on the bioecochemistry and also the carbonate chemistry, mainly related to estuaries, coastal water, aquatic ponds, wetlands, etc. Dr. Chanda has 96 general journal articles, 3 edited books, volumes. He has done work not only in Sundarban, but also in the estuary on Mahanadi in India, and definitely mangrove, seagrass, coral ecosystem continuum of Japan adjacent to South China Sea, etc. Now, our last and also one of the most important speaker of today's 8th session is Dr. Chandrima Sinha. Dr. Sinha currently working as program manager, planning and monitoring nature, environment and wildlife society of Kolkata. She holds the PhD degree in ecology and environmental science from University of our West Bengal, Kalyani University. She was the research scholar in Zoological Survey of India. We know we are proud of being at West Bengal because it is one of the most important institute in our India. And he has mainly extensively worked for wetland management and biodiversity, and also at the Ramsar site in India. She is having 24 years of experience, including 7 years teaching experience in her institute. So we'll be listening their address one by one, and after that we'll go for discussion and also some conclusion from this session. So thank you very much again to the renowned speakers and the honorable audience. and also the organizers. So we'll going to start the address by eminent speaker. First, the keynote address by Dr. Deval Rai. Sir, please.
শোনা যাবে মনে হয় ছেড়ে দিন ধরে নেবে I am sufficiently loud also. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for the generous introduction. Yeah. I recollect the time when we started working on the climate change vulnerabilities of the whole areas of West Bengal, including that of Sundarbans. That was following the publication of National Action Plan on Climate Change, and we were preparing the State Action Plan on Climate Change, and all the literature were being scrutinized. The experts, some of them are sitting over here in this hall. They were also, they participated. And in the process, we were thinking the same question: how long, how much time we have, and what we can do. That is 15 years has gone. I would not say nothing has been done, but the thing is, the vulnerability has increased. The confidence level of IPCC predictions have increased regarding the disastrous scenario. The GHG gases emissions are taking more watts per hour, watts per meter square kind of trajectory rather than the lower trajectories. I do not want to be a doomsayer, but thing is that the things are not rosy. When fifth IPCC publication came up, the physical science thing, then they identified 3 islands of the world as the most vulnerable areas, and Sundarban was one of them. The vulnerability remains, if not increased. At that time, our SAPCC publication that focused on zoning, trying to zone the islands, what can be saved easily, what can be saved in medium term, and what probably we have to let it go. Vulnerability stays, but our effort should, what should I say? Effort have one positive thing that we have seen is mainstreaming of the adaptation thinking in the planning process. If something has happened in last 15 years, it is this. Certain applications, certain thinkings have penetrated the mainstream planning process, and sometimes without not knowing things. With this background, I will talk about natural climate solutions, the topic that has been given, that is this session's topic. Now, natural climate solutions are so-called the low-hanging fruits. The low-cost interventions that can be adopted in an area like Sundarbans in order to build resilience in the system and to buy some time. Yeah, to borrow a word that of a famous book by WWF. There is a famous book, some of you might not be knowing. It's regarding species conservation. So they very aptly name the books Buying Time. So these are all buying time. Unless we stabilize the carbon emission, of course, we stabilize the carbon emission and stabilize the temperature in medium term, these are all only buying time. Okay, here it is. I'll try to restore a few. I will try to restore the options that we have regarding natural climate solutions with a few examples. By the way, how much time do I have, sir? 5 minutes? 7 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, then I have to be fast. If we look at a Google Earth picture, you see this kind of saline blanks. Can you see these areas? These are the areas that really crept in and keep on increasing in recent times due to salinity increase in such areas, salt intrusion into such areas, which subsequently dries and then create the saline blanks. These areas are devoid of vegetation, so the herbivores do not benefit by their presence. And certain and in recent times we are seeing that the adjoining saline blanks are coalescing and developing into a big saline blanks. So we thought that we have to treat it somehow. How do we treat them? So this is a close-up look of the saline blank. You can see the area is not exactly entirely devoid of vegetation, but very sparse and stunted kind of growth. You will find it here. 2 years back, we started treating such areas. There are big such 67 areas in entire Sundarban, that is the forested part of Sundarbans, and unfortunately they are increasing very fast. So we tried to, please tell me when I am approaching my time. Uh, so we thought how to treat such area. An area like that, when we analyzed the area, we found that the top 30 centimeter zone where the root mainly feeds, that has been so salinized that most of the normal species are not occurring over there. So what we thought, that if we can flush the soil below that area, then probably we will see some growth. So now where do we get the sweet water? So we constructed sweet water pond on the head of such a treatment area, and then that area was, you can see the pond here, and then these are the alur bhedi kind of things, so that the water will flow through these furrows and take the soil below the root zone. So this is the pilot project that we have started. We have not reached the state where we can say that we have perfected the methodology, but this is a very low cost kind of treatment. And what we wish to give here are those plants which can be eaten by the herbivores, the short Avicennia marina or Cereus tegel, that kind of plants which can grow in moderately high salinity, but at the same time they are palatable to the herbivores, so that these areas can sustain the ecosystem. If this projection by Professor Mukhopadhyay comes true, then large areas of Sundarban will become highly salinized. You can see these are almost approaching the sea level salinity. So if this kind of salinity really takes place, then the saline blanks will also increase in area. And we need to perfect our tools how to treat such areas. This is the probably most discussed topic about vegetative barrier against storm surge. The Sundarban does play a huge role in protecting the hinterland, including Kolkata, from the effect of storm surges and cyclonic damages and things like that. I am not going into technical details, but the thing is that it has been estimated to be millions and millions of dollars of ecosystem service that they are rendering in the process. And this is something that we should really develop at a low cost. So this is known to everybody that between 2000 and 2018, 22 cyclones hit the area, of which 16 were category 4 and above. And the storms which are of 10-year return interval, they are coming back. 3 such came in 2 years only. So it shows that intensity as well as frequency are increasing in this area, and the projections show that the heating of the cyclonic storms are progressing towards the eastern side. That is, from those which are used to hit mostly, in Odisha, they will come to West Bengal, and West Bengal things will move to Bangladesh part of Sundarban. So there is a eastward movement of the trajectory of the cyclonic events. So these things are happening. So now government of West Bengal really identified uh, that this can be a game changer if we wish to protect the hinterland at a low cost. Then creating a storm barrier would be of really good help. So these are the soil works that we have done in collector's land, that is the khas areas, and vast areas have been planted. And I am happy to say that this is the growth of the 2-year mangroves. So here the presence of the mangroves is most important rather than the biodiversity. So whatever grows fast and whatever grows surely, we generally try to plant them there. This is the third and last nature-based solution that I will show you. There are n number of nature-based solutions, so I choose to illustrate with 3. This is Professor Sunanda Bandyopadhyay's publication, but probably the image is from somewhere else. I took it from there, so I acknowledged it. You see the southern side and the western side of the islands are mostly being eroded, and accretion are in the upper zones, particularly silting up the channels at the other places. So there is a huge loss of landmass. Coastal line retreated by 3 kilometers between 68 and 2014. We had a loss of about 200 square kilometer of land in last 50 years. Net loss is 200 square kilometer. We lost certain islands either due to accelerated erosion or redistribution of sediments. This is the picture of Halliday Island. It was in 1985, the blue line was there. Red was in 2013, and yellow this is the small one, that too in low tide in the 2023. So it has almost but gone. It is unfortunately a sanctuary, and most of the things are now lost. Certain mollusks were physically transported by the scientists from this area to other areas. So please, particularly for the students, do not go away with the impression that sea level has risen so much. It is a combination of sediment redistribution because of the very much high energy in the estuary. Because of the climate change, sediment redistribution process has accelerated. The sediments are being taken from the useful areas and are being deposited in the main channels, causing navigational problems and other things. But nevertheless, this is a sure signature of climate change. So this is the porcupine structure that forest department traditionally used to do to protect the critical infrastructure. This is our beat. Beat means a small administrative unit of the forest department. We used to do this kind of porcupine structures, and sediment used to accumulate around such structures. These are small things. Then WWF came up with something very interesting structure. Dr. Dondo is here. His team actually did this work. So this is how silt accumulation in porcupine structure looks like. This is the WWF's work. Particularly, they had made some inexpensive method of silt trap. These are the terracotta rings. Terracotta rings were placed on the islands, which are prone to very much of erosion. And during the high tide, these areas receives a silt load, which while going the water, while receding, deposit the silt on these terracotta rings. And after some times, the rings look like this. And the propagules that were trapped inside, they are coming up and they are showing their growth. So this is this is a very recent photo that was shared by Dr. Dondo with me, and they are doing it near one of our eroded areas. You will notice that they have kept a gap this time between this nylon net fencing, actually the landmass boundary, and this is the silt trap. In between there is a gap. We expect certain things will come up in that gap also. After 9 months of terracotta rings, these rings looks like this. So I believe from the limited experience that I have regarding this kind of silt traps, it is not a panacea. It will not work everywhere, particularly where there is a major drop in height between the landmass and the water. But where there is a gradual decline in slope, in such areas, this can be a good try. So these are the three. Oh, sorry, I have a fourth. This is the fourth nature-based solution. It is regarding the conserving the genetic diversity. Unless you conserve the genetic diversity of an area, the adaptation potential of the population is lost. Not only the species diversity, I want to emphasize here as a forester that species diversity comes, protecting the species comes at a stage when there is almost nothing that can be done. Means very little can be done. You have to conserve the genetic heterogeneity of different populations. If you are able to conserve the genetic heterogeneity of the populations, then only you will be able to conserve the species, because genetic heterogeneity is the basis. They have the good genes for the unforeseen future. So you need to conserve that kind of genetic diversity, particularly for species like these, which are locally. This is from my field staff's observation. So if we, and you can see where they are found, means the field officers gave me this data. So if you are able to conserve the populations, not the species. For the children, I would like to emphasize it this way, that you should not be happy that there is sal in Siliguri. You need to protect the sal in Siliguri, in Chhattisgarh, in Haldwani, in Maharashtra, because each of these populations have different genetic makeups. And some of these genetic makeups might have resistance against future viral outbreak, might have resistance against future rise in temperature. So not only the species conservation, but the population of different populations of the same species are to be conserved. So that is the take home lesson for you children. So with this, I close my talk. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much for giving a perfect keynote address, because we are discussing a nature-based solutions, and we had in the just in the keynote address several options. We have seen the situation of holiday, which is related to our Ghodamara island also, the same situation. So now we are empowered to go for different speaker. The first speaker, I invite Dr. Ashok Sannal, former chairman, West Bengal State Biodiversity Board, and he will be delivering on the topic conserving biodiversities for sustainable development. We'll listen him for about 12 to 15 minutes, sir.
কিছু বলুন? হ্যাঁ, এটা দাও। ওইটা দিন। দিয়ে করলেই হবে, থাকবে না? Very good morning to everybody. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere thanks and also gratitude to Professor Dhar Chakraborty for inviting me to deliver a talk in such an important conference, international conference. Importance at the as because it's related to Sundarban. I would like to say something about the biodiversity conservation and the sustainable development, which has been assigned to me to say my experiences, and particularly for the students. First, I would like to start with an idea of startup. As because on the first day, some speaker, probably Devojit, he was on speaker. Devojit, he mentioned there regarding the carbon, adding of carbon in the field. And this is very interesting in the sense that that man, a very young chap from Karnataka, passing from the California Institute of Technology, while moving in his village, he found that one farmer has suicide. Why? That for last few years, no crop. And with debt, he was not able to survive. Then that boy thought what to do. And why this agriculture in this area is facing this problem? Not only in Karnataka, in that part of the Karnataka, all over the country. And it is fact that it is due to the climate change and the carbon, which is very, 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 very essential to be present in the soil for microbes, for other biodiversity, for nutrients, which are getting lost. And where it is going in the air. And with the help of the artificial intelligence and satellite communications, he made some plan, I have no idea, made some plan, the matrix in which hundreds of thousands of acres of agricultural fields can be mapped, their nutrient values and the presence of carbon. Then, with the help of his technology, he was able to take out this carbon from the air, polluted air, and put it in the soil. And it was possible due to the change of the classical system of, or the conventional systems of agriculture. And he inspired the cultivators to go for new system, that means regenerative system of agriculture. And through this process, that man, a young man, the Murti, Abnit Mitri or somebody, he, in the first year, he got $2,000 million. How? That Devjit mentioned how in the form of the carbon credit card. Carbon credit card. And that millions of US dollar he distributed to the farmers. The farmers in both the US, they got benefited. And here I just told this fact as because it was related to the biodiversity, the agro-biodiversity. So that this, here my topic is biodiversity conservation and sustainable development from the very dawn of life. The human being 2 million or 2.5 million years ago started to think development. And that thinking discovered the things we are enjoying today. And this process of thinking about the development is going on in relation to the change of natural system as physical as well as biological processes. And that's why, but this development in most cases are not, we found that not sustainable, not sustainable. And this idea of sustainability, whatever we know, just I'm telling for the students, that in the year 1972, the first conference in Stockholm on environment, the then Prime Minister, Srimati Indira Gandhi, categorically, with a loud voice, she told that the conservation of biodiversity and for the ecosystem, ecological complexities are to be known with the help of the conservation of biodiversity for the peace of the humankind. And later, so many global summits, United Nations Conference in 1992, and Johannesburg, then again in Rio 20, in all those forums, the first and foremost item was the conservation of biodiversity, and that is related to the climate change, related to desertification, related to Agenda 21, related to the climate change, etc. That's why this development is to be sustainable. The sustainability of development is most important factor. Then these are after all these summits, all these conferences, in 2015, we know, it is very known to everybody, that 2030 agenda for the sustainable development, 17 goals. And I would like to mention in brief that how these 17 goals, that means the sustainable development is related to the biodiversity and why this biodiversity is needed to be conserved. Starting from the first, you see this this diagram, that mainly three items, three goals are related directly to the biodiversity. The terrestrial fauna, the aquatic fauna, and the other biosphere reserve. These three, but you see here, all these 17 sustainable development goals are directly or indirectly depend on the biodiversity. Starting one, poverty. Without food, without other necessities in life, poverty cannot be removed. Again, hunger, food. 850 million people are daily, they are not getting proper nutrition. But we have in our country, there are nearly 7,000 species of plants which are edible, and only 200 plants are used as food. And of these 200, if we count down, only 4 plant species are used at large, and 80% caloric we get from those plants. So that there are enough scope to manipulate the use of the biodiversity, the plant species, as well as in case of animals, though the number of animals which are being used as food less in number than the plants, all these are to be tapped. These are to be used scientifically, rationally, for getting the benefit. So that these are the pictures you see here. All these aspects of successful living, the livelihoods of the humankind, and well-being of the humankind depends on the biodiversity. And what is biodiversity? The biodiversity is all sorts of living forms, including humankind, microbes to man. So that this biodiversity well-being of man is based more on the less directly on the sustained delivery of fundamental ecosystem services. Yes, this biodiversity is depend their successful presence in the world, in the universe, depend on the ecosystem services. Vice versa, these ecosystem services, these are again dependent on the biodiversity. These are main 4 categories of the ecosystem services, all of you know. And these 4 main categories of the ecosystem services are responsible for maintaining the life systems over the earth, so that our well-being, our successful living on the land in this universe depend on the ecosystem services. So that if we go for there are threats, but the problem is this biodiversity. Suppose in India, there are 1,639 species of recorded animals and 49,000 plus plant species. Similarly, most of these species, plants and animals, are in danger, mainly due to climate change and due to action of humankind, effect of the disputing action of humankind. So that these are the factors for the loss of biodiversity, and these factors are considered as because if the biodiversity is lost, then the ecosystem services will be broken, and the result we enjoy from the ecosystem services will not be available. Then if we go for the same thing for the conservation of biodiversity, for our benefit, the Government of India has enacted the Biodiversity Act in 2002, and as per the Act, in every state in India, Biodiversity Board has been created, and the responsibility of the Biodiversity Board is the main responsibility is the conservation of biodiversity. The first item is the conservation of biodiversity and sustainable utilization of biodiversity, and third thing is the access and benefit sharing. All these three items conjointly help to save, to protect, to conserve biodiversity. And in Sundarban, the biodiversity is very rich. Time is short. These are all these, starting from microbes to mammals, the biodiversity is very rich. It was earlier more richer than today, and many species have already been extinct. And so that for the resilience of the community in Sundarban, their successful living, happy living, development of their livelihood, biodiversity is to be considered as the first and primary component. First and primary component. Honorable Speaker already mentioned today, whatever slides he has shown, all related to the biodiversity. Plants for erosion, checking of erosion, and many other factors which we need to address, so that human ecology and the ecosystem processes and the services are to be taken into consideration in addition to other technological aspects. So that this is the time where we should have to think about the conservation of biodiversity in Sundarban. The erosion checking depend on the biodiversity, the plants, and we have to study. One thing that lastly, I'd like to awareness of the programs, community awareness regarding the conservation of biodiversity, applied education, basic education, how to conserve biodiversity, supply of high quality seeds for aquaculture, land restoration, pollution-free wetlands for aquaculture, developed communication system, facilities for marketing, macro and micro level studies on biodiversity, ecosystems, and human ecology. This is most important part which is not being considered, the human ecology, human ecosystem, because human is the center of all these developmental processes. Just a minute. And sole use of vetiver grass, yesterday Professor Rai mentioned, I also agree. Well, so many examples are there. The vetiver grass is to be used for embankment, and one my suggestion that yesterday it was discussed seriously and for a long time regarding the type of houses are to be made there in Sundarban, and this problem is with the inundation. Inundation, that means from rivers, from sea, the water is entering in the inside, and due to that housing problem with the housing, and so that after with the help of the vetiver grass, embankment is prepared, and leaving 1 feet or 1.5 feet with the help of bamboo, one barricade, then again with a gap, make another barricade with the bamboo. That's what we use in case of other wetlands in other places. And inside these two layers, rows of bamboo, that yesterday, I cannot remember the name, one professor mentioned, that the mud block is to be placed inside the 2 rows of the bamboo, so that the inundation may be checked. So that the problem with the that housing problem, what would be the material for the housing, mainly refer the biomass-based housing, all these are to be solved to some extent, so that they explore possibilities to begin startup for sustainable development. That I mentioned in the beginning. For the students, you can think in Sundarban, the salinity and the biodiversity conservation. In all these cases, there are enough scopes to make the startups in relation to the sustainable development. There are enough scopes you can think, and I think with your ideas, your new generation, new ideas, the problems with the Sundarbans and the livelihood of the Sundarban people will certainly be developed. Thank you. Just a minute. In 1535, 1535, in Chaitanya Bhagavat, Vrindavan Das was written the Chaitanya Bhagavat, the life of Sri Chaitanya Dev. It was written there, Kule uthile she baghe loiya palay, jale porile she kumbhirei khaয়, নিরন্তর এ পানিতে ডাকাইত ফিরে পাইলেই ধন প্রাণ দুই নাশ করে। তার মানে 1535 সালে তখনও মানুষ এই সুন্দরবনের এই চরিত্র বাঘ, কুমির এবং ডাকাত, সেটা এখনো চলছে এবং আগামী দিনেও চলবে। চলুক, বাঘ থাকুক, কুমির থাকুক, ডাকাত থাকুক, কিন্তু সুন্দরবন বাঁচুক, এটা আমরা চাই। ধন্যবাদ।
Thank you, sir, for your nice concluding literatures. We'll go for we have very good experiences from Dr. Ashok Shanal regarding different aspects of conserving biodiversities for sustainable development, mainly focused to Sundarbans. He focused on that more than 200, whereas we have lakhs of species of biodiversity, plants, animals, etc. But we are mainly focusing only 200, and now we are concentrated on mainly 4 species. Whereas the Buddhism literature, it is saying there is hardly any plant which has no values. That means every plant has values, only we have to understand them. So the importance of the conservation is definitely a strong point for the nature-based solutions. Thank you, sir, for your deliberations. Now we'll go for our second speaker, enhancing nature-based livelihood opportunities. Dr. S.K. Sarangi, he will be online.
Yes, I am there.
Oh, he has already joined. Dr. Sarangi,
Yeah,
namaskar for joining
namaskar.
to us. And please start your deliberation, and we shall request you to conclude it within 12 to 15 minutes.
Sure, sure. Thank you very much, sir, and very good morning to all. Particularly, I am thankful to the organizers of this important international seminar on the topic bringing resilience to the communities in Sundarban. This is really important. And since I was working in Sundarban area in ICAR Central Soil Science Research Institute for 15 years, but only last year I have been shifted to Central Institute for Women in Agriculture. So now I will talk a few minutes on how this climate change impact differentially to men and women. We are listening about the conservation of biodiversity, which is very important, and the role of men and women with respect to conservation is also very well known, well documented. But if you talk about the impact of climate change on the communities with respect to gender, there is a clear study that the impact is unequal on part of men and women. Particularly, there is a severe impact of this climate change crisis on women engaged in agri-food system across the globe. So it is important to find out and address the vulnerabilities, the areas where the women are really need to be empowered to adapt to the changed climatic situations. I will give few examples how these natural calamities affect the women, particularly when there is a disaster like flood or drought. The number of women that go hungry, it is reported that they are far more than the men. And also the access to resources with respect to market, credits, inputs, extension services, these are also become limited to women farmers or the women entrepreneurs when there is a climate change is happening. So therefore, it is a need to identify the areas where we should concentrate or we should involve our strategies to devise the livelihood opportunities in these areas. As you know that this climate change affect the agriculture mostly in three ways. First of all, it reduces the yield of the crops or animals or fisheries, and also reduces the quality of the produce. Not only yield, the quality of produce, and also there is increased incidence of diseases and pests on these particular sectors. So this climate change, particularly when there is a evidence of climate change, the workload on women is also increased, particularly when we talk about the natural resources with respect to water, with respect to labor. There is an increased demand for these particular natural resources, and there is a pressure on women. So therefore, we have to adopt new technologies, new practices, new varieties, improved varieties, tolerant varieties to address these situations and also address the situation of malnutrition, health issues, mental stress that generally occur when there is a natural calamities there. So government of India is definitely aware of these things, and so many programs are going on, like the National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, the Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, Mahila Kisan Sashактikaran Pariyojana. So these are going on, but the climate smart agriculture practices, which has been developed by about a decade or so, but these climate smart agricultural practices, that should be encouraged, that should be propagated, that should be demonstrated in these particular areas when we talk about the Sundarban agriculture. So the climate smart agricultural practices, generally it has three important aspects. First of all, it should encourage sustainable agricultural growth in terms of income and food security, and also it should adapt to the changing climatic situations, and also it should reduce the emission of greenhouse gases. So these are the three pronged effects that should be addressed through climate smart agricultural practices. I will give few examples of climate smart agricultural practices. First of all, the natural resource management, like the water harvesting, the watershed management, which is very, very important, particularly in Sundarban area. If we talk about the pond-based water management or region furrow-based water management. So creating the infrastructure for water storage and letting less of rainfall to go away from our area in situ conservation. Then other practices like nowadays the reduced tillage or zero tillage practices, so that the crop establishment methods, the impact on the soil resources, that should be also addressed through these reduced tillage practices. Then the water efficient irrigation practices like the drip irrigation, sprinkler irrigation, that in comparison to the traditional flood irrigation, we have to adopt these practices. Then with respect to the nutrient management practices, if we talk about chemical-based balanced nutrient management, or if we talk about the chemical-free nutrient management, we have to encourage the use of biofertilizers, use of different manures, microorganisms, use of crop residues, the mulching of crop residues. Then when we talk about the improved crop management practices, particularly the improved tolerant varieties, when we talk about flood, the flood tolerant varieties, now we have the sub-1 gene introgressed varieties of crops, like in rice, the Sorna sub-1 is well known. And similarly, the drought tolerant varieties, the salt tolerant varieties. Then the crop diversification, bringing new crops, crop rotations, intercropping, which is very, very important. Then adjusting the time of planting, the sowing time of the crops, because when we talk about the climate change, increase in temperature, the seasonal changes, the winter is becoming short, and we have to adapt to the changing crop calendar practices. Similarly, the improved pest management strategies and also improved animal livestock management practices with respect to nutrition, with respect to the manure management, because when we talk about the storage of manure, it should be improved method so that the greenhouse gas emissions should be less through conversion of the emissions into biogas. Now, if we talk about the livelihood opportunities or options, I can start with the entrepreneurship in production. It may be of different types for cereals, legumes, rhizobium bacteria, the phosphate solubilizing bacteria, potassium solubilizing bacteria. Then the natural farming practices, the ingredients required for natural farming, maybe Jivamrut, Bijamrut, Dhanjimamrut. So these things, the production of these particular inputs are required. So entrepreneurship, building, training, capacity building in producing such inputs, and also the microbial formulations. If we talk about different crops, for example, in jute crop, we need for rating the microbial formulations which has been developed by Cryzap, the Cryzap Sona, or the Ninfet Sathi. These are required in changing climate situation, because for rating, water is a critical issue now. We are not getting good quality water for rating of jutes. So these particular microbial formulations that should be produced and delivered to the farmers, needy farmers. So that is an enterprise where we can thrust upon. Then the plant growth mechanism, the plant growth hormones, production and multiplication. Then important factor is the seed and planting materials of different crops. Be it tolerant varieties or new crops, field crops, the scented varieties of crops, what we call the traditional varieties, which are endangered now. If we want to propagate there, we have to adopt the new varieties, the pure varieties of those crops, their production. Then the use of these inputs like the green manure crops, the vegetable seeds which are in great demand production because a lot of private sector there, but the quality are definitely doubtful, and also the marketing strategy. If you talk about the livelihood options, these may be strategies like in different crops, like in potato now, the true potato seed production, that is also very important, keeping in view the huge requirement of potato tubers. Then the nursery raising, different nursery raising practices, starting from field crops to the horticultural crops to the foreign plants, the potted plants, seedlings of different fruit plants, the mango, guava, potato, sapota, papaya. Then the tissue culture seedlings, saplings like the banana tissue culture plants. Then the mat nursery in rice. That is also required when we talk about the mechanization in rice cultivation. There is a labor issue. So in that case, the production of mat nurseries, the training and capacity building of farmers, how to produce the mat nursery and use of transplanter in rice so that we can reduce the labor requirement. Then the entrepreneurship in manufacture of the machines and tools, which is also a need of the hour. Different small tools, like I can cite few examples: the maize sheller, the row makers in case of SRI. SRI is a new method of cultivation which requires the wider spacing planting. For that, we need the row makers. Similarly, different small machines like the groundnut decorticator, drum seeder in rice, transplanter, seed drills, cone weeder, winnowers, different types of harvesters. So these machines are there, but this has not reached to the farmers, the end users, and there is a need or demand for creating entrepreneurship for production and manufacture of these small implements. Then again, if there is an issue of availability of those resources, we can think of the community custom hiring centers. That is the concept of building the custom hiring centers through forming the farmers' interest groups or the self-help groups, so that they can keep the required implements, tools in a center there they can use for themselves or hire to the communities, the members of the communities, with a nominal price, so that these important machines are available to the farmers. When we talk about the farmers producer organizations, building and promoting such type of organizations also help in creating livelihood options. Then there is also a requirement of developing the value-added products of different crops, because we know that there are several perishable crops produced, the fruits and vegetables, or sometimes their market is difficult, and getting the exact price of the appropriate price is also an issue. So in that case, the promoting the production of value-added products through the self-help groups, like the different processing of different fruits, vegetables, spices, even millets. So these also help in creating the appropriate livelihood opportunities for the communities. And then coming to the other sectors of agriculture, if we talk about the aquaculture sector, which is a very important, pisciculture is a very important enterprise in Sundarban region. So the production of fingerlings, the promotion of hatcheries, the improved scientific production of the fingerlings for different species, particularly the climate resilient species of the different species of fish, and also the aquarium. There is a demand for aquarium, and there is also a need for capacity building of the communities in producing the aquaculture and taking into as a business of ornamental fishery. Then manufacture of different fishing gears also is very important. Nowadays, the manual harvesting is no longer advised. So it is important to promote the production and manufacture of the fishing gears. Then the pond culture is also another important venture, livelihood option, which is a very high value commodity, but that is a possibility. The scientific evidences are there that this pond culture is possible through the scientific technologies. Then the crab farming is also another important business, export-oriented prawn culture. This is also important that will add to the income of the farmers. Then in the animal husbandry sector, the machines, tools for different kind of operations, starting from feeding of animals to the rotary feeding, the collection of dongs, the trolleys of different kinds that will help in management of animals. Then the allied enterprises like the mushroom cultivation, which is also very, very important. The most important issue in mushroom cultivation is the availability of spawn, which is very, very important for the communities. Now, the capacity building training on production of quality spawns of mushroom is also very, very important. So those to be propagated. And I think I have given a light on some of these aspects of creating the livelihood options. So I will conclude my talk here. I thank very much the authorities of Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Dr. Sarangi, thank you very much for your detailed deliberation on enhancing nature-based livelihood opportunities. We heard from you the lot of options on biodiversity-based agricultural technologies, several options of entrepreneurship out of that, nursery raising, farm mechanization, organization building, and water resource, fisheries, animal husbandries. So thank you very much. I have another request to you, as there will be a concluding session at this end of this 8th session. So if you kindly remain joining up to the last of the session.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go for our another important topics, restoring ponds for rainwater harvesting, and that will be done by Dr. Abhro Chando, Assistant Professor, School of Oceanographic Studies, Jadavpur University, Kolkata. So, sir, again, I will request you to remain within 15 minutes.
For going forward and
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So today I'll be talking on a topic which is, as you can see, restoring ponds for rainwater harvesting in Indian Sundarban. I guess Sundarban at this point in time, especially after 2 days of this symposium, is not at all unknown to us. And we all know that Sundarban essentially is an agrarian economy. And historically, the freshwater demand of this particular region has been principally met by the extraction of groundwater. And we, at this point in time, have realized that we have come to a certain threshold that, owing to the excess increase in, the human population, we know that this region is one of the most population dense regions of this country as well. And since we have been extracting groundwater for long, we have good enough reasons to become apprehensive that we might reach a threshold where the aquifers might not give, or rather it can lead to subsidence as well, or not might give the adequate amount of fresh water that is needed. So this is why now we are looking for alternatives that in which other way we can actually get hold of fresh water, and which essentially brings us to this particular topic, that whether ponds of the Indian Sundarban do have a solution or not. So I have just, my brief presentation, I have segregated into just 6 key points. I'll be introducing the concept of rainwater harvesting a bit. I know most of you are already well versed to it. I shall talk about the types of ponds in Indian Sundarban and whatever special information we have about them as of now. The scope of rainwater harvesting in Indian Sundarban, and lastly, the challenges and perhaps the possible strategies to maximize rainwater harvesting potential in Indian Sundarban. So rainwater harvesting is nothing new, actually. It is an age-old technique which has been used by various civilizations throughout the long line of history. So it is basically any type or any measure by means of which we usually collect and store the rainwater in any confined system. So we usually make use of the rain that actually ends up on the Earth's surface, either it is on the rooftop or maybe in the form of surface runoff, and we usually, or catchment or watersheds, and we usually collect them and store them somewhere. So I have just shown you that as per the recent terminologies, we can classify the rainwater harvesting as water butt method. Water butt method is very much, what should I say, a primitive technology where you just place a small container at the downstream part of any gutter or any pipe and you collect water. So, but the scalability of this kind of method is obviously, you can understand, is not very promising. Then there are direct pumped methods and indirect pumped methods by means of which we usually store water in confined chambers, which are, in most of the occasions, they remain underground. We somehow channel the rainwater into those confined chambers, and then whenever it is needed, we use them. Retention ponds have been widely accepted as one of the most, essential types of rainwater harvesting in various parts of the world. And at the same time, underground storage is also preferred, as I have already mentioned. Now, to talk about the significance of rainwater harvesting, obviously, it gives us an alternative water source, fresh water source, most essentially. It enables us to, conserve water. And at the same time, it has some secondary and very crucial, benefits also. For example, rainwater harvesting can actually lead to control of floods. It can play a very crucial role in soil erosion control, because whenever a particular surface is receiving rainwater and you are trying to arrest it, you are not only just trying to arrest the water mass, but at the same time, the sediment that flows along with it. And especially for open ecosystems where you are trying to save rainwater, it plays actually a very crucial role in microclimate regulation, for example, like that of ponds. And lastly, it plays a very, very important role in aquifer recharge, because whenever you are trying to, arrest or confine rainwater somewhere, it is inevitably going to seep downwards towards the aquifer, and it can play a very crucial role there. Now, coming to the scenario of Sundarban, ponds are actually very much an integral part of Sundarban. Since the early colonizers, when early settlements began actually in Sundarban, it was almost customary that the people, those who started settling there, began their settlements in Sundarban, they used to excavate a bit of area near their household, and they used that earth to actually make their kacha houses. And inevitably or inadvertently, those pit land actually became ponds. So now, if we just try to have a look at the types of ponds, you can see that there are domestic ponds. They are mainly used by the local people for, say, homestead gardening or subsistence fishing and all. Agricultural ponds are nothing but, those who have viewed or rather cited Sundarbans, they will see that in the agricultural plots, there are pits dug out where the runoff from the agricultural lands, actually they collect it and they use it for agriculture again. Then there are crab fattening ponds, aquaculture ponds. There are canal and irrigation ponds. You can see some long, canals which actually acts as ponds, as they have aisles, in between, so that they are segregated. And then there are abandoned ponds as well. Abandoned ponds are nothing but it is not a speciality of Sundarban. Unfortunately, we see it everywhere in perhaps India, that some of the ponds become a very suitable site for dumping wastes. And eventually the pond characteristics of those ponds are lost. And so we have to unfortunately name them as abandoned ponds. Apart from them, I have also mentioned some resort ponds. As Sundarban, you know, it's a tourist destination. You can see that there are several resorts who maintain ponds mainly for beautification purposes. And apart from this, you have some community ponds, especially besides the schools or maybe in the center of a particular village, you can see ponds which are essentially known as community ponds, and they are the large ones, to be honest. Now, before I come into this topic, I mean, the possibility of rainwater harvesting, the first question that came to my mind that how many ponds are there in Indian Sundarban? Is there any data anywhere by any government agencies who can tell me that exactly this many number of ponds are there? So I could not find it. Now, which actually led us to take up a study in the year 2022, and I'm honored to be a part of that study. So we chose 4 blocks actually, Sagar, Pathar Pratima, Gosaba, and Hingalganj, and we tried to point out that how many ponds are there. I'm not extremely specialist in remote sensing, but my co-authors actually worked on it, and they used the Sentinel-2 data, which has a spatial resolution of 10 meter. So whatever data you are seeing in this particular table, it is based on the minimum size of ponds that could be identified was definitely more than 100 meters square. The ponds of size lower than that are not covered in this table. So you can see that in Sagar, Pathar Pratima, Goshaba, and Hingalganj, there are almost, you can see 8 square kilometer, 21.9 square kilometer areas covered by ponds. The principal findings that we found is that the number of ponds are proportional to the area of blocks. That means the bigger the area of a block, the number of ponds is more. However, what we also found surprisingly, that the surface area of pond is not so much proportional. That means these ponds are of arbitrary size. They do not have any structural, homogeneity. And most of the ponds belong to the 100 to 200 meter square classification. And the second most important class was more than 400 meters square. So with this basic preliminary knowledge, if we move forward and try to see that what is the scope of rainwater harvesting in Sundarban, already there are some very good studies which have tried to study the demand as well as the supply of the fresh water in terms of other alternative sources. So you can see that from the studies of Mondol 2014 and Bhadro et al. 2018, potable water demand for Indian Sundarban as per census 2011 data, it is 9. Here MCM stands for million cubic meter. Domestic water is 105, but agricultural water demand is 2,780, which is an order of magnitude higher than the other two. And on the right hand side, if we look at the supply, then Sundarban do receive a very good precipitation. I mean, in the very low rainfall year, it receives 1,300 millimeter rainfall, and in very good rainfall year, it receives 2,000 millimeter rainfall, which actually leads to a runoff of around 2,100 million cubic meter from the upper catchment, and from within the catchment, the runoff is generated to the order of 1,800. So if I just do the sum total, then theoretically it is possible that yes, you see that the total on the right hand side is 3,900, whereas the demand is 2,900. So theoretically, yes, it is possible if we can arrest this runoff. But of course, on the practical grounds, there are several problems. There is seepage, there is evaporation loss, and many other effects which actually cannot make this a reality. Now, the challenges which I believe are there, though there are very few scientific studies taken up on the Indian Sundarban in this particular topic. So most of the observations are particularly, you can say, my opinions, and from my observations in the field that I have been working on in the last 15 years. First of all, I did not see any scientific intervention in the design of pond or its management practice. How deep should a pond be? Where should it be excavated? We do not have any such, route map or blueprint. The second challenge is maintaining year-round water availability. That is the foremost challenge, that in order to conserve rainwater, we need to use it somewhere, at some point in time when it is not available with me, so it should be there all round. So the perennial source of rainwater, the harvested water is, as of now, it is still in its infancy. And the last and the most crucial point, a very crucial point, is maintaining the water quality. Now, in terms of quality, I would be talking about the optimum primary productivity, which is a very essential quality of any aquatic ecosystem. It has to have a net autotrophic character, because I mentioned that these ponds do have a role in microclimate regulation, and that role can only be effective if they act as net carbon dioxide sink. And lastly, we have to arrest eutrophication, which is another big challenge. So just detailing a bit on the individual points, you see that ponds usually do have a structure. Okay, now these ponds, most of these ponds are not natural depressions in the landscape, they are manually dug. So whoever or whichever property these ponds are dug, how much area it was viable for them to be, to be invested in digging up a pond, that actually determines how much volume of water these ponds can retain. But usually in the science of limnology, you have to see that over here you can see usually a pond, any closed aquatic ecosystem, it actually gets layered into 3 layers. Okay, the epilimnion, the thermocline, and the hypolimnion. This epilimnion part should be very deep, because here the photosynthetic activity takes place. If your pond is too deep, then this particular region would become anaerobic and it would lead to acidic water. So finding the optimum depth for a pond, finding the optimum volume for a pond, all these kinds of measurements or all these kinds of efforts are actually lacking. Another very crucial thing is that the slope of the bank of the pond. We always talk about river erosion, estuarine erosion, but ponds also undergo erosion, especially during heavy monsoon spell, when the monsoon pours like cats and dogs. It can lead to heavy erosion in the pond banks, which ultimately compromises the depth of the pond, and eventually it is reducing the volume of the pond. Clarity and turbidity, that is another very challenging factor for us, because we know that our Sundarban soil is mostly silt and silt-like, and it has acid sulfate soil, which easily, remains suspended in the water body, which essentially compromises the photosynthetic potential of these water bodies. Now, the second most important thing is evaporation. So apparently we might think that it is beyond our ken to control evaporation. But if you can see, according to the cropping season, when the Kharif season ends, that is in September, October, the ponds remains full mostly, and then it starts drying up. And there is absolutely no question of water remaining in the Zaid season, that is the summer months of Sundarban, when almost all the ponds we find in the field that they are dry. The cultural eutrophication process is the most dangerous aspect, the most brutal challenge, I must say, in order to face, because we have this tendency of using nitrogenous fertilizers, inorganic fertilizers. We have this tendency of using the ponds as for washing utensils and all those things. So it actually this eutrophication process actually ends up from being an aquatic ecosystem to a terrestrial ecosystem. It just converts them. So you can see over here, I do not want to go into much detail as we are running short of time, but there are ways by means of which we can actually measure the trophic state index of a particular aquatic body. And it is very good if it remains in the ultra oligotrophic form. But most of the ponds that I have sampled, they are either eutrophic or some of them are hypereutrophic conditions. And if this kind of, uncontrolled eutrophication takes place, then instead of acting as a greenhouse gas sink, all these ponds will be eventually acting as sources of greenhouse gas, which includes carbon dioxide, methane, as well as nitrous oxide. So I believe in order to maximize the rainwater harvesting potential, if we are thinking about excavating new ponds, then we must deploy multi-criteria analysis modeling, taking into account the drainage density, slope, soil characteristics, and all the other geomorphological attributes that should be taken into account to identify the sites which are best suited for excavating new ponds. In order to arrest the evaporation, we must implement techniques like this. These kind of techniques are being increasingly used in African countries, which are arid and semi-arid, and they have a much more pressing need of securing or rather conserving the rainwater. You can see that there are aqua caps in half of the pond. They actually what they do is that they actually eliminate half of the pond's air water interface, because in Sundarban it is not only that the temperature is driving evaporation. Since it is situated close to the sea, high wind velocity is also a very crucial factor that is driving evaporation. So you can see in this particular figure, these are shade balls. Sorry. These are shade balls. These balls floats on the surface and eventually remove the, reduce the evaporation. Controlling anthropogenic activities, as I have already mentioned, our knack for littering, washing utensils, dumping wastewater, this should be treated. And lastly, promoting citizen science is very much essential in order to conserve the ponds, because I have seen while working in the Sundarban that the local people, they are very curious to know about the state of their ponds, the basic state, the basic parameters like DO, pH, salinity, and turbidity. They are very much curious to know, and they are very much curious to intervene as well. So if they know that, okay, my pond is, the pH is reducing, so I should apply this much amount of lime. If by any chance the dissolved oxygen is going down, then I can use a very simple automated rotator. So these kind of very simple innovations, as the umbrella under which we are trying to talk is natural climate solutions, this should be initiated. And so my concluding remarks is that, first of all, a thorough geospatial technique induced modeling should be required in order to identify the potential of rainwater harvesting if we are at all looking for a whole time, or rather a very wholesome solution to this particular problem. Academia intervention is required in order to prepare a baseline of what is the present status of the water quality and the water volume that the Sundarban can hold in the ponds. And of course, as I already mentioned, citizen science should be promoted. And based on these three, we must go for intervention from the governmental and non-governmental sectors. With this note, I'll end my presentation here. We, on behalf of School of Oceanographic Studies, we have written a book back in 2022. If any one of you is interested to know about the ponds of Indian Sundarban, we tried to populate this book with some more insightful information. So there is my email ID. So if anyone is interested, they may contact me. Thank you.
We passed a very educative 15 minutes in relation to the restoring ponds for rainwater harvesting, with special reference to Sundarban, definitely. So we are very much thankful, Dr. Chanda, for your deliberation. Now we'll go for the last topic, but a very, very interesting topic: ecotourism in Sundarban, problems and prospects. Usually used to go to Sundarbans for a visit, for tourism, etc. Lot of things. How it is going on, what are the problems and prospects, that will be focused by Dr. Chandrima Singha, Program Manager, Planning and Monitoring, Nature, Environment and Wildlife Society, Kolkata. Madam, please.
One second. Stop me.
Thank you. Already the floor is very much serious about and we have heard a lot of discussion on a very serious topic on Sundarban. So I will be discussing the topic ecotourism, which is very important, but on a lighter mood. There will be no such big theories. I will explain the way I have observed the Sundarban and just sharing our experience, my organization, the experience on building this ecotourism initiative in Sundarban. So the topic, as I mentioned, ecotourism in the Sundarban, balancing challenges and opportunities. এটা down হচ্ছে না। So, so what is Sundarban? Already you have discussed a lot of things. You have also heard. Already, this is the third day of the entire symposium. Sundarban is the largest, if we consider Bangladesh as a part, as a continuous forest area. So Sundarban is the largest mangrove forest in the world. So it has having a very great value for that. And this is also the only mangrove habitat which is having the tiger population. Anywhere in the world, apart from Bangladesh, there is no such habitat for tiger. And this is also the protect. So many of people, they are also living in this area, and as we have heard that the frequent storms, surges due to the climate changes, the people are very much vulnerability in a very vulnerable condition. So mangroves are giving as a green shield, protecting the villages and just reducing the damages from this cyclone. Now, why it is, what it matters to others, why we will concentrate, or which value we will promote to the tourist or the visitors. Because mangrove itself is having a value for cleaning the air as well as the water. Here already you have discussed that so many of greenhouse gases, absorption of blue carbon, the maximum blue carbon that stored in this mangrove ecosystem, which is a very important part, as well as the mangrove ecosystem that also purifies the water. The mangrove ecosystem in the aquatic ecosystem, it is a very beautiful ecosystem. And it is a UNESCO heritage site. It is a Ramsar site. So many of feathers in its cap. So we have lot of story to tell to the visitors in Sundarban. But the main problem is we need to ask ourselves, what is happening in Sundarban? Is it sustainable model? It is running there in Sundarban. Lot of tourists are coming. Whether it is sustainable, it is a very crucial question for Sundarban, because it is a very sensitive ecosystem is there. So if we do something, some alteration, if we want to do any alteration in this natural ecosystem, which means it was 2,82,000. And in 2021, just post-COVID, less people visited, 1 lakh people. Now you can imagine if the number of tourists is this much, how much water is required for them, how much waste this has been generated in this system. Any idea, any record, any data, nothing is available. And most of the tourists, if you see, this is only the STR, Sundarban Tiger Reserve data. They have entered through this Shosnikali gate point, and they explored the area. That means if you visit in weekend in Sundarban, you will find only boats and boats. You cannot see anything. So, and everybody, why they are going to, if you ask the tourist why you are going to Sundarban, they will ask you that we want to see the tiger. But honestly speaking, this tiger-based tourism is no more sustainable, because everybody tourists used to go through the riverways, and the tiger, very rarely they will come to give you the display. Yes, I am there, because they don't have anything. You are not attractive to the tigers. Okay, only for prey they can come hunting. That is not a good experience for the tourist, right? So this is a major weakness point we find, that the tiger-based tourism. And people, all the hotels, it is overcrowded. Pakhirala, Dayapur, Shajelia, you go and see Shajelia, very few. The most populated hotel, dense hotel area is the Pakhirala. Earlier, it was a very calm and small village. Now it is grown up for the hotels only. So this balancing, we need to balance. Okay, ecosystem is there. We are also asking, yes, tourists needs to come. There will be a mutual expense. Everybody must learn. That scope must be there. So and we don't have the infrastructure, proper infrastructure. Proper infrastructure. No jetties, no big vessels. Okay, no waste disposal facility. So these are the challenges. Okay, human wildlife conflict you are giving in that area, and there are a lot of tiger kill. There are a lot of statistics on that. This is a part of the life of the people. Okay, exploitation of the local communities, freshwater scarcity. In the villages, you go, lot of water in the lot of water outside, but in the village there is scarcity of water, no fresh water, and groundwater becoming saline. In the northern part, Hingalganj area, the entire area, the saline water ingress, and the water has become saline. But there are the scope of the responsible tourism. There could be a good wildlife safaris, there could be the bird watching, there could be a village tour. Village tour is very important, very interesting. All the villages in Sundarbans are very good. Okay? And farm tourism, people can visit and see, experience how the people are growing vegetables, rice. So they can have a knowledge, because urban peoples are becoming disconnected with the rural life. They don't know they don't know what is the process they are getting the food. So that experience is also very important. So the responsible tourism means that we have to ensure the community involvement, eco-friendly accommodation, conservation effort must be there, awareness program, and last is very important, that the control tourism, regulated tourism. I am not going into details this area. A lot of packages can be possible because there is a lack of time. So I am going totally that one, two, three things. That one is very important is eco-friendly infrastructure. The concretized big buildings for Sundarban, for the tourist, it is not a good experience. So the structure could be the infrastructure could be made using the natural material, okay, which accustomed with the local culture. Then, like we have established one ecotourism at Kumirmari village, where the community was not ready to come up with the mud house or the thatch, the hay thatched house, because they are telling lot of during the storms, this will not sustain. So we didn't go against their wish. So we first two cottages we just structured with the concretized, but we use fly ash brick. Brick means that is the use of topsoil, which is the most fertile part of the land. So we have used this brick, fly ash brick, to prevent that. Then this third cottage we have come up with the mud structure with the thatched roof. So now they are happy because they have the blending of two things. We have used the solar power for the entire electrification of the entire resort. Okay, so using of solar power could be a good green option for ecotourism activities. Then the waste management. First, you have to reduce the waste. You have to tell the visitors that no plastic is acceptable. Still, there will be a lot of waste generation which are biodegradable. So that waste are being composting are being done with this waste, and that compost are being used in the kitchen garden. So it is a organic kitchen garden. The tourism that the community can maintain that in their premises. Local cuisine, handicraft. We have come up with some handicraft development with the water hyacinth. So water hyacinth, they are making a lot of basket, mats, coaster, variety of items. So earlier they didn't have that idea that can be made. So the new product they have developed, because in Sundarban there is nothing such handicraft product exclusively from Sundarban itself. So this is the farm tourism is another model. I will just go through the slide only. Farm tourism means where lot of farms are there at the Pathar Pratima and the Kagdeep, where the farmers are growing vegetable without using any harmful chemicals. So the farmers, the city dwellers, they can visit those farms and have experience how the farmers are growing these vegetables. Well, at the weekends they can go. So at the farmer's house, maybe they can renovate one room for the tourist with a good toilet. So tourists may go and stay there and have that experience. Government is also having the support as a homestay support under the scheme. If they apply, so they will get some subsidy from the government. So there will be this is few example. So they can see and feel the products from the farms. Okay, so they can tourists may get the unique experience from this that is not available elsewhere. They will educate it. Family will have fun together. Fresh food and product they can enjoy at the farm tourism, that place, and they can support the local communities. And the community will have the multiple benefits out of it, like economic, they will get some job, they will get some revenue out of it, they can preserve the cultural heritage, the community revitalization, and the environmental stewardship. People will be very keen to maintain the environmental management in the field, so because they will get the additional income. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll go for a quick discussion session. I shall again invite our honorable speaker to the dais, please. And I'm afraid that we'll have only 2 to 3 questions only, because the next session is waiting for us. And Chandima madam, thank you for your nice deliberation, focusing on the sustainability role, involvement of the local people, also the responsibility of the visitors. এই প্রসঙ্গে একটা কথা, এই বাঘ দেখার প্রসঙ্গে সুন্দরবনে একটা কথা প্রায়ই প্রচলিত আছে যে সুন্দরবন বা অন্যান্য জায়গায় ভগবানের দেখা পাওয়া যেতে পারে, কিন্তু বাঘের দেখা পাওয়াটা মুশকিল। কারণ বাঘ আমাদের গ্রিট করার জন্য নিশ্চয়ই দাঁড়িয়ে থাকবে না, সে তার নিজের সিস্টেম অনুযায়ী চলবে। এনিহাও, সেটা আমাদের কল্যাণ, নিজেদের কল্যাণে। হিউম্যান পলিউশন, human role and human pollution. Anyhow, we will invite some questions on the topics. Please. শুনতে পাবো? বলো বলো, জোরে বলো। হ্যাঁ।
Hello.
Because if you I mean restrict the entire surface, then photosynthesis will not take place and the entire water body will become anaerobic and the pH will plummet. Okay, so usually what happens in very shallow ponds, it is my observation that in summer the fishes die actually and they just float up to the surface. So if you provide, one form is to provide a shade into one part of the I mean the pond, and at the same time the pond bottoms should not be flat. There should be some deeper sectors in the pond bottom so that during the time of summer they can go to subsurface depths so that they can survive that intense temperature rise. Okay, that is why.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Can I make a second question to?
Yes.
Yeah, my second question is to Dr. Chondrima Sinha. Ma'am, you had mentioned about the waste management in the ecotourism and in Sundarban. One of the major, and you had also mentioned about the local community exploitation. One of the major points is of the tiger widows. When the tourists visit, they are often taken to the tiger widows to listen to the stories of how the tigers had hampered their life, and it gives enthusiasm to the tourists to it's an attractive point for the tourists to listen to the tiger widows. So how do you say, like, what
Is
are your
it-
views on it?
Is it? I don't think this tiger widow, this coinage is a very wrongfully placed.
Right,
It
ma'am?
is very ironical that the people are so marginalized. They compelled, sometimes it is they out of compulsion, they used to go for fishing in the river and they get killed by the tiger. Okay, so this is maybe this is because of extreme poverty, or maybe few people for the honey collection. Very few people, they usually go out of passion also, but it is accidental. Sometimes if we feel good, if somebody, some death has happened in our society, in our family, someone, and people are asking me, the telling the story, that is not the right thing, that is not the ethical thing.
On humanitarian ground, it's not.
For any ground it is not good. So it is the ethical that I want to mean here, that the tourists also have some responsibility. There are some margin, and the ecotourism basically a co-creation with the community and the visitors. Then it will be a complete story. There are a lot of stories in Sundarban, lot of stories that can be told, but exclusive story of this tiger widow, I am not ready to accept. This is my personal opinion.
Right. Thank you, ma'am.
Next question, please. না না না, পিছনে পিছনে হাত তোলো ভাই।
Good morning, Dr. Sinha. The thing is that yesterday we have learned that how rampantly the mangroves have been evicted from the place, and construction of resorts have been done, luxurious resorts for tourism, and that has been branded as ecotourism. And we also saw that a construction was made over there that has been broken by the initiative of the government and the agencies as well to not encroach that area. But still, these things are happening. So, what I am trying to imply is that apart from the NGOs which you people are working on the area of sustainable ecotourism, how the academic people who are in the research and academic concerns, they are also actively engaged in this area to make the people aware of the concerns of this regard.
See, for where the ecotourism, any, not only ecotourism, any tourism infrastructure will build up, there are strict guidelines. Okay, that guidelines is CRZ, Coastal Regulatory Zone 1, where any construction build up is totally prohibited, right? So forget about ecotourism. No tourism will develop if it is within the CRZ line. That means from the high tide line, you have to leave at least 50 meter. Then only you can come up with that infrastructure development. So definitely there is a awareness generation is required at every level. Sometimes panchayat is also without knowing now the eco-sensitive, there is another regulation has come up that the eco-sensitive zone also. So this awareness building is required at every level, at the level of panchayat, because panchayat is the first institution with whom any hotelier or who wants to do this infrastructure development, they will come. Okay, so first awareness is required at the panchayat level, then the allied other departments. Okay.
Going on, because they are feeling that the money is coming anyway, revenue is coming, and at the stake of the conservation, at the stake of the environment itself, but still revenue is coming, and for them the pocket filling is the main matter of concern.
Revenue may come from the robbery. Should we
That's what the
support
thing
the
is.
robbery?
That's what the
No,
thing
it
is.
is like
The
that.
impact is such like that, inflicted upon.
We have to go this awareness, continuous awareness generation program, and very important, but very important, I need to mention, you need to develop the stewardship among the communities. When this type of initiative will taken up, maybe panchayat will ready to go for the corruption,
Exactly,
but
exactly.
the local community will resist. There should be the youth group, there should be the eco club members,
Exactly.
they will resist. So local stewardship I have shown in the village, because short of time I could not explain properly, that the stewardship building is very important part for this ecotourism initiative. Thank you.
So, madam, thank you. We'll have the last question only, if there is any. Please.
Sir, regarding this tourism, actually there are 54 islands, human habitat islands. And we know that only the tourists are going to that temple, tourists are going to the other places very nearer to the shore and for seeing the tiger, but not getting the tiger. But why not in other places? There are 54 islands, human habitat islands. The tourism, ecotourism can be developed in those islands. And one of my suggestions, I could not tell due to lack of time, that in every island, in all the 54 islands, the ecosystem, their biodiversity, and the possibilities of tourism and human habitations in large scale may be studied, but nothing has been done. Nothing has been done. During the last 2 days, there is a question that shifting of the human being, shifting to other place. There are examples that told here only that
Sir, namaskar. Sir.
In case of Kubir Mari, we have come up with that entire initiative, and the ownership is with the community. It is community-owned ecotourism initiative. So there are 12 board members, okay? So board of directors. So these directors, when they are coming together, it is a business initiative. So then they understand the business and their own interest behind this. So they always do the trade-off. So if one is person who is having its political presence, as well as this the individual or the family presence. So always there is a trade-off. When we put together this 10 or 12 from different section, it should not be the homogeneous. They can fight together for this kind of problem. They can help in the conflict resolution. So I'm not telling it will solve the entire problem, but this was our just a try, this model, whether this community themselves, because the problem or pressure will come from the community itself. So it is the community themselves need to solve the problem, not I or anybody.
Yeah, thank you for giving the example. I think that is
There
really.
are true tigers, two species of tigers in Sundarbans, is it not? One is Panthera tigris, another Panthera politics.
Politiciana. Politiciana.
Politiciana. That's why the problem.
Anyhow, okay. Last one.
Regarding the issue actually being discussed here. From my experience, I can tell you whenever you want some representative from the community, the panchayat and the local leadership will decide who will go and who will not. That is the real hard fact. Okay. So it's very difficult for them to come up with some kind of balanced mode of functioning. And whatever Madam was talking about the board of directors, I know Ankan is there. I know Bhola is there very much. So they will be there. But we need to come up with some kind of strategy how we can utilize their acceptability or their so-called power or so-called muscle power, and we can achieve our goal. That is
yes, exactly.
comment number one.
Yeah, means here what we did, there is a structure, the criteria for every step, the SOP, standard of practice, package of practice, what will be there. So every directives will be there, and it has been made after the discussion with them only. So sometimes they agree, yes, we will accept it. Sometimes they disagree. No, we can't.
That is.
So this is a lot of dialogues.
Yeah.
Lot of
it's very difficult.
Evolving process.
Very, very difficult.
If we try to do it in Pathor
I used to remain in the field, so I know what is what.
If we want to do it, replicate in Pathor Protima model, maybe it will be
No,
different.
that's not. And second thing, you were talking about the responsibility of the tourists. And there is a big emerging issue is coming up as responsible tourism. Some kind of subject kind of thing is coming up. And there are a lot of books, big books regarding the responsible tourism. And for the students and research scholars here, I can tell you regarding the tiger widow. There is a myth that there is one widow village in Sundarbans. That is not there. It is not existing there. That is a kind of myth, and the tour guides, they actually provoke you to come up with some kind of, okay, let's see. And they will divert the boat so that the fuel consumption will be less. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for questioning in this important session, and thanks to all the valued speaker for answering. So we are concluding here. I think there will be many questions also, so we can discuss it during our tea sessions with our honorable speakers. So let us go for a tea break. Huh? Oh, sorry, Dr. Sarangi. Oh, fine.
stage. And our Honorable Sri Prabhat Kumar Mishra sir will join us in online mode. He will address our keynote objective of our session. Now, I'd like to welcome our speakers of the session. At first, I want to welcome respected Mohammad Abdul Ghani sir, former Special Secretary, Department of Sundarban Affairs, Government of West Bengal, to come to the stage to join us. I want to welcome our Honorable Professor Jayanto Bandyopadhyay sir, Distinguished Fellow, Observer Research Foundation, Kolkata, to join us into the stage. And now I'd like to welcome Honorable Dr. Rajashree Dasgupta sir to the stage. Now I'd request to our respected Dr. Anamitra Unrag Danda ma'am to join us into the stage. Sir, sorry. Anamitra Unrag Danda sir to join us into the stage. A severe sorry to everyone. Sorry, sir. I'd like to welcome you on the stage. Next, I'd like to welcome Honorable Professor Amitesh Mukhopadhyay sir, Professor, Department of Sociology, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, to join us to the stage. And Rajashree sir and Anamitra sir both are coming shortly to join us into our session. Now I'd ask to my fellow classmates and seniors to felicitate our speakers with mangrove saplings. Now I'll request respected Professor Jayanto Bandyopadhyay sir to chair the session. It's over to you, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. It's a real pleasure for me to be here and being invited to chair this very significant session on resilience. I am thankful to Professor Dhar Chakraborty for inviting me earlier to chair and be a keynote speaker, but I have some difficulties, including my visual problem, for which I move with this lens, and I'm unable to make a PowerPoint presentation, write it, or write a text. So he had kindly allowed me to not to be a keynote speaker, and we have a very eminent keynote speaker. I think this is a change for the better. So with that both limitation and prospects. The keynote speaker, Mr. Prabhat Kumar Mishra, will be joining us in maybe 15-20 minutes. But in the meantime, I would like to start the session and request Muhammad Abdul Ghani to make his presentation. He is a former Special Secretary, Department of Sundarban Affairs, the Government of West Bengal. Mr. Ghani, please. আপনার কি PowerPoint আছে?
হ্যাঁ। This one moving forward and that is okay. So, very good morning to you all. At first, I must say one thing. From the very first session till the last session, I have attended all the sessions, and I have heard with keen interest that what the scientific community has through their researches have brought out certain hard facts about the Sundarban now under consideration in this focal point in this particular symposium, international symposium. You are well aware I am a man who has been with the government, and normally it is regarded that the government managers are generally not the grade 1, grade 2, even not regarded to be the grade 3 category of managers because of certain limitations on their part, and on the one side, and on the other side there are certain other things. I do not go into details of that, but what I am saying is my topic is related to development plans in Indian Sundarbans, achievements and shortcomings. I just want to start with a small story. 2-3 days back, I was hearing a radio program about 11:30 in the night from Kolkata, and they are discussing about the past of Calcutta and saying that the oldest road in Calcutta is now what is called the Chitpur Road. In those days, it was a road by the river Ganga, and people used to see, they used to come to Kalighat Mandir and used to see tigers roaming around there. This is one. The second one is, there is a book reprinted by the Calcutta Municipal Corporation. 100 Years of Calcutta has been written in 1909. So you are well aware it is from 1800 onwards to 1900. That 100 Years of Calcutta, and there it has been very clearly stated that the tigers are available there around Calcutta, and there are other references, very big. In those days, the big boats are called podis. Anybody of you might have heard of this term, podi. Podi is a very big boat carrying few hundred tons of load from East Bengal to Calcutta, used to come, and that is they used to go at what you call this Chingri, Taligon's area. Nowadays it has been a completely urbanized area. So the extent of the Sundarban that is now
limited to a very limited area that you are well aware here. This Sundarban was earlier extended within our very information was live information was up to say Calcutta and beyond also. Now the thing is, the Sundarban that nowadays regarded is this particular line. You are well aware, this is a line called Dampier and Hodges line, and lately this is due to this is an outcome of a big extensive study of Sundarban taken up by the World Bank. Here our Mr. Ye is there, Acharya sir is there, and Anurag is there. They are also involved with it, and others also. That resilience study of Sundarban, the report came in 2014. That is a comprehensive report. After that, any kind of such report hasn't been published. And here the area of Sundarban that is included nowadays within the Department of Sundarban Affairs, as you are well aware, have been classified into 3 specific zones. Particularly the land area, there are 2 zones. One is the what we call transition zone, and there are certain blocks here, and then the stable zone, and beyond that there is a forest area, that core zone. Okay, now this is a hazy picture, as you are well aware, but this was a picture in which the area under the habitation and under the control of Sundarban Affairs Department was crafted for the department. The upper portion at the right top is the portion of northeast, that is the portion of what we call North 24 Parganas, that 6 blocks, and this was created by the Riddhi Management Services on my personal request. There are about say 150 number of Gram Panchayats. In the 150 number of Gram Panchayats will come into details. That is the administrative area where the population as per the census 2011 was 4.5 million, and now it is expected to be 5.23 rather million of population. One thing from day 1 to the last session I felt was a necessary one that has not been there, is that there should be a person called from the having a statistics background who can correctly project what is the current population in different age groups might be in the Sundarban area, taking the background as 2011 census, because the census operation in 2021 has not been taken up, and it is not yet taken up. Now the thing is, there are certain very classical words, statements that we are aware of. Premature land reclamation is one thing, and that is being embanked during the 1780s. It was started, though actively it was from the 1800, and it continued throughout the colonial era, and thereby nowadays we are facing the first 100 years there was no strong how to say problem for that, but we started facing the problem after the 100 years from 1812 onwards. So after 100 years, if we see, then 1912, but a little bit later also, we started facing the problems. Now the embankment, for this embankments, there was an act enacted by the then government called the Bengal Embankment Act 1882. It is to the common officers working in the irrigation and waters department, the nodal department. It is an obsolete act might be appear, because some of them have not heard it, But the fact is that this act is very much in force, and the government of West Bengal in 1981-82 brought certain amendments to that act regarding the maintenance of these embankments, the protocols, how shall it be maintained, not only here but also for the whole of the whole of the state, Bengal that way, whole the Bengal province. And you are well aware that is undivided Bengal. Now, the construction of embankment results that we started receiving after the what is called this sedimentation rate was increased in the rivers, because the river waters with the sediment load cannot go to the floodplains, and as a result of that it was settled. And if you read this particular lecture of Satish Mukhopadhyay, who had been the brother of Ashutosh Mukhopadhyay, who was a chief engineer of Bengal, that lecture was delivered in 1931 and is reprinted by one of our distinguished but not given appropriate position in the government, the IAS officer, Mr. Bishwas K.R. Bishwas. He was always there for almost 12-13 years in the what we call the Gazetteer, Bengal Gazetteer section, who printed certain books of the past with new introductions. One is Rivers of Bengal, and there it is there that and he, in that lecture in 1931 at Calcutta University, he was very categorical that the rivers are getting sedimented, particularly those rivers of whom we are discussing from the very beginning. At least we have got a very specific term, a specific focus on the development that is being consideration is from the Chairman Pollution Control Board, that there is an upper and lower delta projects and linking the rivers of the lower delta with the rainwater during rainy season can be carried from by the rivers like the Bhairav, that Jalongi, and that Ichamoti. Here it is that Bhagirathi, sorry, that is there, what is called Vidyadhari is there, and certain other rivers, including this what we call this Matla. I have seen a very interesting structure there at Matla Bank. Very interesting, at least 1.5 kilometers northward from the Canning Bridge. In that, there is a mega structure that has been built by the irrigation and waterways for drainage of the land side water during rainy season to the river through pumps. A mega structure. Why it has been built with a spending about 35 crores is something, the question, because the river bed of Matla in that area has become almost 4 to 5 feet above the land side height, and as a result, even during the lowest low tide, the water cannot flow. This is one. So what I am going to say is that I do not want to go into details. In the British era, you see, in the British era, there are certain objectives of the British colonial government to maximize the revenue, and that because of that only, that what we call this premature land reclamation was there. Now, after the Government of India Act and the establishment of provincial government of 1937, I am not talking of 1909, that Borle Minto, and that the 1919 that Montagu Chelmsford reforms, that is a constitutional development, and thereby giving power to the provincial government so that they can take certain measures in areas like fishery, like agriculture, like the river system and all this. I'm not going into all details, but the thing is that in the colonial era or the British period, the last days, there are certain concrete action on the part for certain problems that were faced by the people of Sundarban. I am concerned about the people of that for 5.2 or like that of millions of population living in the land area of Sundarban. Okay. One important was the Cloud Commission, which was to look after the land revenue system and see whether the land revenue is exorbitant and like that. There were a lot of reforms which was brought out by the then used to be called the Prime Minister A.K. Fazlul Haq. See, if you see the population from post-independence, then you will see the population of the Sundarban is like this. This is the population growth. So Sundarban in free India. So before going into that, Sundarban in free India, I just want to recall 2-3 things. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948, as you are well aware, and accordingly there are two parts: the individual and political rights, and then the social and cultural rights. Both in this Universal Declaration, there are certain key players from India, particularly one Minu Masani and another person was there, Madam, the sister of Jawaharlal Nehru. Her name I can. Vijaya Lakshmi Pandit. Yes, Vijaya Lakshmi Pandit was also there. Now, when the Constituent Assembly said, and if you study the objective resolution as well as the fundamental rights and the directive principles, then you will find that almost all of the objectives that were universal human rights that has been included in it, where development has been given a special right, constitutional right, though not justiciable, but of late, after particularly this 1973 case of Keshavananda Bharati, the Supreme Court has agreed that fundamental rights cannot be changed. It can be changed only with certain particular objectives and what is called the basic structure doctrine that has been given. Now, from there onwards, it has been come to the point that the right to property has been transferred into a constitutional right under Article 300A. So what my focus is, during the period of independence from 1947 to 1973, the Constitution of Sundarban Development Board, as such, there was no special dimensions or the constitution authorities in the area for the development. So it was the provincial government, that is the state government, state of West Bengal, and its policies which were there. We passed through food crisis, that is food movement in 1950s and then 1968-69. We had that two basic laws which in those days land was a very important issue. So the policies were related to land, providing land to the people who are the actual riots and who are cultivating. So that Act of 1949 regarding Borgadar Act, or the Act of 1955, that States Acquisition Act, Jomidari Uchhed, and the Act of 1956, that is the Land Reforms Act, where brought in, and accordingly certain lands, large quantum of land, which is in that case in West Bengal is first in India, that were vested and that were distributed, resettled among the people. So that way it was going till 1971. It has, in the previous session, we have been told, particularly Professor Ashok Kumar Sannal, Ashok Kanti Sannal has told it very categorically that in 1972, the first Earth Summit, Indira Gandhi was the only head of state apart from the country which is organizing, that is Sweden. Only head of state who was there. And from then onwards, environment has become a issue for the internet, determining the international relation from then onwards. It's very interesting. 1972, then 1992. Meanwhile, so many other bodies were formed like UNEP and all other things. Coming back to India, what then Prime Minister did, I hope I am within the time, I hope. Who is kept? How many? 5 minutes, all right. Okay, it's all. Already 5 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So in 1973, after coming back to Calcutta, India, she brought out certain changes. First one is the environmental law change. Then the second one, in those days, there was no environmental law. The forest law was changed. Number one, she brought out that Water Act of 1974 through a mechanism, because although in those days forest and was under the state subject. So the first initiative for Sundarban area special development was through the Sundarban Development Board. We have a very veteran man who has been there for 35 years and worked there. Ashok, Mr. Acharya has been there. Now the thing is, after that, certain agencies came like this 1994, a completely new development department was created, the Sundarban Affairs Department. Now the Sundarban Affairs Department was there, and you see, after what I am going to say is, this one is nowadays, what are the extent of institutional development of Sundarban Affairs, Department of Sundarban Affairs 1992-94, then Bokhali Development Authority 2013. Apart from this department like Forest, Health, Family Welfare, Irrigation, Waterways, Water Investigation and Development Department, Social Welfare, BCW, PHED, PWD, Home Police is also there, Education, Fisheries, Industry, Labor, Minor, MSME, then MAME and all other departments are the stakeholders for that 19 blocks and the population there, and there are conflicting things with the Panchayati Raj institution sometimes and with the other departments. Even this GBDA, Gangasagar Bokhali Development Authority, has been crafted under the Municipal Affairs MAME Department, Municipal Affairs Department, and there is a notification from the Municipal Affairs Department that if any developmental action is to be taken by any authority, then the permission is to be seek from GBDA. So the Department of Sundarban Affairs as a department is to go and take admission from, take approval from a authority. So all these are very, very, very characteristics, as you are well aware. In the long run, the development, whatever we have done through these certain schemes. There are certain schemes like you see, I'm sorry, the schemes are basically initially there was Food for Work scheme, then 1980, the IRDP and other self-employment schemes were there for the development, and then certain schemes like you see, the employment assurance, and in the new millennium we have that scheme named that NGNREGS. Now the thing is, what I feel, this is my last sentence, what I feel is important. I put a question to the chairman of the Pollution Control Board that day, and he was to get it confirmed. What I feel is Sundarban has become a place where it is an international issue because of its very nature, its hotspots, its the identity it has been given by the universal authorities of the UN. Now the thing is, I feel that there should be a strong authority with officials who are working within this area, and they should be placed under the Department of Sundarban Affairs, so that, because you see, if this is whatever it is here, it is a research reports and all these things. We have been enriched like that. Rather, I have been enriched like that. But the thing is, if you see how many of the blocks have been discussed, Harwa, have you heard of anybody that Harwa is within Sundarban? Yes, it is there, but nobody concerned about that. Nobody concerned about Hasnabad. Nobody concerned about that Hingalganj. Only certain area, that last portion of the Hingalganj. So this is one. The second is, you do not have a comprehensive report of Sundarban. What is the health status of the people? There are standards. Yes, you see, people are living all right. So far, the South Chobbish Pargana report is concerned, this is a what we call a crude death rate. And I have compared it with the all India figures in the respective decades and the state and the South Chobbish Pargana portion. And I have seen that. This is a report from the Deputy CMOs of South Chobbish Pargana. Those people are, to quote from Nozrul, tiki dari niye ajo beche achi, bachite bachite pray mori achi, ebar shobbo sachi bole kichu ekta chilo mone hoy tarpore. So death rate is not too high. People are surviving on their own. We are concerned about the Sundarban as such and the people's livelihood in the second part. For that, it requires a complete and thorough baseline survey for the functions of all these departments. And if under this university, a multidisciplinary team is constituted, and that team, the reports are all available there in the different reports, different I should say, annual reports of the different departments, particularly the block-wise reports. So that will do a very good service. And if it is resolved in this workshop, that it will be done by this university after a resolution of this particular international symposium, then that will be the very good thing. I want to say the last word. The last word is from my it is from Carl Sagan. Last word is from Carl Sagan, and I end here. I am sorry for going too much. What I want to say is, you see, this earth, not only this Sundarban, this earth is just one of 3.2 trillions of planets in our galaxy. And the sun is just 1 in 2 billions of I should say star. And we have this Milky Way, which is about 1 in 2 trillion. But wherever you go, whatever information we have received, we have not received any traces, a symbol of traces of life. All life is here. And that for creation of that life, this earth has to, I should say, has to go through almost 250 crores of years, lifeless and through ages. In the geological time scale, we have appeared only 30 seconds below, but it is we the human beings, we have become so strong destructor that everything is going to be destroyed for us. We should think for that, because I'm giving a very interesting example. One very resourceful person was invited here, but he declined to come and join this program because of certain personal issues. But he gave me a very interesting, I should say, very interesting information that I want to share with you. that I want to share with you. He said, can we stop global warming caused by industrial revolution development all over the globe? Second, can human civilization accept the control of greed and need of linear economy? Third, can USA, China, India reduce their contributions of greenhouse gases? Or at least local level, can we control explosion of tourism in the Sundarban all through the year? So that is a big question that I put here to be considered for this first three part of the question lies everywhere, lies everybody of us. If we put 50% of the light here off, then also there will be no big issue. But that 50% off will do certain service to the state. If it is right or wrong, we can check it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ghani. A very detailed account of the administrative history as well as a geomorphological past, immediate geomorphological past of the Ganga Brahmaputra Delta, as we call, on its southern extreme. Before we go into the next few speakers, let me take the permission from Professor Dhar Chakravarti on timing. Where and how we should end, because we have to go also for the lunch break. So if you can advise me on the how to share the time among the various individual speakers.
By 3 o'clock, we must start the next session. Where we have one.
Yes, that's a very important session also. So can we aim at 2?
Be rest assured, I'll be finishing in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. 3 o'clock, we can continue, provided we are willing to give up our lunch.
No, I think that's a decision the House can take. But can we aim at 2 and then go for lunch?
Yeah.
So if we aim at 2, then we have 1.5 hours. And how many more speakers? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more speakers, isn't it?
Okay, shall I start?
Just let us do the rationing.
Okay, sure.
1 minute. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have 4 more. So 4 and more, we can say again the 15 minutes. That should be time for. Every paper needs to be discussed and questioned.
Okay.
Well done. Okay. Now we invite Mr. Rajeshri Dasgupta of IIT Delhi.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll not take more than 15 minutes. That's my assurance. And
no, I think you can take, but kindly give me a 12-minute alarm.
Sure.
And the speaker can then wind up in 3
No,
minutes.
I've been trained that way. Yeah. So don't worry. Okay, thank you very much. And I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Dhar Chakravarti, Professor Dhar Chakravarti, for inviting me. So I left Calcutta in 2007, and people like you keep me calling. So that gives me an opportunity to come back and meet my family. Thank you so much. And I do share a bond with Ramakrishna Mission as such. And there are some other stories some of you know, but that's okay. So I serve as an assistant professor in the School of Public Policy at IIT Delhi. I'm also an associate faculty in the Center for Excellence in Climate Adaptation. a center recently started by the Ministry of Environment. I also serve as a fellow of Institute of Global Environment Strategies in Japan, which was my previous employer. Those who are sitting in the back, so you are not aware of what is public policy. Anybody knows public policy? Please raise your hand. Great. One. Okay. In layman's language, public policy is how government should make a decision or give a compensation or whatever. And we train people or students like you to understand the research knowledge and then translate it to a policy so that the government can take it up. So if you are in this room for last 3 days, and I'm sure that you know much more than me about Sundarban. You agree or not? You agree, right? You have listened to a very series of presentation, and that's great. So what I will do is, imagine now you are no longer an academic. You are a policy planner. And you have some figures like this. Okay, so I made a simple search in Scopus. So Sundarban give me a hit of almost 1800 papers. That's huge, right? No other delta must have this much of knowledge products. Okay, and this covers 28 domain of science, social sciences, psychological sciences. And then we have a bulk of them are empirical research, 73% of them. And led by, obviously, University of Calcutta, Jadavpur University, Dhaka University. So if you are a policy planner, you should be excited with this figure, right? My local knowledge partners, they are generating so much of knowledge that should help me to take a right policy, right? So there shouldn't be any kind of doubt. But then the question here is, with all these knowledge products, and I know that there are very dedicated researchers across the universities, and I hope Narendrapur becomes the third one after Jadavpur and Calcutta. And then why it is not translated into policy? Where are we lacking? Okay, so if I go forward, so that's the age-old problem, right? We have 8 blind men trying to define the elephant, right? You know the story, how 8 blind men try to define it. Now imagine the elephant is also blind. Okay, just reverse it. Imagine the elephant is also blind. So an elephant can be, with apologies to all government officials here, they're the elephant. They have muscle power, they have the financial power, they are sitting in the top of the vision. And they are stories, they're listening to stories. If I go to them, sir, you have got an excellent finding on geospatial thing. You come to we got an excellent finding on social anthropology. And this person is confused. What the hell are you talking? You have so many of things coming to me, and then you want me to take a decision. And second thing is, people like us, and blame it on academicians, we go there, and this is just a replica of a recent conversation I had with the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Environment. We are showing some GCAM output. GCAM is the integrated assessment model. And he said, can you give me the details of this model? Can you tell me in a layman's language? I tried to define it. This guy said, no, I don't get it. It's a black box model. And are you sure this result is going to happen? I said, no, sir. Okay, I can talk in terms of probability. 70%, 75%. Can you give me in writing this the same thing what you are proposing will happen? No, sir. Then why should I follow you? Damn. Okay. So they said, I'm sorry, sir, but you need to follow me because that's the only data you have. I said, fair enough, but you need to have some sort of logic. Okay. So what I'm saying, and believe me, I have colleagues who are working on very sophisticated models. Some of the regional circular models, they do come up with climate projections at a granular level. But then they have this problem, and according to their word, I even can't trust the data. So that's as simple as it is. Okay. So in other words, problem, we could not define the problem as such. And a problem, well stated, is a problem half solved. So if I ask you, with all the researchers, all the knowledge we have, what is the problem? Can you define the problem? So you can't define the problem. So that's somewhere our public policy, the lens, we are always trying to define the problem in a way. All of the researchers across these 28 disciplines, all of the policy planners, they agree to that problem statement. Okay. So I take a little bit of leverage from Indrajit's presentation. So he mentioned that resilience, when we talk about making this delta resilient, so we have to ask the question, resilient for whom? It can be an economic ecosystem resilience versus human resilience. Who benefit from it? That's the question we ask. Who bears the cost? It's the most important. Who bears the cost? Is it government or NGO? We had a debate on NGO and government, who is going to dilute. What narrative matters? Now, all of us, including me, we started doing some agricultural adaptation plan. And I happily agree with Professor Hajra. He mentioned that it's not number one livelihood anymore. It's gone. So ask a young farmer or a son of a farmer, do you want to continue agriculture? He said, no, I'm going to leave. I'll do something else. It's not in Sundarbans, but the rest of the country also. Short term and longer term goals we'll discuss is, are resilient effort inclusive or lift someone? So we are talking about justice, all this part, we'll discuss about it. And then we have resilience for what? So we have socioeconomic, physical, governance, different sort of resilience. Resilience for, this is very important. What do you want, stability or transformation? What kind of resilience we're looking for? We have done fairly well. And I'm sure you are working on Odisha's comparison with Sundarbans. So if you see the Odisha cyclone in 1999, it's great changes in policy came after that. Okay, so we have, in a way, we have developed the capacity to how to respond to a disaster. Okay, but not the changing of the root causes. That's kind of it. And also structure and non-structure. Okay, great. Okay, now what I suggest my students is to found or try to use a theory to understand resilience. And we have a number of theories. I'll just quickly walk you through about 3 or 4 theories which are very important. First one is the, as you know, the old ecosystem resilience theory, which is Holling's theory, which is resilience, the ability of the system to absorb disturbance while maintaining the core structure and functions. Now, today morning, we had this presentation by Mr. Devalra. He was mentioning that he is happy with the stature of mangroves in Sundarbans, right? And so is FSI. So is Sam Chandragiri from NASA. So he wrote a paper that, Sundarbans is doing exactly, is the best in the class of the Delta, which is conserving the mangroves. And the general narrative in the house is that despite of this huge amount of population, the mangroves in Sundarbans didn't change much. So it's a kind of green tick for them. Okay. So if I take this theory, it might explain the ecological resilience of the Delta. Okay. Then we have a panarchy theory. What is panarchy theory? So it says that every system goes through different phases. As a growth, conservation, release, and reorganization. So now if I take back, and yesterday presentation, somebody was talking about the colonial aspects of agriculture in Sundarban. So we had a growth phase. We had a sort of saturation phase. Now we are at a kind of collapse phase, and it needs to be reorganized. So what kind of theory you are trying to sort of engulf to explain this phenomenon? Okay. Third is adaptive resilience theory, which I think most of you know, and which is it's not just reaching back to the previous state, but to go one step further, which is adapting to the future uncertainties. So this is where we need to really work on. And something called critical resilience theory is Professor Mark Pelling. I think some of you know, is very famous professor from UCL. So he tossed up this point, critical resilience, and which mentioned that in the process of resilience, you need to also consider how the injustice and equity, all these things. So these are 4 dimensions, and I will not say this is one particular resilience framework will fit the entire Sundarban, but there are gradual way of enforcing this. Okay, so measuring resilience. So I again start with we need to measure resilience. So I think you know know this code. So what is not defined cannot be measured. What is not measured cannot be improved. So in other words, if we just say we need to improve the resilience of the Delta without a parameter, how can I convince a policy planner? Okay, sir, can you please? We have improved. So what's the evidence? What are the evidences? Okay. So I would say I'll not get into this debate like how HDI is distinct from HDI stands for Human Development Index, how it is distinct from the conventional disaster resilience framework, but it can be a good starting point, and it is basically borrowing the idea of Amartya Sen's work. We have evidence, and there are, I think some of you, those who are working on adaptation, you have read the Neil Adger's paper on socio-ecological system resilience. So it talks about the low HDI generally corresponds to disaster, high disaster kind of weaker disaster resilience. Okay, and the third important point is development should also enhance people's ability to cope with and adapt to the risk. So if you are doing a development, that should not bring new risk. That should mitigate part of it. Okay. So there are some new integrated resilience index. I'm not going into this because of the paucity of time. So we did some work with Professor Rajiv Shah. I think some of you possibly heard. We did some work to trying to understand what kind of framework we can develop for the delta. So we came up with a sort of 5-dimensional delta. We had some indicators. Unfortunately, however, the indicators, because of the lack of data and the granularity of data, we could not get that sort of essence of the from the indicators. So we could get the block level data. That's the level we could reach. But beyond that, we could not get with the data which we require. Okay, so and I was discussing something with some of you that how a particular disaster kick the policies or sort of motivate or sort of stimulate the policy planners. So cyclone Aila can be a very important point in the time of Sundarbans disaster history or disaster resilience history. You are mentioning that study from World Bank to 2014. So all of them are an output of cyclone Aila's effect, right? So they come up with this kind of different assessment, and this great Aila reconstruction project. Again, I'm not going into the outcome of that project. So basically what we found is that all of these documents, and I did sort of a review of those things, came up with the 3 dimension of this entire system, which starts with the strengthening of the embankment, some 300 plus kilometer embankment collapsed. Because of that, there's a high 3 minutes. Okay, sorry. Great. The livelihood loss and so on and so on. And then therefore the more stress on mangroves. So this was the framework quite well established earlier. Okay, so I'm not getting into this. So there are some adaptation measures we started just after Aila. And this is like how to enhance resilience. This is from the World Bank report. Please help yourself to read this. But they have come up with 30 sort of strategic action plan comparing 4 pillars. So that's something. And I like to have some couple of interesting things to leave you. One is that the IPCC's AR6 climate resilience development pathways. So that's the new thing that IPCC wants to promote. What is that? So it is basically taking that you have to integrate mitigation, adaptation, and sustainability. There's no way of looking it separately. So that is something we need to ensure when we plan for resilience. Okay, and Indrajit told you, but I have a couple of important learnings from the Bangladesh Delta Plan. By the way, IPCC referred to this Delta Plan, so I'm not entirely sure whether Bangladesh would be able to implement this plan, but definitely it was referred in the IPCC's report, chapter 10, where I was one of the authors. So they mentioned about a long-term, short-term, and medium-term plan, and also they have specifically focused on the water sector. So if you see, the out of 5 goals, three kind of work on water. Okay, and we actually started some project with IIT Kharagpur with Professor Abhijit Mukherjee, trying to understand the socio-hydrological inputs, how it can help to build a resilience. So we have series of publications, so you can refer to this web page. And I would like to, 2 minutes, right? 1 minute. Okay, I'd like to also mention about something, and we have discussed since morning on ecosystem services. There's a very interesting paper called Ecosystem Services Oversold. If you have time, please read that paper. Very interesting paper. What it essentially says that you can't put a price tag on everything. It's impossible to put a price tag on it, and you are assuming a market which is non-existent. So you're assuming a market which is nowhere exists, but it's in your mind. It's the researcher's mind. So then IPBS, it's a sort of sister body of IPCC. They have come up with this framework called Nature Future Framework. And I sort of serve as a task force member of this Nature Future Framework. So they have defined 3 pathways. One is the nature for nature, which is mostly valuing the intrinsic values of nature. Yeah. So nature for society is more instrumental values, the way we originally called ecosystem services, and nature for culture, which is pretty important for Sundarban, because that's sort of the relational values. I think it can be a good starting point. This framework is still evolving, and the models are coming up actually. So that's something very important and exciting. So it can be infused in the long-term resilience plan. Okay, this is in a nutshell. I'm not going to repeat this. So what I discussed so far, but something interesting to leave it out. So I put a query in generative AI. how do you envision a resilient Sundarban? Okay, so this picture came. I have not made any other comment. I have not put any other thing because I could have given, okay, show me a floating agriculture, show me a blah, blah, blah. I didn't put anything. I just simply put, show me a vision, a picture of Sundarban, a resilient Sundarban. It comes with something and it's up to you how you find the resilient features. Okay, yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Dasgupta. You had gone into some details on understanding resilience, various types of resilience. And I think the whole challenge is in policy, in transforming knowledge into policy. You have hit on the right sort of nail, but I do not know how that transfer to policy can be worked out, because I had been involved with Dr. Dondo about 2009, long back, on creating a vision for the Indian Sundarbans Delta 2050. And several policy measures were worked out, and some of them had been discussed, but still policy and action is still missing. And one of the major tasks in the next session or in the conclusion would be for an academic institution to relate the knowledge with how to go into policy and action. It is now my pleasure to invite Dr. Anurag Dondo. Anurag, please come up the stage and make your presentation. 12 minutes plus 3 minutes.
Oh.
Thank you. Greetings. As Professor Bandyopadhyay just mentioned, that he and I and Professor Hajra and one of my teachers who is unfortunately no longer here, Ashish Ghosh, we all work together towards creating a vision for the Sundarbans 2050. This was many years ago, as he said. We started the work sometime in 2008. We went through a series of deliberations. Same partners, by the way. Sundarban Development Board was a partner in that initiative and hosted several of the interactions. School of Oceanographic Studies was a partner, hosted several of the interactions. And in 2011, we came up with this policy document. It was meant essentially to start the debate, because I have had the good fortune of being in the Sundarbans since 1997. I'm not from that place, and I hesitate every time to speak when Subhash Acharya Sahib is here. He is the son of the soil. He is also somebody who is what Rajarshi calls the elephant. But fortunately, Acharya Sahib is not blind, right? Being son of the soil, he's not blind. But I have had the opportunity to spend a significant number of years. And I have also had the opportunity to, I'm not an academician, by the way, so I don't theorize. I don't work on models unless those are models on the ground. So I am not good at drawing abstracts. So the question is, how does knowledge get into policy is where I think people like me become handy. Because I don't understand exactly how the two worlds work. I do not necessarily understand how the government works. I do not necessarily understand how the academic world works. But I somehow managed to speak to both the worlds, even without much of those nuanced understandings, and I get by. There are changes that I'm quite proud of. Having been in this region, serving the system, serving the people, and drawing satisfaction that there are changes that I was instrumental. To give you an example, the riverine traffic used to go through the tiger reserve. It no longer does. It goes outside the tiger reserve. I can take pride in the fact that I played a little role in that. The largest sanctuary within the Sundarbans is the West Sanctuary, Sundarban West Sanctuary. Many of you may not have heard of it, but it's a notified sanctuary. It's 560 square kilometers. Working for a conservation organization, I cannot derive greater pride than this, having been instrumental in pushing for a sanctuary. And that too, sanctuaries can be created under the same law, but there are two different provisions. In one, where you extinguish the rights of the users. In the other provision, you do not extinguish the rights of the users, you modify those user rights. Shojnekali, which is a wildlife sanctuary of vintage, as opposed to Sundarban West Sanctuary, have been created under different provisions of the same law. And therefore, in Sundarban West, people are still allowed to fish legally. And so you don't get into a conflict. So these are the kind of models I work with. I was asked to speak on planned adaptation or managed retreat, possibly because along with Professor Hazra, with Professor Bandyopadhyay, and as I mentioned with Dr. Ghosh, we took the pioneering step of sticking our necks out and say, you know, we really need to talk about a transformative change in the region. When Ganesh was speaking, he recounted the history. Yesterday, when Debojit was speaking, he also recounted the colonial history a little bit. People in the Sundarbans have existed despite the government. People in the Sundarbans have existed despite NGOs like the ones I work for. They don't need us. They've figured out how to survive between events. If they need us, it is for transformative change. Otherwise, they've been getting by for about 200 years. So I've modified the title a little. I'm not going to talk about either planned adaptation or managed retreat. The reason being, when we started in 2008 and several years down the line where I stand now, my thinking has not remained static. Yes, we advocated for planned adaptation at that point in time. I also managed to occasionally write. I've also written about managed retreat. But now I am convinced that it is organic movement of people. All of us, if you look into our family histories, nobody relocated us here in this city. It's been an organic movement. Either our generation or the preceding generations were able to capitalize on opportunities that came by, or there were enabling conditions. So in the remaining few minutes that I have, I will very briefly talk about the document we had created then. I will speak about a few recommendations that the House may consider, because it plans to draw up a roadmap, and a caveat for especially the student community here. So this is the document where it all started. It was a vision. It was essentially created to inform policy decisions. Rajashri was just talking about how to inform policy decisions. It was also to talk about preventing exposing the population to impact of climate change and to reduce their vulnerability. WWF at that time suggested an alternative scenario. The scenario at the same time wanted continued human development as well as ecosystem restored into its historical distribution area. Somebody talked about Harwa within the Sundarbans region. Harwa, Hingalganj, these were all under mangrove. Konishai was talking about tigers in Kolkata. They were mangroves. These are historically mangrove distribution areas. Now under aquaculture, agriculture, human settlement. So the models that I work with is, can we bring back mangroves in its historical distribution area for the various benefits that this type of vegetation provides? Okay, so this is where we started. And as I said, this was through a multi-stakeholder workshop in 2009. And again, the partners were the same. I take pride and also blame for what the document is and the trajectory it moved the narrative towards. It's been critiqued. I take pride in the fact that it was also a topic for a PhD research in Delhi University. So somebody actually took it, read it threadbare, analyzed it, and flagged what was good, what was bad, where it was inadequate, and so on and so forth. So it has lived its purpose, and I take pride in that. At that time, we had suggested that parts of the Sundarbans, and this also precedes this document, my own PhD, where I had talked about Sundarbans is not a homogeneous region. Socioculturally, biologically, and even physically. While we say it's Sundarbans, it's not homogeneous. And therefore, one size fits all is not going to work. As I said, I work with models on the ground. The same model that works in the northeastern part of the region doesn't work in the southwestern part because of the characteristics are different, right? So we had suggested that there be a district. There has been a regime change since the document came out. There have been more than once declarations of a new district of Sundarban. Not necessarily that this document is informing that decision. I wish it did, but it doesn't. What I do is also I write to the authorities saying this district doesn't make sense. Of course, I get no response, but somehow that decision never gets taken, right? So I don't know whether to claim credit for that or not. But anyway, this green line that you see, and of course, this is not cast in stone. Newer knowledge might modify that alignment, but this is the part which is quite different from the rest. And when I say different, it is different physically because of the tidal impact. Because this is also in the forefront. When you're faced with a weather event coming from the sea, you're the first guy standing. So the impact that you take and a neighbor further upstream takes is not the same. And therefore, our responses, our preparedness need to be different for different parts of the region. So as I said, I work with models. My views are changing. We need to create conditions that people can take advantage of. This is one model. I think yesterday, somebody who was talking about fishery talked about cage fishery. We will be harvesting at the end of this month. This is bhetki, high-valued fish. At the farm, we have assured price of 400 rupees a kilogram. And we have at least 400 kgs to harvest. Professor Hazra works very closely with us, advises us. He often asks me, why do people not take interest in the knowledge that we share with them? I said, because it makes no difference to their lives. Unless there is transformative change, would any one of you be interested in additional knowledge, gyan, so to say? No. You would not be interested in gyan unless it changes your life. We are hoping that this changes life. But coming back to policy, when I was seeking permission for this intervention, I had to go up to the DM because nobody knew exactly whose permission was I to seek. And then, having gone to the DM, he entrusted me with another ADM. He said, he'll find you a solution. So the ADM told me, unless you abstract water, you extract sand or minerals, or you obstruct the flow of the river, there is no mechanism to grant or not grant permission. Our initiative does none of those three. So I said, to sir, मैं permission के लिए किसके पास जाऊंगा? He said, मत जाओ. I said, तो कैसे करूं? He said, BDO को partner बनाओ. Because if the state has to stop you from doing it, it will flow through the BDO. So he said, BDO को partner बनाओ. So this is a model. This particular image that you see is, this one that you see has been around for more than 4 years now. This is by the West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences. I'm actually surprised that nobody from there is here because they do a lot of work. This has survived 4 storms. We've modified this model a little. This is the one I'm talking about where we will harvest at the end of this month. So this is a model that does not get impacted by high intensity weather events. So we need to have a policy. So my recommendation is when this house is deliberating that we need to have a policy on fishing opportunities, farm fishing opportunities within our watercourses. It can be all the way into Hooghly, into Rupnarayan, and because West Bengal is well endowed in water resources, right? The other is, if you look at the image on the bottom right, it's actually a power station, a solar power station. Again, I take pride in the fact that we set this power station in 2010. This is the only power station from that period that still works. WWF does nothing. And probably that's the reason why it works. It's the community that has taken charge of the power station. They maintain a healthy balance in their bank account. They are a registered cooperative. Their village got electrified like all other villages, barring Goramara. All the villages are electrified. Then they wanted to do something with the additional power that they had. So they said, we will become a water enterprise. Help us become a filtered water enterprise. My models are always give and take. I'll give you something, but I'll also ask for something in return. So what we've asked them to do is sell water through the year, but as soon as early warning is declared of a cyclone, they will have to stop selling and start distributing water for free, door to door. So that electric vehicle, that blue thing, is actually an electric vehicle. During cycle Rimal, fortunately, we did not take a big hit, but this cooperative went door to door distributing 3 jars of 20 liters of water, purified water, to every household within their catchment area. That's a model that makes a community resilient. Those of you who have spent a long time, and as Rajoshri was saying, everything is kind of Isla-centric, because that's the one where we, for the first time in our living memory, saw that kind of an impact. Water was a challenge. For communities, getting water to the communities is not the nicest thing to do. The community needs to be able to manage its water resources, prevent disease. So we are now talking to the PHE department, saying, sir, ye model aap apna do. Because they have standby generators. But unfortunately, those generators are not necessarily serviced and maintained on a regular basis. And to avoid pilferage, they're not necessarily always provided diesel either. And therefore, when it is actually needed, some of them don't work. But if it is a solarized system, designed in a manner that it can withstand storms, then the distribution network can become resilient. So a standalone system like the one that we have is not the model that I would propose, but turning the PHE system into a resilient model is what I would propose. Now coming to the caveat, and this is, so I think I'm within my time limit, and this is for the student community here. People use term resilience and adaptation pretty interchangeably. They're not. If somebody's telling you, you should have your hackles standing, saying, this guy is giving me some bullshit. Because I'll tell you, when we had the workshop in 2009, it was an adaptation workshop. Today, almost 15 years down the line, we are having a resilience symposium. Where is this narrative coming from? This narrative is coming from the developed world. For them, being resilient is fine, because they are at a different level within the development trajectory. My countrymen are not at the same trajectory. And therefore, we should be aspiring and demanding adaptation rather than resilience, right? So WRI at one time, many years ago, defined it very simply, that this is what your well-being looks like if you're just about coping. Over time, because of an incident, your well-being declines and you are at a lower state. So it's a downward adaptation. Deprivation leads to downward adaptation. Resilience means, all this theory that Rajoshi was showing, at the end of the day, it's pretty much this. That's a development trajectory. That's it. And that's a transformation. So what I'm saying is, even if it is not a transformation, my well-being should remain unhindered. My well-being should remain unhindered despite events. Look at ourselves, those who are in the room. What happened to us during Cyclone Isla? Nothing. We were inconvenienced. Our lives didn't go for a toss. But somebody who is a primary producer, his or her life goes for a toss. And it goes for a toss for several years. So we were yesterday going through sessions, papers, presentations of building resilience. Give me one example where agriculture in the field is not a sitting duck to storms. Unless it is an enclosed environment and you do very high value agriculture so that that investment justifies itself. No, you're not going to be able to protect agricultural practices and produce from events that we are frequently faced with. So as a caveat to the younger group of students here, if somebody is trying to tell you resilience is the word, be doubtful. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dondo. You have gone step by step from knowledge to policy and almost into action. Various models have been described. And what is most interesting is the definition of resilience and adaptation. And I recall that what is adaptation in Sundarbans? We had a very important and very enlightening debate whether the managed retreat is an adaptation or it is not. And I think that's an important topic, which I won't go into details, but that's something we had discussed at length, that is managed retreat from a threatened area a part of adaptation or not. Yeah. Yes.
And unmanaged retreat, what is happening now?
Yes.
The government will not have to pay, and the NGO will favor that because you are not.
Well, I think. Yeah, we have now the last presentation of the session before we go for the keynote address. It is Amitesh Mukhopadhyay, Professor Amitesh Mukhopadhyay. Floor is yours.
Well, at the outset, thanks very much, Professor Bandyopadhyay, the chair. And my thanks goes to Professor Dhar Chakraborty, to the Institute, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, Narendrapur campus, for this very warm invite to come and share some of my thoughts with you here. Of course, for the past 2 days, a lot has already been discussed. And I wish I were part of those discussions, but the loss is entirely mine that I couldn't be here. And my previous speakers nearly set the tone of what this particular session is hinting at. because we are nearly at the end of this 3 days workshop, conference, and the session after lunch is going to be basically telling of and sharing of the direction in which all these 2-3 days brainstorming would lead us to. I hope that my little share could perhaps be somewhat a step in that direction. But certainly with some trepidation in my mind, and of course, the cost of occupying a moral high ground for people who have always shown their that the life is possible despite all odds. The title which has been assigned to this particular presentation of mine was Conservation and Conflict, Hopes and Despair for the Future. And if we really want to take conservation and conflict into perspective, I will perhaps delve a little into the history of the region to come back to the question that it poses, conservation and conflict. And I would start with a quotation from Ronald Heading at a conference on the commons in South Asia, Societal Pressure and Environmental Integrity in the Sundarbans, held at Washington, D.C. in November 1987. And I quote that unlike the forest inhabited by the tribals elsewhere in India, where the conflict is between utilization of an existing habitat common property resources, and historically novel statist claim to conservation and management, the remaining and shrinking mangrove forest have become an object of conflict between social forces seeking a livelihood on the one hand, and the state that seeks to limit that process on the other. Well, Heading's statement is true in some sense that it draws attention to the uniqueness of the Sundarbans biography and the forest, but at the same time, if you consider the regime of conservation that had unfolded in colonial India and subsequently as part of the colonial legacy in post-independent India, then Sundarban shared its destiny with many other forest reserves. The principle on which most, if not all, conservation projects have grown is that of restriction and exclusion. So basically, there's a way in which historically conservation projects are unfolded at part of colonial rule and the legacy that was followed in most part of independent India, at least in its first 3-4 decades. And people in the Sundarbans today suffer, I argue, that the burden and predicament of that history, particularly that of the colonial history, where the forest was made to appear as though it had two distinct biographies and careers. First 100 years, it was an obstacle to growth and development, where reclamation for agriculture led to settlement when forest was viewed more as a wasteland to be developed into something of a profit and a revenue earning. Next 100 years, particularly the passage of Forest Act of 1878, when it was seen forest mostly as a source itself, a profitable resource, and thereafter invoke the same idea of the West to deflect the native claims to the forest. And this is what takes us into the heart of this debate, which probably lies at the very, very, very center of this conservation, conflict, etc., in much of the way in which this project and scheme unfolded in most of India in its independence, is the debate over commons and what exactly common would possibly be, particularly when much of what appeared as a tragedy of the commons under certain way in which colonial capitalism proceeded and unfolded in most part of the subcontinent here in this part of the world. And I suggest that this common had a distinct texture of history in the subcontinent and even in South Asia, And the burden of history often glosses over this historical texture. And that's what I call the communitarian ownership or claim to commons that had been the chief characteristic of society and culture in mostly pre-colonial times. Even when the great empires culturally centrally ruled India, subcontinent such as the Delhi Sultanate or the Mughals, we have references to communitarian ownership of land and forest. In pre-colonial India, we have historical evidences when the tribal forest being colonized, when the tribals found themselves displaced from their user rights to the forest. The subcontinent particularly had the existence of a superior, even when overarching zamindari rights, that did not preclude the simultaneous operation of subordinate, often collective claims to user rights underneath this top layer. In other words, the multiplicity of overlapping rights to the same physical patch of soil, whether it was landed agriculture, grazing lands, or forest, and that complicates our historical sense of ownership and commons. And this historical complexity perhaps deepens when we turn to the pre-colonial Sundarban, which is mired in something of a historical amnesia, because very little that we got to hear about Sundarbans that existed prior to colonial rule. It was as if that the history starts with colonial rule and everything that happened with Sundarbans in its pristine past was something of a prehistory of the region. Except through Richard Eaton's very seminal writings, The Rise of Islam and the Bengal Frontier. A different idea of expansion of agriculture frontier under the tutelage of the Sufi Pirs and Faqirs, who organize people, mostly the wandering people, engaged in different odd activities, often trained in the art of cultivation, and cultivation that developed a symbiotic relation with forest. I quote Eaton that this charisma of the Pirs in Sundarbans rested on three overlapping and interconnected bases. Their connection with forest and the wild and dangerous domain, which they were believed to have subdued, their relation with supernatural world, which they often believe that they will continuing influence, and their relation with communities who came to comprise a hardy and resilient class of cultivators. This symbiotic relation between forest tigers and Sufi Pirs was also noted and visited time and again in the writings of the British gazetteer writers such as O'Malley, travelogues written by people like Marshalls, and British officers such as Francis Buchanan. The above points us, therefore, in the direction of a moral ecology within which people's relation with Sundarban forest resources, tigers, wildlife unfolds, and today on an everyday basis. With population increase and consequences of pressure on the natural resources, conservation of forests is of crucial importance. And however, the talk is not to argue against conservation, but basically to situate the imperative of conservation and people's life and living to suggest that they co-constitute each other in this delta. This co-constituting is materialized by a number of processes which often involve cults, rituals, practices, which are often in the eyes of science, relegated to the realm of superstitions, popular beliefs, but nonetheless, they seem to open up a world of moral ecology which informs people's perceptions of the forest, its sanctity and sanity. And it is true that we witness here often losses of human lives to tigers, and conflict often appears to be the form in which this conservation effort is unfolding. But it is also true that this conservation is not something which has been static over time. Something that Anurag has already mentioned, that the conservation, even when it is state-sponsored, funded, it interacts with people in as much as people interact with conservation drives. And this co-constitution then makes conservation appear as something which is much more situated, much more operating within its own ecological texture, contour of the region. And therefore, it is often situated and often rendered legible in a number of ways which people understand as their own. And it is that which I think is very important, particularly when we see that we live today in a regime of joint forest management, which is a very significant shift. If we look at the very earlier ivory tower kind of a conservation effort, which had been the brainchild of the British colonial legacy, and over the years in independent India, it had struck its root firmly into the soil. And the more it had struck its root into the soil, the more it had seemed kind of very inoperative because of the number of ways in which people engage these conservation projects, which is why we had a turnaround, probably around the decade of the 80s and 90s, when not only did we have a regime of and a scheme of joint forest management, but conservation projects increasingly became informed by a number of practical considerations emerging from the soil of a particular land where conservation effort has been organized. It doesn't mean that the conservation projects had not evicted people, conservation projects had not displaced people, but the more it had displaced and evicted in the earlier years, the more it seemed necessary to integrate people into this project, and which I think is a very important moment if we are to understand conservation and people in terms of either and or. Because it's not a situation where we are trying to understand conservation and people as either or, but more in terms of the situated experiences that people assign to their conservations, and the way in which conservation does undergo changes in keeping people in mind, keeping people in their vision. And therefore, I think the question which seems most important today, not only in a place like Sundarbans, where we hear people losing their life, we hear people often leaving the land in search of work elsewhere. But despite all of that, it is a home that people often consider as their own in times of disaster, in times of distress, or even times when people had gone out, they had come back, thinking that the life elsewhere might not have been as safer. And it is that with which I would perhaps leave this question to all of you, that do we really understand conservation in today's India 2024 as something which is very exclusive? Because conservation efforts, no matter how exclusive they are not going to be successful in its daily altercation, engagement, and their daily interaction with the locals. And often the people who are at the conservations at the very local level often are people who occupy very multiplicity of subject positions. In other words, people who are at the very bottom of these conservation efforts, people who are in the very forefront of this conservation program, are often people who are either son of the soil, who are people who hail from the localities, people who often occupy positions which are multiple, and therefore they are the ones who make conservation efforts their own, and the way in which they build a more perhaps a kind of a longer sustainable relation in years to come. And with that, I would leave much of my question to you as to how you understand the prospect of Sundarbans conservation in years to come. Because if we think that if there are people dying, if there are people who do not have enough livelihood because the region does not seem to offer people many livelihoods, and therefore conservation, no matter how restrictive it is, often deprives people of their life and living, then the alternative could very well be something very uncertain, unanticipated, in the sense that if we think of something which could perhaps provide a solution, that if we think that we could move these people out of this region, then probably two consequences follow. One is that where would they relocate? Probably that's more a kind of a question which is something left to the imagination of the way in which administration often works. But perhaps if we understand policy as a kind of a means to mitigate some of the problems, then probably the way in which we invoke policy could become the start of a different set of problems. The way in which policy is often construed, that could very well be the beginning of a new set of problems, number one. And secondly, is that as we saw with the most of the conservation projects all over India, people who have often been part of conservation site, who have lived their lives in the forest or in and around the forest for many years, which is why we often call many of these people as indigenous, as people who have lived in that region since time immemorial. We do not assign that level when it comes to Sundarban, because it is largely a settlement of the migrants, and therefore they don't qualify to be labeled as indigenous. But the question that remains is that perhaps it's time that we revisit this word. And as it happened with many conservation projects where people have often been evicted, displaced from the conservation sites, had often been reduced to mere errands, people who had often found themselves doing odd jobs, far removed from things that they were more familiar and they found themselves more convenient doing. And if that happens also in Sundarbans, of course, Sundarban is a place where we often seen people moving out, getting into informal sector, doing odd jobs in construction works, all of that. But also there is a core community which still lives through and lives in Sundarbans, who are often involved in livelihoods which are particularly grown out of the peculiarity and the uniqueness of the region. And if those people are displaced, and if they are reduced to the positions of odd job seekers, then probably we are in for a different set of a problem. And maybe 20 years down the line, we might be here coming together, deciding what is going to happen to these people who have once been doing fishing, doing forest, and today found themselves reduced to the position of odd job seekers and errands. Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukhopadhyay. Handling the most sensitive, probably, issue of the complex relationship between conservation, ecosystem-based conservation, and the conflict between human societies and the conservation process. Every Project Tiger is facing this question. Every land conservation, forest conservation is facing this question. And what is important to understand is the involuntary displacement, which in our country has got a bad image because of the large dam projects. Large dam projects always have involuntary displacement. What is important because of the various presentations, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, Anurag Dondo, that voluntary displacement or voluntary transfer of people is probably the only way, and that is a very long and very crucial educational process. Involuntary displacement doesn't give an easy solution. Voluntary displacement needs a very big preparatory period. And that's the complexity of the relation between conservation and conflict between people and the conservation process. We have half an hour in which we have to hear the presentation by Mr. Mishra. Yes, please come over, and this is the keynote address, which is at last because of scheduling problem, and it is not by any means that it should have been at the first one. So we very much welcome Mr. Mishra and look forward to his keynote presentation, which will be followed by several questions and answers as much we can shift our lunch and all the participants may agree to extend a little bit more beyond 2 p.m.
মাইক্রোফোন এটা ঠিকই আছে, অসুবিধা নেই। জয়েন করে নেব, তারপর শেয়ার স্ক্রিন একটু করে দিন। ফাইন্ড ইট, এটাতে ইকো আসছে। I find it a little bit more convenient to speak sitting, so I'm sorry. So, এটা so I came to know work Sundarban. I came to know working for Sundarban when I joined the irrigation department, and when actually because of repeated cyclones which are formed in Bay of Bengal, we came to understand that there are problems. And at that time, we realized that, till that time in our department, that it's irrigation department, it was somehow a very engineering-centric kind of an approach, wherein, if there is an embankment and if there is some tidal wave, and if it is breaking, then the basic idea was to build a stronger, bigger embankment. And that is something which we realize that it is not leading us to really anywhere, because you know how big an embankment you can build. And that is the time when we started looking at the nature-based solutions. And we are all discussing Sundarban today. We were deliberating. I mean, I am one of those who believe that Sundarban can offer certain things which perhaps no other ecosystem can. And this is my first assumption. And my second assumption is that many of the problems, actually the solutions for the problems that Sundarban is facing is actually embedded, and the solutions are embedded in the problems itself. And Mr. Anurag, when he was showing some of the solutions, I mean, he was showing some photographs. I wish he could have shown it there. You know, how there is silt available in the tidal rivers, and how if you can catch and trap that silt, how it can really act to your advantage and can strengthen, can build some kind of a foreshore, and then can help build a more resilient kind of a engineering structure. So, and along with that, the connection with the mangroves and all that. So basically, we were looking for how to approach Sundarban. I will very quickly run through the slides. It is actually showing some problem. Slide jaচ্ছে না. So so some of these numbers you already know. That is not relevant. The idea here, the main, the core point in this slide is that because of various tectonic changes and the reduction of the freshwater availability and inflow into Sundarban, which the first speaker was alluding to, Jalangi and all those rivers, because of that, the problem is that the salinity in Sundarban is going up. And for example, the kind of fish species that were available at certain point are no longer available, and because the salinity have changed, even the Sundarban, the different types of the mangroves which are available, they are now becoming extinct. So this is the famous line which we all know, and Anurag has, I am very happy that he built another line, something, you know, to differentiate the two parts which in Sundarbans. And the good part in this line is that if you look carefully at the tidal rivers, they are almost at the tip of the tidal rivers. So the idea was that, you know, the tidal rivers have this kind of overflow when there is a high tide, and the silt is actually spread out. And that is how the Sundarban, you know, there is this delta formation. That is how it is an active delta formation. And the problem has come up because of so many interventions and, you know, habitations. And to save habitation, now we want to kind of put embankments on both sides of these tidal rivers, which means that they are not able to spread out the silt, which means two problems. One, the delta is not really getting enriched. And also, whatever silt is there, that is going to be deposited in the riverbed itself. So the cross section of the rivers are actually reducing. And if you looked at Matla was mentioned today sometime back. Matla, such a mighty river, it's getting silted. I mean, there is a huge problem. I'll come to that in a while. How, you know, in public policy, and that is where, when you are confronted with a problem, we have to have sustainable solutions, sustainable options. So the sustainable options and solutions, these are very old, you know, jargons. I mean, nothing new about it. But, you know, on one side, you have to look at community, their livelihood needs, and natural-based resource-based livelihood generation, and then related tragedy of commons, which has been mentioned a while back very nicely. And the related idea of moral ecology, I love that idea, very nicely put by my previous speaker. So this is how where we stand, and we have to carefully, when we are doing the policy contour, we have to carefully pick up the solutions which are sustainable and which really make a difference to the lives of people, because that is where they will be picked up, as Anurag was very rightly pointing out, because if they are not making a difference, then people won't adopt that. So now you see these are the tidal rivers, and most of the tidal rivers, they got disconnected from, the fresh water, this thing, because Ganga Padma system drifted to east in the last 200 years. There's a disconnect and the freshwater inflow going down. And, we are, in any case, we are just putting embankments. So that is the problem, the silt getting embedded on the bed itself, and that is the problem. The problem, for example, with Matla is also because these tidal rivers have this ecological, connection with the wetlands, because they bring the system by expanding freshwater flow into Sundarban, and that is another project. So we took actually two projects. One was for upper delta, one was lower delta, and upper delta with ADB assistance is looking at how we can expand freshwater inflow into Sundarbans by fixing Yamuna river system, fixing the Jalangi river basin. And in our budget speech, if you have seen, there is this new scheme of Nadi Bandhan, where essentially we are saying the same thing, because the idea is that the plan is to go basin wise, and then you take a river basin and then interconnect it with wetlands, interconnect it with other tributaries, so that the overall freshwater availability goes up, and then the thing looks better. So that is what it is. Difficult to do because Ganga Padma river levels are very, very difficult now. So for example, the Ganga Padma river is much lower than Jalangi offtake. Now how to handle it is a very tricky issue, but what we have observed is that during the monsoon, when the Padma is full of monsoon, then you will get ahead, and then you can tap some water into the Jalangi system, which will help Bangladesh also, because they have a flooding problem at that time. So it will be a win-win kind of thing. It has an international dimension also. So you can understand the complexity which we face on the policy table. And these are some of the nature-based solutions which we are trying to trap. Obviously, it actually is different when it is an erosion zone or an accretion zone. For an erosion zone, you have to have this kind of a mangrove system, a dwarf embankment, allowing the silt, allowing the tidal river to overtop, put a bit of silt in between where the mangroves can regenerate. There are some other fantastic solutions attempted by Anurag, where, with some ring structures, they have trapped the silt and then their mangroves are regenerating, which is a wonderful thing to happen. If you have the sea facing embankment, then there is a real problem, because they trapping silt and then getting mangroves regeneration is not so easy. We tried a little bit of these techniques in Bankim Nagar using some nature-based solution. It is in progress. You can see there are certain wooden structures which allow the tidal things to come in, and then the silt is trapped. So the water flows away and the silt is there. So with these structures, we could really combat a bit of erosion in Bankim Nagar last year. But yes, the mangrove that you can see at the fringe, this area was full of mangroves. Now there is no mangrove, as you all know. You have worked so intensively in those areas. So these are, of course, some of the very healthy growth of mangroves in some part of, just near embankment, and it helps the embankment a lot, as you are aware. So how to, build embankments? Embankments have to be there in some way, because there are habitations, you cannot do away with it. There are villages, but then the idea is that there has to be some overtopping needs to be allowed, and that will actually help everybody. It will help the tidal river, it will also help the island, and there has to be a balance. So that balancing act has to happen. But in any case, you have to have land for embankment construction, and then there are so many issues when you try to look for embankment, and you cannot do it unless you have a very good contact with community. So some micro planning has to happen on an island, understanding where the embankments can be built, where the embankments can be built with a lower height, which will allow the tidal inflow and overtopping and so on and so forth. Another picture where, mangroves are protecting embankments, nature-based solutions. This is, of course, Govardhanpur, where women as self-help groups have been involved in regeneration of mangroves with, the seedlings and the nursery beds, as you can see. But as you know, mangroves regenerate on their own if you create a conducive environment, and it doesn't really require that you have to necessarily plant the mangroves. And the mangrove forests, actually, the way they are providing the services, they are not very visible sometimes in public policy domain. So that is why the stakeholders and the push is not so much. In fact, as you saw a while ago, mangroves are being cut for shrimp farming. So then their ecological services are not very visible. So that is a failure, kind of a, you can say, market failure, in economics terms, where the economic activity actually is getting swung towards where you get the maximum profit or maximum uh, earning. So these are the things. But then if you go to village and look at people at large, mangrove is definitely providing lot of ecological services. And if you ask them, they will say that yes, this mangrove is required for us. So that is there. So therefore, community participation, which has been coming in various discussions in different forms, and without community, nothing can be sustainable. It is a well-known paradigm, developmental paradigm. So basically, we have also tried to weave that into the embankment construction, like embankment protection committees, because suppose we are building embankments, then thereafter there are ponds, very deeper ponds. So it creates a hydrological pressure on the embankment. It is very difficult for us to monitor from a distance, and people, therefore these protection committees and this thing. One micro planning, you just see how in Kumirmari Island we were trying to do, and the internal, all these old silted creeks, they have been now re-excavated, and we are storing the fresh water and trying to again sustainable solutions. So we are trying to inject freshwater giant prawn instead of the saline shrimp farming, so that agriculture and aquaculture can coexist. So that is what you see here. So the silted creek has been excavated in Sundarban, and then we have actually, now it shows 400. We have almost crossed 700 kilometers of creeks have been excavated in Sundarbans, capturing the fresh water, triggering lot of livelihood activities, freshwater based livelihood activities, so that agriculture is not impeded. And then of course there are a whole lot of other opportunities in agriculture. I won't go into detail for the benefit of time. And yes, if you put up these poly houses, protected agriculture, value added products, there is a lot of hope. And then there are a lot of pisciculture. This is what I was saying, integrated mangrove cum shrimp farming, where mangrove and shrimp both are there. So, the leaves of mangrove basically fall and become feed for fish feed, so that you don't push another feed for the fish. Because if you put the artificial feed, it is full of nitrogen. The nitrogen load actually increases the incidence of diseases. So that is the problem. But this is a nature-based solution. Again, these are some of the value chain that has been created, from the spawn to fingerling to the final culture. So there are some self-help groups in Kumirmari. Again, there are some animal resources which you can see here. And of course, this this honey production, where you can have these Apis serena, which is the local indigenous honeybee, so that can be tapped. So this, I deliberately have put both these photographs. So Apis mellifera is not actually suitable in Sundarban context. So that was the thing. And then all those things, there are certain infrastructure gaps because of the far-flung islands. And then there are whole lot of prescriptions here how to really regenerate mangroves. And then the suggested strategy for upper delta and the lower delta, I was mentioning it. And then the conclusion is that definitely we have to have these kind of, we have to handle silt by expanding freshwater availability in the Sundarbans. We have to have nature-based solutions, basin with river and wetland management, mangroves, and integrated mangrove cum aquaculture. These are some of the policy lessons learned in our limited, time when we have worked this thing. And then, of course, you can have carbon credit and all that, so that community gets a stake in the mangrove system, etc., etc. So I will stop here. We are running out of time. So thank you very much for. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mishra. It was quite sort of impressive, I would say, to have someone working in
the irrigation ministry, and then expanding into, when we talk of irrigation, we only think of cusecs. And he's talking of something very different, very diverse. And it reminds me of a definition of river flows as webs. Webs meaning you have the water, but engineers only think of cusecs. But cusecs with a quality, with the temperature, the water is not only volume. Then webs means water, energy, biodiversity, and sediment. Unless you have all these dimensions describing a river flow, your engineering will be always topsy-turvy. Because if you impact on the water by transfer of water for irrigation or whatever it be, as we have seen in many dams, as we have seen in Farakka, the sediment dynamics is grossly changed. When the sediment dynamics is grossly changed, we have problem with the biodiversity. And finally, the whole issue of energy, whether the riverbed is up and down, whether the potential energy is low or high, all these are part of an emerging integrated understanding of water, which is water, energy, biodiversity, and sediment. And I think in a dynamic delta situation as we have in the Sundarbans, the perception of this multidimensional perception of water is very, very important. And I'm very happy that this is emerging from within the irrigation department, where the role of sediment, role of even biodiversity is very, very important. And energy can decide whether the flow will be from direction north to south or south to north or east to west, depending on which river is at a higher energy level or lower energy level. So it's exactly past 2 minutes past 2. I think we'll go for a number of questions. We'll take 3 at a time. Please raise your hand. Those who are having the hand microphone, please take care of giving it to them. Yeah, please go ahead. And it will be nice to have your self-introduction. Yeah, there is a question there. Okay. So we will call and we'll provide the hand mic.
Thank you, sir. I am Sneha Biswas. Currently, I am affiliated with this Hyderabad.
The mic.
Hello, sir. Am I audible? Yes. Yes. So my question is to Dr. Rajarshi Dasgupta. Sir, you mentioned that resilience needs to be defined. It needs to be measured. So we have different indexes, resilient index, vulnerability index, but also we have numerous narratives from Sundarbans, ethnographic studies. Yesterday, Dr. Devojyoti Das showed use of photo voice method to capture migration pattern. So my question is which also gives in-depth understanding of the place. So my question is it always necessary to have quantitative information to formulate public policy? Thank you.
We'll take 3 questions and then the answers. Yeah, those who are having the mic, please use your discretion to give it to whoever is raising the hand.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, sure. So all the presenters are requested to come over to the DS and yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, my questions, not questions, I want to know rather from Mr. Sir. Actually, whenever we
Sir, whenever we're going to do any civil construction in terms of the road or in terms of railway line, we have to do the slope analysis, slope zone map. And you know that from Bardhaman to Howrah, there is a so old railway line. That line not going to create any local drainage congestion. Now come to the Sundarban. In Sundarban, so many tidal creeks are there. And the tidal creeks, even after construction of the embankment, tidal creeks by geomorphological processes, they are going to enrich the height by deposition of the sediments internally. But what I have observed, that tidal creeks are being closed and a local name is going there, that closure, and funded by the government. Without any doing the micro level slope analysis, closure is going to build on the tidal creeks, and all islands are now severely affected by drainage congestions and what we can say inundation without any breaching of the embankment, without any overtoppling of the water, without any tidal surge. All islands are suffering from inundations, what by in turn going to low productivity. So government, why not going to study, or did government study the slope analysis? This is my query. In addition, so in low-lying area, initially people are going to build their homes so-called dry point by uplifting the land, by depositing the soil, by cutting the pond. That is being discussed. Now the people moving from here to there, this village path, footpath converted into the now road by concretization without sufficient culvert, without sufficient sluice gate. So I don't know what is happening. So this is my basic query. Maybe wrong I am, but I want to know because you are doing that.
Do you have any particular presenter in mind?
I have addressed to the Mr.
Okay. Now, third question is from there, and then we'll go for round of response.
My question is to Dr. Dasgupta. Concerned to the strategic implementation of blue economy, Sundarban is an important point. So, with respect to that, we see that there are global level issues of fish overcatching, marine depletion of resources, bycatch, and ghost gears, which are devastating in the case of the deaths occurring annually for the marine animals and other species. So for these results to be addressed, how the strategic policies being taken into account in India, particularly for the sensitive areas of Sundarbans, where marine mammals are at danger, their lives are at stake.
Have you addressed any particular presenter? Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you can select your sequences.
Yeah, 2 questions directed to me. Thank you very much. So the answer to the first question is it necessary? No. But is it recommended? Yes. The reason because, let me give you an example. So if I say that the resilience of Sundarban has increased since the last 10 years, would you agree? Why? What is the reference point? Right? So we need something to to start with, especially, and for some reason our policy planners are obsessed with numbers. So we have a beautiful figure called 3 billion tons of CO2 to be sequestered by 2030. I asked where from this get. We have some models, but nobody knows what is the exact component of those. So they are good at numbers. They believe numbers. In a way, it helps you to convince the policy planner. But alternatively, you can also use qualitative method, and we use qualitative method in some cases, as he was mentioning. Coming to your question, so to be precise, you are asking what are the policies we can see. So you mean to say, like, what should we do, right? Definitely, we have a carrying capacity assessment that has to be done. I can again tell you a very short story. So my professor used to be a whale meat eater, big whale. So he used to be a whale meat eater, and he had done a fantastic research to prove that whale hunting by Japanese sort of, it's good. Because that's the highest topic where they are just obliterating, and that helps the fish. But none of his paper got published. No, I'm telling you. So basically, there are, when you make a policy, there are different standpoint of view. So this is of course the global views that played an important role. I'm not sure, like I'm saying, whether it answers directly to a question, but we do need to have a kind of ecological carrying capacity. Without that, we cannot say anything. Whether it is over. In fact, you take the statistics, you will see there's a consistent increase of fish catch, right? So is it ecologically sustainable? Definitely no. So I think that's where the question ends. Yeah, my take on this, and I cannot recall exact policy you are referring to, but that this is the maximum sustainable yield, what we call MSY, that has to be calculated for every species that is being exploited by human.
Yeah, please. Anyone else?
No, he has to respond.
Just to add to what he was saying, that if suppose you do not capture the silt data, then you don't know what is happening to the silt and sedimentation. So while you might be thinking that, okay, I am building these embankments and these things. So data has to be there. Some of these data has to be measured and brought to the table to have a good solution and a sustainable solution. Now, coming back to my question, which is related to tidal river closure, if I have understood the question properly, I am not aware whether any tidal river is actually being closed by government like that. No, closed means. Huh.
Tidal river is not south direction, which is east-west alignment, is just like a branch we call technically tidal creeks. Those creeks were alive even after the embankment being built on a particular island. That the mouth of the creeks being closed by the government.
Now, the technical reason for closure of these creeks, I am certainly not aware. I mean, to my understanding, the more not ending into the tidal rivers. They are standalone.
Not rivers, creeks.
Creeks. No, no, they are not connected to creeks at all. They are actually old silted, what should I say, channels, perennial channels, which actually is not connected to tidal river or creek at all. They are a standalone river. You can say it is like a water harvesting
A relic,
structure.
whatever they are telling, that paleo channel or something like that.
Paleo channel or something like that. Yeah.
Development Board re-excavated 400 kilometers plus canal during IFAT project.
Exactly. So
But
if
these
you
were completely silted up. It is in the year 1981 to 1989. After that, those were not re-excavated, and almost all are choked, and no water is now stored there.
I think they are trying to do that, so that can be a very advantageous position. But if you re-excavate that 400 kilometers and you store fresh water, so that will help.
That request.
and deliberately what we did was that
That is the same
encouraging community to have fresh water giant prawn in that. So that
Bacterium Rosenberga, you are
yes.
Yeah.
Also Bhetki. In fact, they are doing
Yeah.
polyculture because Bhetki can have a little bit of saline. You know, it can. It a mixed kind of thing.
Well, two more questions, and then we break.
You just asked, is there any change in the resilience of communities in Sundarbans? What change you want to mention? What are those changes?
Yeah, I think one more question, and then we go for answers. Yeah.
I was interested to know, like we have been talking about various policies and frameworks and kind of planning, which sounds quite good in paper, but how much political will is there to implement these policies? That is, I think, a very important.
I can answer this is the last question.
Okay.
So,
Answer.
No, I will tell you, everybody today is looking for a solution. After, I think, Yash, yeah. Yash was one of the worst cyclones, as you know, because, you know, the landfall actually got synchronized with the high tide. And that is the time when I think 7.5 meter height came. And then, though Amphan was a stronger cyclone, but the devastation by Yash was much more because of this region. And thereafter, if you have carefully noticed the newspapers and other things, and basically there was this, it triggered the framing of Sundarban master plan, for which the irrigation department was the nodal point. And I interacted with, I came just after Yash in irrigation. And then I interacted with all the departments, and we have built the master plan. We were learning and we were adapting the master plan. I won't say it is a perfect master plan, but the master plan gave us kind of a blueprint based on which we devised and designed the two very major projects which is coming up now for Sundarbans. Upper Delta with Asian Development Bank, around 200 million US dollars, and Lower Sundarban Delta with World Bank, around 450 million US dollars. And please remember, I don't know whether there is somebody from forest here, but what there is now, because of the multi-dimensional aspect of the Sundarban, fixing Sundarban problems, that $450 million is not just embankments and concrete and hardware. You know, it is 50, this is almost 50% is the embankment, but the balance 50% is devoted to mangroves, to livelihoods, to community-based initiatives, everybody. And then we have a structural, institutional structure under the leadership of the district magistrate who will just push it. So I'm just giving you how, you know, people want to do something, but let me tell you, we have to learn from our past and initiatives taken by Sundarban Development Board and all those, like 400 kilometers was silted and all that. So we have to dig it out, options which have given results, options which are sustainable, options which can be enriched with the latest paradigm in handling how to handle delta. And then yes, you have to have funding from somewhere. So that is happening. I can assure you that that is definitely happening. Okay, so thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
I'll just try to respond to
Yeah.
questions which was directed to me. The first question is about politics. Allow me, if Dandura allows, I'll again talk about theory, which is the multiple stream framework, what we teach in public policy. So basically what we have is three streams going parallelly. First is the problem scheme. So we are aware of the problem. Second is the policy stream, and third is the politics. So when we say that this knowledge or this accumulation of knowledge will transfer to a policy through politics, and these three parallel streams hardly intercoincides. When it coincides, I didn't discuss it because of paucity of time, during or after the disasters. When you have a shock, then suddenly you see that these three streams collide for a fraction of time, then again it goes. Right? So I think that's a pretty pertinent question, and it's not just in Sundarban, everywhere. So I think that's my answer. And coming back to your question, I would have in a better position to answer your question had I had this 2021 data released, census data released, and I have the land use maps and other things. But overall, what I'm saying is a macro view of resilience that is based on certain indicators which are primarily derived from HDI. I think the last report what Mahinda was saying that 2009 is the last 24 Parganas report. After that, there's no study has been taken. I think that's very pertinent to have a study. What is the changed status of Human Development Index in the Delta? I think I would have been in a better position if I have that data. But unfortunately, I don't know even with this government whether they're going to publish this data soon. So that's my sort of answer. Anybody can join.
Well, if there is no other response from the dais, I think it's almost 2:25 and it's time for us to break for lunch. And I thank Mr. Mishra and all the other presenters. I thank those who have raised the questions, comments, and this is a challenging task. We should not think that one session will bring us in front of the solution, but it should make us progress at least a little bit towards that solution. And with that, we close this session. And if there is no other announcement from the organizers, let us break and go for lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Rashid. Welcome back, everyone. We have reached at the end of our international symposium. Now we are going to start our session 10, a concluding session on Sundarbans roadmap to resilience. Now I would request to our respected Dr. P.G. Dhar Chakraborty sir, Swami Vivekananda Chairperson, Environment and Disaster Management Department, Head of Environment and Disaster Management Department, RKMVRI Narendrapur, to come to the stage to join us. Now I would request to all our panelists to come to the stage for the session. And our honorable respected Professor Andy Lodge, Director, Living Delta's Hub, School of Geography, Politics and Sociology, Newcastle University, UK, has already joined us in online mode. Welcome, sir, for the session. Respected Sri Rajendra Ratno, sir, IAS Executive Director, National Institute of Disaster Management, Government of India, has also joined us in online mode. Welcome, sir, for our session. Respected Sri Autri Bhattacharya, sir, IAS Additional Chief Secretary, Sundarban Affairs Department of Government of West Bengal, has also joined us in online mode. Welcome, sir, for our session. Now I will request to respected Dr. Kollen Rudra, Chairman, West Bengal State Pollution Control Board, to join us to the stage. Respected Dr. Jayanta Basu, sir, Environment, Documentation and Communication Expert, Visiting Faculty, Calcutta University, to join us to the stage. Respected Professor Sugata Hajra, sir, Formal Director, School of Oceanography, Jadavpur University, to come to the stage to join us. Respected C. Subhash Acharya, Member of Sundarban Development Board, to join us to the stage. And our respected Sri Prabhat Kumar Mishra, sir, Additional Chief Secretary, Finance Department, Government of West Bengal, to come to the stage to join us. And I will request sir to chair the session. Thank you, sir. And all our esteemed speakers and delegates has joined us in online mode. We're welcoming everyone to the session. And also the delegates who come here to attend the session and speakers who come here to attend this concluding session, we welcome you everyone to the last session. Thank you, everyone. Now I will hand over the session to our respected C. Prabhat Kumar Mishra sir to chair the session and continue. Thank you, sir. It's over to you.
So I present this and then. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. It has been a great deliberation. I can see from the program that was given to me, and it has really been, I mean, almost all aspects of Sundarban development has been covered. And today, this is the last session. And to start the discussion, now I request Dr. P.G. Dhar, sir, P.G. Dhar Chakraborty, sir, to kindly present a summary of the deliberations that has happened. Thank you so much. Okay, sir.
Shall I put it on the screen?
So we are at the concluding session, the valedictory session. So valedictory session will basically the presentation of the draft strategic framework and roadmap that we have prepared based on the deliberations for the last 3 days, where about 55 speakers they presented on various aspects of problems of Sundarban. First one and a half day, we discussed the problems, the challenges, the physiographic challenges, the climatic challenges, the disaster challenges, and the challenges in the livelihood, in agriculture, and other sectors. Roadmap. And next 1.5 day, we discussed on the solutions. What could be the solutions? Now, this is, as the title says, it is a strategic framework on building resilience of communities. Anurag had some reservation about the term resilience. They say it is irrelevant for the Western world and not for the developing world. I had the opportunity to be a member of the expert group of the United Nations, UNDRR, United Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, an expert group for developing indicators for the Sendai framework and also for certain common terminology. What is a working group for all countries? So we defined resilience as the ability of a system, community, or society exposed to hazards to resist, absorb, accommodate, adapt, transform, and recover from the effects of a hazard in a timely and efficient manner, including through the preservation and restoration of the essential basic structures and functions through risk management. And this also was endorsed by the IPCC. So the resilience has a larger connotation than adaptation. Resilience subsumes adaptation. The resilience is larger than adaptation because it is also to resist, to absorb, to accommodate, adapt, and transform, and recover. So I think the global framework for resilience is quite well defined, which is accepted by all the developing countries, 193 member countries of the United Nations. So I think there should not be any objection to our using the term resilience. It certainly doesn't restrict the scope for discussion or adapt, but rather it enlarges it. And secondly, our focus in this entire deliberation is on the community. So our focus is on the community. So we think that saving human being is very important because 2.5 million people living in these 9 isolated blocks of Sundarban are really facing through an existential crisis. I did not go to that. So we have developed this, and pardon me, there may be shortcomings in that because we have to work on it in a very limited period. In fact, I started work on it yesterday after my dinner. So I tried to put together all the different thoughts. There are a lot of conflicting thoughts also. I tried to reconcile it to come to a kind of a document which is consistent. So I'll be presenting that document to you. So we have divided this document into 10 different parts. One is the context, one is the challenges, one is the strategic approach, and then estuary management, mangrove regeneration, livelihood generation, disaster risk reduction, roadmap, implementation mechanism, monitoring and evaluation. Now the context is very well known to you. One page. Make it. So context is very well known. Why you are doing this, I will not repeat that. And challenges, I have defined challenges in the same order that we have presented it in this workshop. The physiographic challenges, the loss of land mass, loss of mangrove, land subsidence, river sedimentation, salinization, climatic challenges, rise in temperature, uncertainties in rainfall, sea level rise, cyclonic storms, socioeconomic challenges, dwindling agriculture, declining fisheries, loss of livelihoods, distressed migration, unequal burden of works on women, rising levels of poverty. Now, in these contexts and the challenges, what is the strategic approach? So we find that, as Rajarshi was mentioning, there are nearly 2,000 reviewed papers, so much of knowledge, explosion of knowledge across various disciplines, but there is no strategic approach. This Sundarban Affairs Department, Sundarban Development Board was created in 1973 to plan, to coordinate all activities on development in Sundarban, but they have lost their planning role, they have lost their coordinating role. They never played this role. 1994, when the department was created, earlier it was in the Planning and Development Department, Development and Planning Department. Then it was taken, new department was created, and the Development Board became an implementing agency. And that's notification says, I'm quoting that. It is an implementing agency of the department. So Development Board is not doing any planning, not doing any coordination. So many line departments are working there. And Mr. Goni has listed out the list of the departments. And I find a lot of duplication of activities. The proverbial right hand does not know what the left hand is doing. So there is no strategic thinking. And I must say, and I must compliment Anurag and his organization. When they came up with this report in 2011, 2 years after that cyclone Ayla, and the devastation that it caused widespread damages, and the huge number of researches that took place thereafter. It was the first strategic thinking on Sundarban, and they came up with a very radical kind of a solution. And they said that a long-term perspective of 40 years in the future in 4 phases. In the first phase, they said all the 19 blocks of the 2 districts, they should be made into 1 district of Sundarban. And they demarcated a line, and they said the green line, and they said all those people who are living on that line, their capacity should be developed for non-farm activities. They are all farmers. They are doing farming and fishing. So they should be trained for doing non-farming activities. Eventually, they will be shifted to the hinterland areas outside this green line. And their population, they left out 2 blocks. They left out Gosaba block and left out Sagar block. They kept 6 blocks. All the 6 block population have to be evacuated. And they said in the phase 2, there will be infrastructure development in the new areas. And the phase 3, these people have to be evacuated. So that is the vision document for that. So it triggered a lot of discussion in that in various circles. In 2014, the World Bank came up with another strategy document. In fact, it is titled as a strategy document, Building Resilience for Sustainable Development for Sundarban Strategy Report. And in that strategy report, they in fact suggested that it's not 6 blocks, the 9 blocks, the population have to be evacuated. And they said that the future, the prospect of these 2.5 million people are better, their prospects are better outside their blocks, not in these blocks. So they have to be evacuated. And this land should be left to the nature so that mangroves can regrow and the area can be developed as an ecotourism for generating activities. And they said 2.5 million people, India is a large economy, Calcutta is a large metropolitan city. So the economy is growing and they have the capacity to absorb these 2.5 million people.
So they are living in miseries. So they have no future in their land where they have been living for years, for generations. So this triggered a lot of discussion in the academic circle. I think all those social anthropologists in Devajyoti and others, we found Meghna also was there. And there are so many other scholars globally. There were discussions on that. But unfortunately, that discussion that took place, it did not have any influence on strategic thinking within the government. So the government, they kept on following the same business as usual approach. The Sundarban Affairs Department, they have no power of planning, no power of coordination. So they are implementing certain residual projects with Mr. Atri Bhattacharya. He also said he's doing some bridges and jetties, and now bridges and roads. And now say they will stop making bridges. And small projects on social conservation, agriculture, etc. And I found Sundarban Affairs Department has a budget of 600 crore. And since they don't have any implementation mechanism, any instrument for implementing their programs, they could spend about 75 crore rupee till ending December out of 600 crore. So that means the money that is earmarked for the development of the region is not being fully utilized. Now, in this scenario, what we do? What should we do? What should be the strategic thinking? So we divided our thinking in that, four pillars. We say that this resilience of the communities can be built along 4 pillars. One is the estuary management. Now, in the estuary management, there are 7 main rivers of Sundarban, except the Ganga, which is receiving some flows of water. Now, other rivers, they are not getting, flow from the upstream locations. And so the challenge is that how do we increase the flow of the water? So there some thinking is that we should dredge out some of the areas connecting these rivers with their wetlands, and so that the water supply improves. And if there is a flow of water, there will be flow of sediments. And if there are sediments, then sediments will allow, will neutralize the erosion that is taking place. It may not neutralize it fully, but it may. And the part of the estuary management is the embankment management. And for embankment management also, different kinds of innovative techniques are there, which are presented by our Prabhat Kumarji in his presentations. The sedimentations have to be built in such a manner that it traps some of the sediments. And, and between the 2 layers of embankments, the sediment can be trapped, and automatically mangroves will grow. And there are so many other innovative ways of doing that. So estuary management is one aspect. The larger estuary management is connected with, Sundarban as a whole, where discussion is necessary with the Bangladesh government. The part of the surplus river in Padma can be diverted to these tidal rivers, then it can solve the problem of flooding in Bangladesh, and at the same time, it will increase the flow of water in Sundarban. So that requires long-term arrangement. And with Bangladesh, I don't think that we are going to, Bangladesh is going to agree this so soon, because it's so intimately connected to so many other issues. The second issue is the mangrove regeneration. Now you're losing mangrove in the forest areas. We're losing for mangroves outside the forest area, the habitat areas also. In the forest area, it is losing because of 2 reasons: salinization, and also because of the erosion. On the southern part, sea-facing islands, forest islands, we are losing our land. And losing because of salinization, the saline spots there, and their trees are not growing. Species are also changing. And in the morning, we saw the presentation from Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, what kind of innovative techniques they're adopting for removing the salt layers through rainwater harvesting within the forest, digging ponds, etc. And also trying to trap the sediments through various innovative techniques. So WWF is also doing the ring trap, and porcupine trap, etc. So I think this should be the approach they are in, within the flow of water improves, sedimentation, flow improves, then estuary management improves, then that will lead to better controlling the erosions in the forest area and also salinization, because trace flow, water flow will reduce the salinity level in the water, in the rivers. Now, outside the mangrove, outside the forest area, the mangroves, I think there are a lot of success stories. We found that about 80 square kilometer additional new mangrove forest has been generated, but a lot of existing mangrove areas also have been destroyed due to anthropogenic activities, to the prawn cultivation, etc. Now, this mangrove regeneration, as Dr. Prabhat Mishra said in his presentation, we can make it a community-based mangrove regeneration project, where the community are the stakeholders. They can be made owners of that, and the women self-help groups can be involved for creating nurseries. They can earn some flow of income from that nurseries also. And then we can use this for mangrove also as an aquaculture for generating additional income. And further, the mangroves will be the carbon sequestration areas. And so these carbon that is sequestrated through the community-based projects, it can be traded in the national carbon trading market, which has now been opened up. So a lot of industries which will not be able to fulfill their commitment, they will be exceeding their emission limit. For every industry, certain emission limit, carbon emission limit has been fixed for them. If they are able to fulfill it, so they can buy the carbon credit from the farmers. Farmers will get money. So this kind of a win-win situation for community-based mangrove regeneration project. So that is what we have recommended. The third thing is livelihood generation. So livelihood is in crisis, but we found that every crisis, every challenge has opportunities. So we found that in the sector of agriculture, the sector of fisheries, the ICAR have been working, and various innovative projects have been successfully demonstrated, completed, tested, and replicated, both in the inland fisheries and also in the agriculture. Series of projects that we have mentioned in our report. And I think some of the enterprising farmers, they are adopting this in a lower scale. But most of the farmers, as you know, about 47-48% farmers only in Sundarban, they own land. Rest of them are agricultural laborers. And those who own land, they're all marginal farmers. Not even 1%, 0.1%, almost 100% are marginal farmers. So they don't have the capacity to make the initial investment on agriculture and fisheries. So there we have to develop certain schemes by which these farmers can adopt this with some initial capital investment, some kind of hand-holding approach, credit, marketing facilities. And suddenly this can be, and we found that in agricultural, wherever they have done it, their income has multiplied by 3 times. Fisheries, it has multiplied by 4 times. It's a very success story, good success stories. We also found that there are a lot of possibilities for organic farming and nature farming, for growing vegetables, organic vegetables. There are a lot of potentiality, and there's a huge captive market nearby. So with the proper arrangements for storage, for refrigeration, for transportation, etc., the farmers' income can be multiplied. So we have seen that in the villages where these projects were implemented, fisheries and other projects, there is a reverse migration. The male people who migrated, they came back to the villages, they found additional opportunities created. So these are all, green shoots in some of the isolated area. So certainly this can be replicated, and we can replicate it in a larger scale. Ecotourism in another area where there are a lot of potentialities, but now so far it has been done in a very unplanned manner, and this has not benefited the community. So there are tremendous opportunities for developing very strict guidelines where the benefits should flow to the community. So, and that should be orientation in ecotourism. Now, we have also said that there is a lot of potential for the estuarine and also marine fisheries. And there are certain, crab farming and also prawn farming for certain varieties This can be done in some selected areas where also I think some kind of support will be required. So I think with this combination of that, agriculture, fisheries, tourism, etc., new livelihood opportunities can be created, and people will not be distressed to migrate. But we have also said that there will be still certain islands where people, which are in a bad shape, 3-4 islands, Goramara, etc., which are beyond any reduction. We cannot just so the population of those islands, they have to be evacuated. But after a very thorough research, to be and the migration of the compulsory migration, compulsory resettlement, that will be the last resort. After we have explored all possibilities and found that there is no future for them from these selected areas, for 2-3 islands maybe, we should evacuate them at this stage. And other islands, we find these are not at all at the tipping point. There are poverty, and the poverty is not the result, not due to the climate change. Poverty is due to certain structural reasons, structural injustices, for malgovernance, and the huge scope for improving this, and we can improve their socioeconomic conditions. So that is what we have said this report. And the last pillar, that is disaster risk reduction, we find that there are practically nothing has been done. So right from this hazard vulnerability risk assessment, exposure assessment, risk assessment, and then we should create a platform, GIS-enabled platform, where we can integrate the data from various sources, and at very high resolution, we can prepare map at the village level, which can be open access in vernacular. Local communities can access, and they can see the dynamics of the risk emerging from the climate change, from sea level rise, from the cyclonic storms and floods and other hazards of that area. We have also said that at the village level, at the panchayat level, and also at the block level, there should be disaster management plan, and in the holistic plan, including disaster prevention mitigation, as also disaster preparedness for response. And on preparedness for response at the community level, there are a lot of things that can be done: better early warning facilities, better capacity development, where villages can be trained, their capacity can be developed. These are all isolated villages where responding teams, if it comes, there will be a lot of delays in that. So people themselves can look after to save lives, to save their assets. So these are broadly these things. We have not ventured to work out what is going to be the estimate of that. But I personally feel, considering even the budgetary allocation, other things, and so many departments are working. So all these departments' resources are put together. And if you're able to project this entire thing, and I always feel that, the crisis that Sundarban is facing, 2.5 million people, their existential crisis, this has not been highlighted in the national discourse. It has not been, once in a time, there is some crisis, there is some kind of discussion, like post-ILA and all, and we have forgotten them. So this has not been placed at the national discourse, not to speak about the international discourse. And I have compared the positions of these communities with those living in the SEEDS countries. I had the opportunity to be involved in the SEEDS in Pacific Islands and also in the Caribbean. There's so much of noise about them, and then they are dominating the discussion in the COPs and all. And they have been able to extract the damage and loss, which the developed countries were denying them, but ultimately they had to concede because the power of their voice. But their condition, except maybe some islands like Karavati, etc., they will be submerged in a few years' time. But our condition of Sundarban people are far, far worse in terms of the level of poverty, the human development, and the density of population, the level of risk they are facing. So this should suddenly be highlighted globally, and I think resources should not be a problem. If you are proactive, if you have a vision, we can suddenly mobilize resources nationally and globally for developing this area in a very time-bound manner. And I have created a vision So this is also Vision 2050. By Vision 2050, in a short time period, 0 to 5 years, medium time period, 0 to 15 years, long time period, 0 to 25 years, 2025 to 2050. We can certainly transform that area. This area has got the potentiality. The community is very strong. There are not much of community differences. Community is very coherent because everybody is a sufferer. Everybody is a marginal poor people. The poor can all unite. We can develop their capacity. They need little handholding support from the government, and we are all morally obliged to do that. Particularly our university, which is almost on the border of the Sundarban. They are our neighbors, and we have been working mission to the Ram Loko Shikha Parishad have been working with that. We are already developed a project on that, submitted to the government of West Bengal, and so we can still work on it, and we intend to further work on it. This is a draft document. There may be some things, some mistakes here and there. I agree, because literally I walked in just yesterday after dinner, so came out with the document. So there will be some shortcomings, I agree, but we are going to circulate it. We'll put it in our website. You can have a look at it. So there will be a lot of comments today, which I'll take note of, and thereafter we can consolidate this and come out with the final document, which we will be presenting to Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal for consideration. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. We have some eminent colleagues online, and I welcome them. Mr. Dr. Andy Large, Director, Living Delta Hub, School of Geography, Politics and Sociology, Newcastle University. We welcome you, sir. Then we have Mr. Rajendra Ratnu, IAS, Executive Director, National Institute of Disaster Management, Government of India. We welcome you. Thank you very much for joining us online. And Shri Atri Bhattacharya, sir, are you there?
Hazir hu, Prabhat.
Sir, I am really grateful, sir. Sir, welcome to this concluding session on Sundarbans, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. And there are other panelists here with me, Dr. Jayant Basu, Dr. Kalyan Rudra, and Mr. Subhash Acharya. Yes. So we are all there. So I think we can, sir, begin with the panelists. And so I believe Dr. Henry Large has to leave. So I request you to kindly give your first impressions on the draft which has been presented.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you everybody for inviting me. I don't have to get away so quickly, which is good news. I'll be hopefully able to stay with you a bit longer. Delighted to be invited to the symposium. Very sorry I couldn't actually be there in person, but I'm very pleased that colleagues and friends of mine from the hub, Indrajit Pal, Tuin Ghosh, and Suvanik Roy are there. I've seen pictures of them enjoying the proceedings. And it seems to, looking at what arrived on my email this morning, it seems to have been a very productive few days. And congratulations to everybody, and particularly the organizers for pulling together a draft in such rapid time. I'm sure you've heard about the Living Deltas Hub. I won't go on too long. I won't speak for too much time at all, and then I'll let others speak, and then I can come back in. But the Living Deltas Hub which is just in its concluding phases of its what we call our first iteration, which is the 5-year funding period from UK Research and Innovation under the Global Challenges Research Fund. has now pulled together its 5-year report and also calls for action on our website on www.livingdeltas.org. We've published a series of calls to action. These have just been expanded to 7 on our website. So please pop on there and have a look at those, because a lot of those chime exactly with what you have in your report, which is great news. I think it's really important that with the same messages are coming out. I say the first iteration. In a month's time, we have a summit in Thailand again. Indrajit Pal and colleagues are organizing this at AIT to drive forward a new United Nations Convention for the Conservation of River Deltas. And I'm pleased that colleagues from India and Bangladesh are going to be heavily represented at that conference. And again, a lot of what we'll talk about in 1 month's time will actually chime hugely with what's written here. I think there's a lot to take away from it. I won't go over what has just been summarized so well in terms of what is mentioned, but the report clearly addresses what we might call compounding risks of climate change and socioeconomic development. That's key, because there are huge and urgent challenges for the lives, livelihoods, land and land resources of deltas. And at the same time as we recognize that the physical system is changing, we know that the human resources and capacities in these delta landscapes need maintaining and strengthening. And we also know our work in the Living Deltas have really emphasized that solutions must be cultural heritage sensitive and devoted and devolved to the lowest possible level. So in terms of adopting the 8 principles of locally led adaptation, for example. We also know that we're working at the nexus of land, water, energy, and food. And so actions need to better understand the drivers and spatial temporal dynamics of change. And again, I see from the schedule and from the report that a lot of work has concentrated on that. One thing I did notice in my very brief read is that it's almost like leaving something hanging at the very end on page 14. There's about 3 lines on monitoring, and monitoring, I think, is highly important. The Living Deltas Hub is proud of the fact that we established the first Delta-wide water quality baseline. I'm sure Tuhin talked about this over the last few days for water quality in the Indian Bengal Delta. And then we tried to merge that or standardize that as best we could with what was being done in Bangladesh, but also to learn from our colleagues in North and South Vietnam as to what sort of needed to be understood and what sort of patterns are emerging for tropical rivers in terms of changes in pH, saline intrusion, etc. And continuing that monitoring. If the hub's baseline ends up just being that, a 5-year assay of water quality, which then is not taken forward in terms of continued assessment of those waters, then we will be in a weaker position to respond to the rapid changes which are being multiplied by climate change. Climate change is not the main driver here. The main driver of land delta futures is the degradation of delta landscapes, which has happened for centuries. And climate change now is a modern and wicked and scurrilous multiplier on all of those problems, and weakened deltas will respond worse to climate change. So monitoring is key, both of the physical and human system. We need scenario development, which is mentioned here in terms of disaster risk reduction, but that all needs improving, and certainly in the case of the Sundarbans, it needs to be transboundary in nature. And I'm pleased to see that was recognized in the chair's introduction to this plenary session, that needs to be taken into account. And therefore that systems perspective is needed to both across the Sundarban in India, but also taking account of what's happening in Bangladesh, to look at drivers of current change and predicted changes, to identify the trade-offs that you do mention in terms of, for example, sustainable aquaculture and mangrove regeneration, carbon trading, and all of those synergies that will potentially provide win-win scenarios, but to be as holistic as possible in the planning for resilient and adaptive delta futures. And so finally, my last point, I think, really is what would be needed, and I'm happy to stay on the panel and come back on any of this, is co-created people-centered solutions, which again I see is really key here. And I'm pleased to see in one of the aspects on page 14 on the DRR is the advocacy of participatory GIS, where sort of maps of change are taken to communities to allow them to select the layers of hazards, vulnerabilities, and exposures that they perceive as being the key sort of the key aspects needed for assessment of disasters and climate change. So we need increased data sharing. That's something that we always advocated in the hub, that what we could try and find, what we found during the hub, we could try and share. COVID-19 sort of put a bit of a sort of stop to that in many ways in terms of that momentum. And I did do a quick control F through the document, and COVID-19 is only mentioned once in the document in terms of reverse migration. I think, again, in terms of DRR, we have to expect that we might see similar again, and something needs maybe to be in the document, recognizing that even if it's just putting the context of pandemics on the document, that resilient systems need that forward planning, certainly towards 2050 for that. So we need the open access mechanisms. Our data is coming out, and we're hoping to make it as widely shared as possible. The comprehensive frameworks that you mentioned are key in terms of the decision support tools, the action-oriented research that the document advocates, but it also, importantly, clearly identifies who will be the beneficiary of evidence-based policy. And again, that's something that the hub in its final phases is really trying to emphasize, is the need for a strong evidence base for policy recommendations, but also not simply sending out policy briefs, but engaging in policy dialogue from the grassroots up. And this is something that the UN Convention for the Conservation of River Deltas is advocating and will do at the summit in 1 month's time, is to include grassroots representation to drive the convention from the very beginning. And so the whole aspect of the forward-looking strategic framework and roadmap, I think, is key, because it does emphasize the need to include communities on an equitable partnership basis. And so that dialogue and equitable collaboration is key to involve the people in the Sundarbans who are, as Salim Ulhuk, who was the late and dearly missed Salim, who was on our advisory board, emphasized that these people are the first global adapters to climate change, not the first global victims to climate change, because there's so much information and knowledge base from indigenous practices and cultures that will provide a bedrock for many of the adaptive strategies that are advocated in the document. So I'll stop there, and congratulations to everybody for that. And I'm happy to stay on the call and pop in if you need any further comment from me. So well done, and well done to everybody in the room for all of your work on this. It's great work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Andy Large, for sharing your thoughts. Thanks. Now, may I request Mr. Ratri Bhattacharya, sir. Sir, could you please come online and then share your views on the strategy that has been presented and your other thoughts, sir?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll just turn on the video, though I'm not sure that's such a good idea. Good afternoon. First of all, my sincere thanks to Professor P. Chakraborty and the team for putting the symposium together. Unlike a lot of similar exercises that I've encountered over the last few years, this has a number of issues. This addresses a number of issues that not only the Sundarban Affairs Department, but the West Bengal government is engaged with. I have not been through all the papers, and I have not been present during the sessions. So it would be presumptuous for me to make any statements about these. But all I can say is that the issue of resilience is closely linked to what I outlined during the opening session, that we have to resolve this nature versus man and man versus nature. Well, shouldn't be a conflict, but it's turning out to be that. And the way forward would, as I see it, would be to stop the population growth in the Sundarbans at its present level and address the issues that have been raised in the symposium, that is the issues of livelihood, uh, building with nature rather than violating it, and resilience in view of the repeated natural disasters caused by climate change. So I look forward to uh, seeing the outcome and the final paper prepared. I must thank the Ramakrishna Mission and our respected senior Pijita Chakraborty. And thank you, Prabhat, for also coming in. And I would suggest that once this paper is finalized, we can place it to government together along with Swamiji and Dr. Dhar Chakraborty and and find our way to implementing the suggestions as far as possible from the government of West Bengal and possibly, hopefully, with help from international agencies. Thank you.
So thank you so much, sir. Absolutely. Your concerns definitely echo all of us, the views of all of us who are here, that we have to work with nature, we do not against it, and we have to build around it, and the opportunities it throws up. Once there are challenges, there are opportunities also which can be tapped to really tackle those challenges. And sir, the excellent idea, sir. Once the paper is ready, then both of us can sit down and then it can be presented with Dr. Dhar, with our senior colleague, the government. It can form part of the policy, and then we can take it forward through various fundings that can be garnered, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing
My
your time.
pleasure, Parvama. Just one addendum. I think we should continue, we should build upon Ramakrishna Mission's involvement in this area, because not only do they have the network, they have the credibility, to take this forward with the local population. Thank you.
Sir, absolutely, sir. The kind of connect they have with people at large at the grassroots will come very handy, and that will be a very big dividend and kind of a real good needs to really push it forward. So thank you, sir, again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, may I request Shri Rajendra Ratnu, IAS Executive Director, National Institute of Disaster Management, to kindly, sir, could you please come online and share your views?
Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Let me first compliment for this international symposium on building resilience of communities in Sundarban, which is primarily organized by School of Environmental and Disaster Management, Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Education and Research Institute, in collaboration with the School of Oceanographic Studies, Jadavpur University, and Department of Sundarban Affairs, Government of West Bengal. A very, very good initiative. Sundarban is a very, very ecologically sensitive zone. We all of know, need not be re-emphasized. And there's a lot of deliberation on the problem that is being, faced in the Sundarban by increasing sedimentation, decreasing depth, rising salinity, and which is reflected and having a cascading impact on submergence of the island. We come to understand that Lohachara and Bedford Islands, they've already got huge submergence. Ghoramara Island is at high risk of submergence. And similarly, there are effect on the livelihoods, which is reflected in agriculture, livestock, and many other sectors. There's a huge change in the land use pattern, which is reflected from the data. There is a huge loss of the mangrove cover. 4.7% of the mangrove forest changed to water bodies, and 2.9% converted into bare lands from 1973 to 2023. And between 2002 and 2009, has shrunk substantially from 2,150 square kilometer to 1,600 something kilometer, which is based upon the West Bengal government statistics of 2009, and the recent statistics may be, showing much more alarming, scenario. Similarly, Forest Survey of India report 2017 also depicts mangrove area in West Bengal has from 2076 square kilometer in 1987 to 2,114 square kilometer in 2017. It shows an increase in the mangrove forest area. Some reports are showing the decrease. So surely there is a degradation of the landscape, and I agree with my previous speaker, particularly Andy Large, who has emphasized that not only the climate change, it is the degradation in the, in the basins of the river, the way human activities are being done, the method of our agriculture, and totally straying away from the nature-based agriculture, where more and more use of pesticides is leading to, the organic life in the, upper lands, upper streams is getting affected, and that leads to loss of topsoil in every highly precipitated, that is, by the increasing intensity of climate induced disasters or extreme weather events in terms of high precipitation rates, which is reflected in terms of cyclones, floods, and other natural hazards, which are on the increase in everywhere, and particularly in the Indian subcontinents and this part of the country. And problem of the estuary, therefore, is a reflection of the problems in the river basins, problems in agriculture systems, food systems, and other related human activities which are there. So I feel that problems of Sundarban not be addressed only by focusing on Sundarbans, because the problem of estuary of a river is a problem of the river basins, and we need to have more watershed based approaches, more regeneration of the agriculture, more moisture retention in the upper streams, as well as working consistently and constantly with the estuary area also will give a comprehensive and holistic solution to the problem. I have a similar kind of area in which I started my career in Tamil Nadu, where there is a Pichavaram mangrove forest. And we have seen that how this forest area and the community was so resilient during tsunami period and loss of life. I had two areas. One was having no mangrove cover, another area where there was a mangrove cover, and there was a substantial reduction or substantial saving of lives due to mangrove forests. So it is need not be emphasized more on that. But the point I'm trying to drive is that as a recovery mechanism, also there was a huge emphasis on restoring these mangrove forests, building the livelihoods, the tourism around that, and that has helped to rejuvenate the ecosystems there. So similar approach, I think we require to break silos of government. As the Chakravarti Sahab has rightly told that left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And therefore, it is very, very important that anything which is needed, I think we already have all the departments. What is needed is a convergence. And I'm happy to note that there is a Sundarban Affairs Department is there of Government of West Bengal. I think this department alone cannot do. The department has to be a focal point to coordinate all the activities of the line departments in that area, so that some meaningful interventions they can be done. Regional planning and livelihood rehabilitation and alternative job opportunities. As my experience of post-tsunami rehabilitation in these mangrove areas, where we have done many additional activities on livelihood of fishermen folk related to crab fattening, though floating cages, etc., were given, seaweed farming, similarly inland fishing, ornamental fishing. These were all supplemented the income of the fishermen and the coastal communities. So similarly, appropriate strategies as appropriate to this region can also be adopted. And Sundarban region can also be classified, or I don't know whether there are already existing classification according to vulnerability that can also be classified, so that we give more focused attention to those areas which are highly vulnerable. The forest has to work with other departments. Sometimes forest department thinks the communities to be enemy or communities to be at loggerhead with them. Without communities' involvement, these kind of initiative, even afforestation or the mangrove plantation, cannot succeed. Therefore, constant engagement with the community is a need of the hour. Nature-based livelihood opportunities, economic opportunities beyond nature-based livelihoods, invest in infrastructure and education to non-agriculture, other employment opportunities can also be around tourism, sustainable tourism initiatives to generate income without harming the ecosystem. We also need to strengthen the disaster risk, disaster management system with having appropriate early warning systems. We have these days, many of the states have come up with systems of real-time forecasting where they can predict the submergence kind of model. Latest geospatial technologies, topographic maps with the legacy data as well as the real-time data can develop the models which can disseminate the early warnings during various disasters, heavy rains as well as cyclonic area that which are need to be so that emergency evacuation plans and other things can be planned in a better way. Dhar Chakravarti sir has very nicely summarized the 4 pillars. Therefore, not much of the scope is left to speak. He is carefully put on the estuary management, community-based mangrove regeneration, livelihood regeneration, and disaster risk reduction. So I'll just touch upon the disaster risk reduction, being heading the National Institute of Disaster Management. We are having this India Universities and Institutions Network under DRR, which focuses on research. Whatever are the research questions of this area, if that can be, flagged to us, we can encourage, and we have a small funding grant for some research projects. So we can see that how our, university partners in that region can take some collaborative research to understand, assess the problem, and also on the applied aspects of addressing the problem. Human resource development and capacity building is the major answer to making the resilient communities. Similarly, the policy related aspects which are reducing the disaster risk reduction, it cannot be a separate policy. I think all the developmental sectors which are working, and particularly in the Sundarban region, they need to see that they mainstream the DRR agenda into their working. Whatever activities they are doing, at least that should mitigate and reduce the risk, and at no cost that should increase the new cost or create newer risk and into that region. NIDM will be happy to work with the government of West Bengal for training programs, organizing specialized training programs for the local governments, disaster management teams, and community leaders focus on Sundarban specific disaster management challenges. We also need to focus on community-based disaster management, and to make that any technology fails, but if the communities are trained and the last mile capacity gap is bridged, I think they can face any kind of challenge. Similarly, integration, as I already told, the integration with the development planning is very, very important. And also there is a need for whatever significant disaster events, we need to do the documentation of them so that we have the data so that in the future, if such eventuality comes, we can see what were the success stories, what were the challenges, what were the weaknesses, and what were the vulnerabilities, what were exposures, and how to work on them constantly to reduce them. With that, I'll just like to conclude that Sundarban is facing severe threats from climate change, sea level rise, and human-induced land changes. And integrated conservation efforts are crucial to protect biodiversity, strengthen disaster resilience, and sustain livelihoods. Government policies, community participation, breaking silos of governance, technological interventions with a core of community participation is needed for a sustainable future of Sundarban. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ratnu. Now, may I request you, Shri Dr. Kalyan Rudra sir, to share his views.
At the outset, I must congratulate Dr. P.G. Dhar Chaudhary for spending a sleepless night and preparing such an excellent document. But for further strengthening of document, I was quickly looking at it. So one important issue I would like to add separately is the strengthening of the embankment. Embankment are treated as lifeline of Sundarban. Geographically, we can divide the embankments of Sundarban into 4 categories. One is narrow embankment having riverside and landward side slope about 34 degrees. Crest is about 1.5 meter. It looks like a equal angle triangle, very vulnerable, but people also walk over it. This is also means of communication. Second is the crest is about 2 meter, little wider, and riverside slope is 26.6 degree, and landward side slope is 34 degrees. And third one is crest is 2.5, further wider, and the riverside slope is 24 degree and landward side is 27 degree. The last one, which is popularly called Aila Bandh, this is supposed to be the most resistant. It has a width of about 4 meter and riverside slope is about 18 degree and the landward side is 27 degree. So these had absorbed the thrust of the subsequent cyclones, but these are hugely expensive. And if my memory serves me right, it cost about 13 crore for 1 kilometer. It's hugely expensive. But we shall have to go further for the indigenous technology. What my friend Anurag and also I also believe that if we can reach up to the scoured depth below the water, that will help. And we may have some indigenous technology of trapping the sediment thereon so that it can give some additional protection. Further, we can cover this embankment, earthen embankment, which are loose with geofabric jute, and so that it can, the natural slip, the gravitational slip is further protected. We have about 1800 kilometer effective embankment, I mean, which are protecting the villages. And we have identified, with the help of my friend Mr. Mishra, 207 stretches having a length of about 324 kilometers, which are most vulnerable. I said yesterday, these are mostly east-facing concave sites. We should lay special emphasis on protecting this embankment. So this 324 kilometer embankment within 207 stretches, this should be protected first. And a vegetative buffer, if spaces are available, we can put there, that can also help. Second is the sea dikes, sea facing. We have about Sagor, Bokhali, Mousuni, Namkhana G plot, which are habitable island, having a total length of about seaside length of about 30 kilometers. All type of onshore intervention, what irrigation department did, did not work to the level of expectation because of the huge thrust east collapse. There is a proposal. When Sir had been the Environment Secretary, you remember the IIT Chennai came forward with a proposal of offshore intervention. But offshore intervention is again hugely expensive. But what we can see for this 30 kilometer, we can try to create, with the help of some foreign agency, funding agencies, some intervention at certain interval, maybe 1 kilometer, then a gap, then another interval. This offshore intervention will not only absorb the thrust of the cyclonic storm, further, it will help to strap the sediment load. Apart from that, we have further proposed 2 parallel dikes with cross dikes in between. But in all cases, if we want to create a buffer, vegetative buffer, land is most serious issue. Sir, in the last meeting of the CRZ, we have proposed a CRZ zone of 100 meter, which will be no construction zone. So that if we need to realign the embankment, with that area can be used for. It was proposal of my friend, and we have accepted in the last meeting of the CRZ. Lastly, one major issue I like to flag here, I strongly believe that Sundarban needs to be redefined. Some of the areas are extremely urbanized. Those are still described as Sundarban. একটাও গাছ নেই, সেটাও সুন্দরবন. We need to redefine it. At least this conference, this meeting should propose to the government that we need to redefine Sundarban. That's one paragraph in this policy document. I would highly.
I want to do this. I will do this.
Yes.
So you believe that only 9 blocks Sundarban?
Yes, I prefer that. Lastly, sir, we had been working with the WWF. Since it's climatically extremely vulnerable, and we have cases in NGT where spills from what they call kata tel, adulterated fuel, that creates a huge problem. So we want to convert all these boats into electric ferry boats. This can be a policy document, and that will also help. It is not an expensive solar power driven. So these are my main issues what I would like to add in this policy document. If you want, sir, I will write it. Sir. Thank you all.
On the embankments, actually, there is a paragraph.
Yes, well, that estuarine embankment. But I want special emphasis on riverine embankment. But those are the lifeline of Sundarban. We can't do without those.
So thank you so much, sir, for very elaborately covering all these aspects in Sundarbans. Thank you, sir. Thank you again. Now, may I request Dr. Jayant Basu, Environment, Documentation and Communication Expert and visiting faculty, Calcutta University, to share his views.
Thank you, Dr. Misra and Dr. Dhar Chaudhary, Kullanda, Dr. Kullan Rudra, Subhash Babu. On the outset, I should congratulate the organizers for coming up within a very short time with a strategic framework. Has been pointed out that this needs further work, definitely. Kullanda has already spoken at length about the embankment issues and the related issues, so that's his area, and we all look forward to Kullanda for hearing that. So I'm not going into those. What I'm trying to bring on table, few of the issues which I think is important in the context of state, national and international context. Having working with Sundarban nationally and internationally since 2019, I think there are few issues which need to be flagged up adequately, which we haven't done so far as a whole. On the outset, I just would like to, I think O3 Bhattacharya was there, Additional Chief Secretary, pointing out livelihood issues and all. I'm very happy to share with you that 2 reports are being presently in preparation with UNICEF kind of part of it, and also Government of West Bengal's Disaster Management Department. They want a report on community-based disaster management in Sundarban. And another is livelihood, which there was two set of meetings. One meeting with the Sundarban Development Minister and the Secretary, Otri Bhattacharya. Another set of meeting with the Disaster Management Minister and the Secretary. And it has been decided that two reports will be prepared, short, quick reports. Presently, I'm working on those reports. And we hope that those reports can find out some ways and means. Professor Tuhin Ghosh is here. We are also discussing at length about it. So I really look forward to all of you, because I understand this particular conference over the last 3 days has a gamut of speakers and experts on Sundarban. So it will be extremely wonderful. And I also kind of request the organizers to, if possible, to share anything on this to particular areas. What's community-based disaster management? There's been talks going around how we can turn the schools into temporary disaster shelter. Already a model has been done in Umirmari in Goshaba block, and now whether it can be expanded, how it can be expanded. The disaster management secretary was saying that how we can ensure that, or we have to have that input, that whether they are above the flood level and all those kinds of things. So these are being in preparation. Another issue as I would like to flag off, I don't know whether it has been discussed in this conference for the last 3 days, was the loss and damage issue. I think when internationally we are talking about the Sundarban and climate change, one most important aspect is now the loss and damage. As you know, that along with adaptation and mitigation, loss and damage is now the very important tool, important pillar of the entire global work on the vulnerable areas. And thankfully, with all the exercise being taken by everybody around, Sundarban is now trying to be mapped within the loss and damage. There is a committee, UN Transition Committee, and the UN Transition Committee member, Mr. Harjit Singh, he has been to Sundarban, both Indian Sundarban and Bangladesh Sundarban, and now the Indian Sundarban is being put up into the map. And the most important thing is now this loss and damage in the last conference for Landa is now have a formal structure. With World Bank has been given the responsibility of manning its resources for the next 4 years. And what has also happened that even the community from Sundarban can directly apply under loss and damage. They don't need to go necessarily through the Government of India protocol. So it's a different kind of structure. It's an evolving structure. And after 3-4 years, a complete new Secretariat for Loss and Damage is going to be formed. So I think we should take opportunity of that. And for that opportunity, we need to figure out what are the loss and damage. So for that, now a report is also being prepared of the loss and damage in Indian and Bangladesh Sundarban. Few of us are working in Indian Sundarban. As per an UN guideline, there's a UN guideline how you measure the loss and damage. Not only the economic loss and damage, also the non-economic loss and damage. The tribal community who are losing their titles, who are losing their livelihoods, the education, the health are all coming under the non-economic loss and damage. So, and in Bangladesh, a very important kind of expert group, they are working on Bangladesh kind of Sundarban's loss and damage. Unfortunately, the geopolitics is not allowing to do it together, perhaps the way it should have been. But we had meeting. I had been to Bangladesh even a week back. I was in Bangladesh. We had a couple of meetings, and we decided broadly that a broad outline structure should be set. Then they can do their report, we can do the report, and we can put it together. So I just, on the outset, I put this up for the knowledge and understanding and for the input. As far as the way forward is concerned, I also go back to a World Bank. I'm a part of that World Bank work that has been referred. And in the World Bank, myself and my very good friend Anurag and Nilanjan, Dr. Nilanjan Ghosh of ORF, we prepared a report called Searching Sustainable Sundarban, based on huge amount of documentation. We documented about more than 500 people, starting from absolutely at the government administration level, ministerial level, to down the lane the community, and tried to find out which are the key game changers for Sundarban. Subhash Babu is here. We had constant interaction. So the issues, those have came up. 15 issues have come up. I'm just reading it for you. Disaster management, disaster vulnerability and population vulnerability, legal instrument, river management, climate administrative responsibility, climate change impact, livelihood issues and embankment, definitely, communication and infrastructure, institutional scientific process, market, ecotourism, community awareness, conservation, and poverty alleviation. These are the 14 areas which have come up as the primary areas for intervention. And we then kind of broke it up in 3 groups: physical infrastructure, social infrastructure, and institutional infrastructure. And what has come up from that, I'm just looking at this report, that climate change is now so much key to the whole intervention. You can do a lot of livelihood interventions. One storm can take it away. So climate change needs to be at the center of policy framing in Sundarban. It's it has to be everywhere. But for Sundarban, it's absolutely imperative. And the Panchayat's long-term 5 years plan, Prabhat is here, and I really look forward for him to lead that, because he has been so passionate about Sundarban. We know that we need to, Prabhat, to look forward. The long-term planning for Sundarban, the 5 years Panchayat plan, should have climate change resilience within it, because we often look forward for the international funding. That's important to get hold of international funding, be it GCF, be it adaptation fund, be it whatever. But our government is spending a lot of Sundarban. I think the environment minister, finance minister has in the budget being about 1,000 crores for, I think, Sundarban and other related issues. So if you look to all the departments, Subhash Babu can say better, Sundarban affair, forest, irrigation, the huge amount of budget being spent for Sundarban. So if we can take climate change resilience action into the core of it and kind of mainstream that action, that can actually be an extremely advantageous position. Kulnanda has long been talking about how the embankment should be met. It's good to know that now some of your advices are being put into the policy practice. So my only point is that I also see here, I didn't have the chance to go through the details, but I look forward to, I was discussing with, if you look at the page number 9, 3.4, there are 2 reports being referred. One is WWF report, one is World Bank report. And it is recommended that 1.54 million people living in 9 blocks of transitional zone should be shifted to the stable zone of remaining 10 blocks and beyond in Kolkata metropolitan region. Now, this is an evidence-based suggestion, but you have to integrate the evidence along with social, socio-political, all aspects. Otherwise, it can hit you back. Taking 1.54 million people away from Sundarban and kind of put them in a different place is not an easy ballgame. So my point is, we need to look at the low-hanging fruits. No point in talking about the areas as of now, which will only drag the process, because in the same heading in 3.7, there's a point being written: large-scale evacuation of people from their habitats must be avoided at any cost, as this will cause unimaginable human sufferings. Quite rightly. So clearly, 3.4 and 3.7 are not singing in same tune. So we need to be realistic. Definitely, there is no doubt that people have to be shifted sooner or later, but we have to go in phases, because the moment we start with this, Dr. Mishra knows better than me, it will create some kind of an issue that can put the whole process backwards. So resilience is not a easy thing. Sundarban is a difficult area, difficult terrain. Government leadership with non-profits, with experts, everybody have to look together. And also we need to leverage and maximize the international support. If Africa, if you, I was just looking at the data, if you look at the UNFCCC AR6 report, AR5 report, they are putting up the small island countries and their vulnerability to climate change. You compare that with Sundarban, our vulnerability is much, much more than the smaller countries we talk about. But we don't talk it in the global platform adequately, because Sundarban is split politically between India and Bangladesh. From 2019, we have been trying to talk together. We had meeting in Paris where Environment Minister of India and Bangladesh being part of it. We had talk in West Bengal Pollution Control Board around 2009-10. Then in the 2014, we had meeting in Assembly. Kollanda actually spoke in that assembly meeting where about 40 MLAs were there, Kollanda, with several ministers and World Bank. So push the agenda. Now, I think the time is right. We have to have a holistic strategy, pragmatic, and let us prioritize the low-hanging fruits. No point in kind of going for something which is difficult, which will be pushing the whole thing back. So I think that's few of the points I want to make. It's a very important document, sir, you have created. Really would like to go through that and kind of give further feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jayanta Basu, for very comprehensively including and covering all the aspects. And now may I request Sri Subhash Acharya to share his views. He has been member for Sundarban Development Board. He is member of Sundarban Development Board.
At the outset, I must congratulate the organizers for giving me a scope for speaking here from the platform. I, being a man from Sundarban, I born in a village where every day Bangoposagar, the tide come on the embankment of this village. This village is in Pathapatima. To me, the Sundarban problem, as I feel towards my experience, and I have worked Sundarban Development Board for 35 years. According to me, the major problems are concentrating with water management in Sundarban. But during all those deliberations, I have seen only one deliberation, one presentation is by Dr. Chando regarding his restoring ponds for rainwater harvesting. There is no other speakers as deal with this water management policy in Sundarban. Because nowadays, if you visit Sundarban, you will see it's like Bardwan. You see the boro paddy is covered almost 30 to 40% of the land in Sundarbans. From where the water is coming, there is mostly no surface water. Professor Rudra has mentioned several times through newspapers. Now all the water are coming from groundwater. And all the groundwater is coming from the same aquifer from which we are extracting water for drinking purpose. Sundarban is depending on the groundwater below 250 to 300 meters underground. This is only aquifer. So we are extracting water from that aquifer through sinking the submersible pumps. We are going to the 900 feet below the surface level and extracting water from there, and we are cultivating boro paddy. And from February onwards, there is a serious scarcity of drinking water in some of the blocks where there was no problem 5 to 6 years back. Even in Sagar, there is very scarcity of water during May, June. When the tide comes, some water is coming from these hand operating tubewells. In Hingalganj, in Basanti, in Pathapatima, the island blocks, they are not getting water. There is no government policy or no imposition of law how these can be restricted. And at the same time, some of the moneyed people who are also extracting water from groundwater for commercial purpose, their bottled water. In Sundarban also will get 20-liter bottled water is given to the people. They are taking it and not relying on the hand pump well. There are also pipe water, but they are buying water from those persons and they are commercially use the groundwater. There is no government restriction. Who will do that? Who are giving the permission? From where they are getting the permission? This is a very devastating case. In, I think, next 5 to 10 years, the groundwater aquifer will go down. There is a study by Joy Gopalpur Gram Vikas Kendra, who have seen that 20 to 50 feet aquifer has gone down during May, June. So where the water will be there? Because the Sundarban habitats, human habitation, is possible for only by two sweet water. One is rainwater, another is groundwater. And if the there is a fluctuation in monsoon rain, that is rainwater, then what will be the fate of those people? 5 million people are living there. You will see in Canning 2, this is a very near to Calcutta, Jivontola, Deuli. There is scarcity of water because almost 80% of the land bring under boro cultivation, and they are extracting water from the underground aquifers. No one is looking after them. And in this report or in this deliberation, we are nothing about this water management. And embankment, according to me, embankment, river embankment is also a part of water management, because the water is coming from the sea. We want a barrier to keep the water away from ingression of the villages. So if the water is managed like anything, so the habitation will save. What Professor Rudra said, we want embankment. And there was one example to us. That is Isla embankment. There is I have a study, detailed study and village-wise study, Mauja-wise study with me, that is entrusted by Sundarban Development Board to me to give a paper, which village, which Maujas and which river embankment is vulnerable. I have prepared that report. I have given it to the authority, Sundarban Development Authority, but nothing is done. There is no need to 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,500 kilometers of embankment to repair or to rebuild. There is only 300 kilometers of embankment can be strengthened and which can save the habitation entirely in Sundarban, which Professor Rudra has said earlier. So it is not a matter of huge money spent for a 1 year, one financial year. It can be phased out. It can be in 5 years, so that it is only 100 or 1,000 crore required for this purpose. And Dr. Mishra has prepared one plan. He said that the external aid will be there, but there are so many problems. We got 5,000 plus crore rupees from central government, but we could not use it. Only 25% of that money has been used. Only 1,000 crore, 1,250 crore has been used, and the rest amount has been gone back to the government of India. We cannot use. There are so many problems. I do not want to point out those problems, but there is every scope to find out the area specific retreat of embankments, and or otherwise to strengthen the existing embankment, which can be done. And another thing is the forest, mangrove forest regeneration adjacent to the villages, which are very much interested with the people of Sundarban, because these mangroves are saving the embankment as a first line defense. Where these mangroves are there in the shorelands, the embankments are protected. But where there is no shoreland, what will be the fate of that embankment? So we need a retreat of embankment towards the village side. We'll have to see that. And the experiment done by WWF, which we have seen earlier, there is a possibility of restoring shoreland by through silt deposition. That can be done. But we are thinking about the single way that to put the embankments only. No, not even the single line dimension. There should be different complexities are there. So we'll have to think of the sedimentation load, the meanders, what is the velocity of the water force is coming within from sea, and how much of water is coming. There is a provision from the irrigation department, the water gauge. Now the post has been done. There is no one to gauge the tide level. There is no measurement in that. I don't know. Jadavpur University is doing some work in some estuaries, but from the irrigation and water department, I think there is no such scheme for tidal measurement in the Sundarban estuaries, and we do not have sufficient data on regard to hydrological data, silt dispersion data, or the silt deposition data. So how we will plan for a better embankment or for the safety of the Sundarban people? This is very sorrowful thing is doing on in Sundarban. The poverty is not the problem now, Sundarban. Every people are getting the square meal today, for different reasons. Maybe the government of India is giving the free ration. The state government is also providing ration. So poverty is not the problem. Problem is the existence. We'll have to think how the people of Sundarban will stay there for next 10 or 20 years. How they will, you see, Ghodamara is almost gone, Lohachora gone, Baliara in Monsuni, it is almost gone. This is Sagar, not only Ganga Sagar. Say most of the villages, Bishalakshipur, Dhablat, Beguakhali, 3/4 of those villages has gone to the sea or in river. In Patharpatima, G plot has gone, Govardhanpur, Paschim Sripati Nagar, Purbo Sripati Nagar, every village has gone. It is Dulki in Sagar. There is a vertical loss of land, and it is only a very small river, Durga Duani. You will see the vertical slip is there. So it's not a problem of food or poverty only, not only the health, it is the problem of existence for the Sundarban people now. How they will be saved from this fury of sea and river, you will have to think of the. Otherwise, so many deliberations will go there, so many policy will be prepared, but the people in Sundarban who are sleeping under 3 to 4 meters of water during high tide, below 3 to 4 to 5 meters below sea level, how they will be saved from this fury. This is not only climate change, because the storm surge were in the 200 years back. We have seen from the history that there are several cyclones. This is not only climate change. There are several factors. Subsidence is the factor. There is a problem of siltation in river beds is the factor. There's so many factors are there which is disturbing the lives of Sundarban people. So we'll have to think on holistic plan, and I can say there are only 19 blocks in Sundarban. You will be astonished, the total plan provision for one financial year, more than 3,000 crores of rupees. If it is going for last 10 to 15 years, how much of money has been put for those 19 blocks? Is it used properly? Is it beneficial to the people of Sundarban? How it will be? Where is there? Where is the development of the people? Only one thing has been done, that the communication has been developed. The people of Sundarban from the remotest corner of Sundarban people are coming Calcutta, and the same day they can go back to their home. This is the big change in Sundarban. So if we tell you nothing has been done, it is not true. But we'll have to think of this next phase of development for Sundarban. This is not the poverty. This is not the communication. Only we have to think of the holistic approach about Sundarban. I may say otherwise, but the people who are deliberating here, representing their papers here, I congratulate them because they are thinking about the people of Sundarban. I become the people from Sundarban. I have the feelings, so I am telling like this. I want to say, most of you, I think you have not visited Sundarban. You go Sundarban, you see Sundarban, you see the people, interact with them, how they are feeling, how they are behaving, what is their behavioral factor. You see, we go as a tourist. The ecotourism cannot be one thing. Say the ecotourism is the only way to save Sundarban and their livelihoods will be developed. One people say from outside, I don't want to mention his name. She said that the only honey can change the life of Sundarban. Where the honey will get, what the people of Sagar, Patarpatima will get honey? How it will be the way of Sundarban people? So we are looking Sundarban as an elephant, like Rajarshi Dasgupta was depicted the picture. I congratulate him, and I congratulate also you, all of you, and I think you will consider all those things. So water management is the primary factor to save Sundarban. The groundwater, the surface water, and the sea water. If we cannot manage all these three things, the Sundarban will not survive after 2050. I think I am the man from Sundarban. I have the extended family there, and I go every month. I went there and to see the people how they are living. It's very encouraging to see that there is a green Bharat this time. If you visit Sundarban, you will see more than 30 to 40% land which were completely barren before 15 years. Now it is green Bharat with boro paddy. No other crop, no watermelon, no chili, no vegetable, only boro paddy. And they are extracting water with submersible pump, which is devastating the next generation, and it will be in the mind of the government, the panchayats and the NGOs who are doing all these things. You will have to think of this. With this, I am concluding my remarks. I thank you for patient hearing to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shri Acharya, for bringing water to the center stage. Indeed, water needs to be looked into in Sundarban. That is the critical piece. Thank you so much. Now, I think Dr. Jayanta Basu wanted to add a little bit.
Thank you, Dr. Misro. Just would like to add a couple of points which I feel important in this context. Before that, I think, as always, Subhash Babu has a very impassionate presentation. Being a man from Sundarban, he has a pain in his system, and that comes out. But I just would like to share, as you mentioned, that poverty is not a problem. Recently, for the last, I think, 1.5 months, I must have gone to Sundarban for 10 to 12 times, cutting across from left to right. And still poverty hits. We might not have been at that level which we have seen before, yes, but there are families who are completely dependent on whatever they're getting from government, state, center, whatever. They have nothing to do. And there are many elderly families. For the migration and other factors, the son has gone out. It's completely depending on what the government is providing. So poverty is still a big issue. Might not be that the level, if we look at the figure, Sundarban's poverty level is double that of the state level. So it's still an issue, but I agree with you, not to the extent that it was. I just would like to make 2 quick interventions out there. First is that the climate change context. It's a fact. If you look at the AR6 report, Sundarban, if you look at the Sundarban, I worked with Professor Shubhimal Ghosh of IIT Bombay and another experts from Bangladesh, and there is an interactive map in the AR6 working group 3. Here, if you can have a specific that long, you can get hold of what's happening out there. 2080 scenario, 2100 scenario, under the RCP 8.5 scenario, RCP 4.6 scenario, RCP 2.6. Basically, putting it simply, from the worst possible scenario to best possible scenario. What they're saying, under the worst possible scenario, Sundarban's temperature can go up to about 46 degrees centigrade. There may be 70 days where you can have temperature more than 35 degrees centigrade. Sudden rainfall can go up by 44%. I can share that with anybody who's interested. This is already being done. So what I'm trying to say that so far what's happening, definitely what is supposed to come. But having said that, I would like to put a rider that I completely agree with Subhash Babu, that what's happening on ground in Sundarban cannot be and should not be attributed wholly to climate change. Look at Goshaba and individual islands, and look at the area they don't have embankment proper or kind of broken embankment. Go to Moushuni. I went to Moushuni Island, Kolanda, about a couple of weeks back, and completely astonished in Baliara, where I have seen about 200, 300 meter in the Bay of Bengal beach. It's now zero. It's on the kind of hotels that have come up completely illegally. Now the point is, another major cyclone and many of these hotels will go for loss, go forever. Now that's the situation is. So planning and whatever being done, putting the norms and regulations in place is very important. Why it has happened in Baliara? Because they are completely cut out whatever the plants were there. That's the government land. That's the government property. So we need to look very closely. So climate change should not be an alibi. What I'm trying to drive here, that often we are putting climate change as an alibi. It should not be an alibi. It's a cause. It's a very important cause, a difficult point. We need to go around it. We should not put it as an alibi and say, oh, there's climate change, so Sundarban should go. People should go out of Sundarban. That can't happen. That can't happen. That should not happen. Sundarban people are not shuttlecocks. You just cannot throw away 1.5 million people straight away from there. So that's the number one point I would like to make. Second point is livelihood. To me, livelihood is the core point. If you want to build up resilience, livelihood is important. See, we are saying from Sundarban, people should go away. Kolkata, if you look at the AR6 Kolkata report, Kolkata is also going to be affected much. So should we tomorrow say that we should go away from Kolkata? So what's the end of it? So we need to adapt. We need to build up that resilience. And when I say resilience, livelihood, Kolanda, very important. I'm just kind of proposing to the chair for consideration, if possible, that I have seen in East Asia, in countries like Cambodia and others, we are trying to put it up in our livelihood report as well, that where mangrove industry has come up very strongly. They are preparing products with mangrove. the medicinal product, and the other kind of product. So we are saying mangrove is so important, very important. But can we have a proper plan, mangrove-based small industries in Sundarban Islands? Because now in Sundarban, Professor Tuhin Ghosh is here, he knows much better. I think about 70% families are migrating. They are not happy migrants. They are not happy migrants. They are forced to go out. So we need to look at if we can develop local livelihoods apart from what's happening. Ecotourism is extremely important. If we look at the Bangladesh component, ecotourism is very important, but we need to look at the ecotourism in an appropriate manner, an ecology-driven tourism, not an absolutely economy-driven tourism. So to me, 2 or 3 points. One is the climate-based industries. One is the agriculture which can withstand the climate vagaries. Maybe we can think about whether climate insurance should be considered for them, and also water-based. Mangrove, I think Beldar was once there was a group of people called Beldar who used to look after the embankments. So can we have an idea, Kulanda, where there are local people as a group who can actually look after the mangroves, plant mangroves or regenerate mangroves? Look at this at the
dubbed with the embankment and mangrove.
So if that kind of, if we can have 100 days people like that in Kolkata, kind of clearing our roads, why the similar kind of process can't be there? So that's one. And third and final one, I would like to say, water. There can be a community-based water industry. Why few people in Sundarban should be allowed to take groundwater and sell? No, should not. So there can be local groups, how that fresh water can be managed, and also the jetty management, transportation, even the local women groups, if they can be used. And these are the some out-of-the-box ideas which need to go with the ecotourism. And by ecotourism, we should not see that Sundarban people should only cook and be the darwans. They should be at the pinnacle of the whole process. I think I thought to kind of share this point in front of the August Cabinet.
Thank you very much. It has been, I think all panelists have been covered. Or anybody? Yes, sure. Now questions, comments.
One, two, three.
So, Tuhin
Only
Babu.
3 and 2 more, not more
Okay.
than.
Hello, you can hear? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm Tuhin Ghosh from Jadavpur University, and I'm actually very much excited to hear all this discussion. So first of all, most of the time, my uncomfort with this kind of report is that I feel these reports are too much human-centric. Okay, so this is my personal discomfort. Second thing is that there should be some kind of out-of-the-box thinking. Some kind of innovation should be there. So Janto was mentioning. Third thing is that I think that whenever the infrastructure part is there, we should have some kind of R&D before installation of those infrastructure. As I can see, I roam around Sundarban, I can see a lot of jetties and other infrastructures are going underwater within few months. So there might be something to save the money or wastage. Another problem we face, the researchers also, that regarding the baseline data. So there are plenty of data, but no systematic monitoring baseline data is available. And from our Living Deltas project, we generated one baseline data on the river water quality in 23 points for 3 years, every year 3 seasons, and high tide and low tide, 32 parameters in each point. So we are compiling all these things and we'll make it in the public domain. Okay. Generation of elevation data of Sundarban is very, very important. We did a lot of work in Bangladesh Sundarban regarding the inundation and all these things, but we could not run the model properly here in Indian Sundarban. So the elevation data is not really available in our Sundarban. And also the elevation data is required before the installation of the heavy infrastructure, say multi-purpose cyclone shelter and all these things. So we need to know where is the higher ground. That is not available in the villages or the islands. Third thing is that can we think about reducing the cost of everything? Jayanto was mentioning the Kuminwari school has been converted as the cyclone shelter. Okay, and these can be done in the other kinds of government buildings also, and that can reduce lot of cost. Maybe 5 to 10 lakhs is required, and for that I think one study is required. Following which criteria we will select the schools to use that kind of things. Yeah. And the rainwater harvesting is very, very important. We are talking about the canals and the ponds and all these surface water body, but we are not thinking about the buildings, government buildings and school buildings, where we have a lot of potential for rainwater harvesting along with the solar installation, not the electricity. And finally, that today's adaptation is not really adaptation. It might be coping in future. So if you think about that, the solar energy was at 20 years back, the solar energy was only source of energy in Sundarban area. And at that time, we used to say, this is the very good adaptation. Now, after the electricity grid is there, the solar is not required. It's not adaptation, no more. We need to think about mentioning the term, using the term adaptation. Maybe it's kind of adjustment. Maybe it's a kind of coping. And finally, I can see that the delta is being treated as terrestrial ecosystem. Not really. To me, at least, I can tell you, the delta is an aquatic ecosystem. Either it's water from everywhere, what Subhash Babu was talking about, rainwater, river water, groundwater, whatever it may be. Water is regulating, influencing, provisioning, everything. Every kind of ecosystem is run by or regulated by the water. So water management is the most vital thing. And the last thing is that relocation of so many million people from Sundarban and put them in the peri-urban area. And from our study in DECMA, the migration study, we have found that the peri-urban area is the emerging climate hotspot. Because the peri-urban area, they don't have any capacity to host so much of population. Okay, that is everywhere. In Odisha, we have done the work. The same result came out. In West Bengal, the same result. You can think about the Sonarpur, Bidadharpur, or some other area, Piali, Bhangor. These areas are becoming the climate hotspot. They don't have any capacity to host so many population. So we are planning that another climate hotspot, Sundarban, we are withdrawing people from one climate hotspot and putting them in another climate hotspot.
Oh, we're not doing that.
No. There is some proposal is there. So it's not wise from my opinion. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'm Sunanda Bandyopadhyay from the University of Calcutta. I have just two comments about the report which you have presented. One is that there was some proposal of regenerating the rivers, the headwaters of Sundarban, so that fresh water can come.
Upper delta.
For the delta. This is not possible, really. It's not possible because if you see, if you go east of the Hooghly and up to Ichamoti, I mean, these are Raimongol, these rivers have nothing on the northern side. It's all land, it's all agricultural land, urbanized. So really can't. Kolanda on the first day, he was explaining how difficult it is to bring water, even in the Jolungi and Bhairab and streams like that. So that you have to drop, please. And the dredging, it's of no use because dredging is of no use because we have time velocity asymmetry. It's all flood dominated because flood tide goes faster, ebb tide comes slower. So whatever you dredge, it will immediately get filled up. Think what is happening in Canning, in the Matla region. So there is no use of dredging because everywhere, Hooghly too. So what is happening, all the Sundarban estuaries are degenerating and we have to accept that. And Subhash Babu, I really liked how you put everything. Really, I really liked. Okay. It was so nicely put. But the thing is, it's really not possible to reverse those, especially in the interior as well as in the coastal stretch. Not possible. That we have explained in detail in the first session. But one thing probably the report has missed, I may have missed myself, is that you didn't mention tidal river management, did you? Perhaps not. But that is the long term, the only thing what you
That
can
is the
do.
first pillar, story management.
Yes.
That's the first pillar.
Yeah. Okay. So you please go for tidal river management. There are plenty of documents for the Bangladesh. John Tabu must be knowing he's going there. I have heard that many times here, or once or twice here. So that's all. These three things, sir.
So this document will be, I'll be sending a copy to all those speakers, all the speakers. I'll be sending in those who have registered for this conference. And it will also be there in the website. So it will be there for a week, 10 days. And if you can give your comments, fine. We'll consolidate this. And we are not saying that we'll accept all the comments because there will be a lot of comments which will be contradictory. So we have to make our document coherent, consistent. And let me tell you that we want to put people on the front. So, and there is no compromise on that. So I think saving the people is as important as saving tiger. And for me, it is probably more important. So I'll put the people and the communities at the front. So that will be our approach. And we are not going to compromise on this.
The income generation is not yet clearly mentioned.
Yes, it is mentioned.
But the sources of income.
Sources basically, agriculture is a occupation about more than 70% people, about 17%. 17% fisheries.
And fisheries,
17.
crab fishery, prawn
70%.
culture. There are many other.
And then once you develop these two sectors, there will be a lot of ancillary activities generated from that.
Yes.
And then we cannot have industry there. It can be local handicaps a little bit, but we should not encourage large-scale tourism there. So agriculture and fisheries, these will continue to remain the mainstay of the occupation, and they must remain so. And there are a lot of potentiality for doing that. There are success stories. These are not already proven technology. Unfortunately, we are not doing anything on that. A lot of scope for doing it.
Yes, lot of scope is there. And the water bodies are getting lost day by day. So that these are to be developed for the fisheries, so that local people can, the income generation.
On the aquifer, I think we need to have a lot more.
No, that is the
more.
most important.
We need to have a more study on that. I'll have a look at it. What kind of aquifer, because normally, this area should get recharged, but on a recharge point, maybe a little higher somewhere else. I do not know what is happening. But West Bengal and Sundarbans zone, suddenly in the central groundwater board mapping, it is not in the gray zone, it is not in the red zone, it is very much in the dark green zone.
There is no mappings. Underground water mapping is not there day to day.
No, it is there. CB, Central Groundwater Board mapping, you go to the website.
No, in the island areas, the island villages, there is a
They have
problem.
mapped the entire Indian India. So you can see each and every district and block.
Hey, thank you very much.
My
I
only
think
request that I also talked during my interaction, we require for the entire 19 blocks a baseline data for every department's functioning as on say 31st March 2025. So that could be the baseline on the basis of which the planning could be made, putting people in front. This is one. And regarding this groundwater extraction, we have a law. That law was passed by the Water Resources Development Department in 2006. And the district magistrate and Jila Parishad chairman are and there is an operating committee.
2011, it has been changed, and now certain amount of water, if I have drawn with Kulanda can intervene, and that can be withdrawn without any formal permission.
What is that amount that has been defined or not?
That has been defined.
Okay. So whether this extraction is within that limit, that is to be checked into. Thank you.
some questions have been raised actually, so I need to clarify.
Thank you for kind of the August gathering, and there has been lot of brainstorming. What I would like to add, and perhaps was not addressed, is kind of some kind of legislative change, particularly if you look at the Sundarban Delta. It is the women who are the burdened with a lot of work. So most of the work is done by the women, but they don't have the entitlement rights to own land. And when they are doing microfinance, they're part of self-help groups, they go to the bank, they don't get the loan because the bank will say, where is your collateral? How can we give you large amounts of money? So there needs to be a legislative change in which women get the right to ownership of land. It's not only the male membership. So the change in the scenario, in the current scenario, there needs to be a legislative change in the West Bengal government, which is a structural change, which I think can also be put in the gender aspect when you're adding that point. The other thing that I feel is very important is the blue economy discourse, which has become very important in countries like Madagascar, East Africa, because we have done work in those countries and compared in Sundarban. It is only in the policy framework, there is no implementation. Like, for example, seagrass that can be harvested. So those kind of products that can be harvested from the sea can supplement, as you said, nature-based solutions, like, for example, mangrove-based livelihood systems that can be developed. That is another thing that we need to kind of really look into. So these are some of my kind of suggestions to the policy document that is prepared. Thank you.
Sorry, I just am making little longer the discussion. This is a conference. I think that a lot of topics have been covered, but one thing I felt that has not covered, that is the waste management in Sundarban.
Yes.
It is waste management. We think that waste generally generating by the tourist only. It's not like that. Every household, they are just using the waste. This plastic, main problem is with the plastic. But I am giving you the another information. If you visit the Sundarban Highlands, you will never see the littering, plastic littering on the roads. So it is a very dangerous indicator. Earlier, all the women's, they usually use the firewoods for their cooking. Earlier, for the beginning of the cooking, they used to use the kerosene, okay, for the starting of the burning. Nowadays, it is very costly nowadays, so nobody buys this kerosene. Instead of that, they put the plastic polythene, that the fine plastic carry bags into the fire. So you can understand what will be the health condition of the women in near future. So I think I will request the forum. We have collected few data. We are having the data with us, and I have discussed with the forest also. So I will just request this forum kindly note this very specific topic, include in the policy paper.
Thank you very much for bringing this gender angle.
I'm not talking about the microplastic. That is a very big issue.
Very big issue.
Without the microplastic, this the burning of the plastic and the carry bags and the plastic pollution in entire Sundarban. It is in after this Gangasagar Mela, every year our local youths, they used to clean up the beach and they collect 1,000 kg of plastics every day. But I always ask them, we ask them where to deposit this. They had a talk with the video. They show us some landfilling site, but what they are doing in this landfill site, it is not clear. Maybe they are burning or doing something. And I want to add one more thing. The same thing again and again we are discussing with the local panchayat. And in Kumirwari, in case of Kumirwari, they have shown us a big area they have demarcated for the landfilling site, and they are getting the compactor. But the compactor will not solve the problem. Everything is get stuck in the islands. So something need to do.
Okay, thank you so much.
There's an agreement, international agreement on plastic is going to be signed. So that will make the compliance regime in India also very strict. It's going to happen in the final stage for negotiation.
Governance, that the monitoring and the application is a challenging.
No, there is no agreement. No, there is no international agreement. Now the international agreement is coming. It's almost in the final stage.
Hello, myself is Saurabh from Estuarian Coastal Studies Foundation. What I'm trying to say, yes, for the last 3 days, we have a very good brainstorming and very informative session, which is culminating today. And we are framing the policy, but successful policy, successful planning or implementation needs confidence of the local people. It is my humble request, since one of the organizers is also Department of Sundarban Affairs, and before handing over the thing which may get some part of its in implementation form, the people of Sundarban should be informed what we are thinking for them, not we are thinking in isolation or in the silos. Thank you.
Some of the points, thank you so much. Some of the points have been raised, so I think I need to clarify a little bit from government side. Certainly, the water security is the central piece, and it was brought out very clearly by Mr. Acharya. And we are indeed having this disturbing trend that water is being used because, you know, the aquifer is a very precious aquifer, which primarily has to be kept aside for drinking water, but it is being heavily used in many places for irrigation purposes, going for Bodo kind of paddy and everything. As Anurag was mentioning today in his presentation, these economic forces are drive the behavioral. So if you have to have these behavioral changes, then we have to think very hard and understand that if we can give some alternative which can definitely, you know, give a better return, or at least, for example, I'll tell you in Bankura, now farmers are adopting the aromatic rice. The Govind Bhog rice is being cultivated in Bankura. And the reason is that it is fetching them very good price. And in fact, they have not used the organic, the chemical manure. So the aroma is there, which is not there in the Bardhaman Govind Bhog. Bardhaman Govind Bhog is practically, now it has no aroma. Bardhaman University Geography. So, you know, am I right in when I say this? So these are the problems. So there are economic forces which are driving things in an uncertain, like mangroves getting cut for shrimp farming. Now, naturally, because, you know, it fetches quite good return, but then as I am told, then the productivity goes down and then they cut a fresh area. It is like a jhum cultivation type of thing that happens. So there are issues. We have to put up models where we can prove that this can give them good return and which are also sustainable. So that is the challenge and the tightrope walk in a policy making, how to really put solutions which are sustainable. I'm coming to water security, you know, the upper delta, the idea of injecting fresh water or bringing fresh water from the upper delta side into Sundarban, which was earlier there. Actually, there, as per one calculation, if you can inject 500 cubic of water, that should suffice. There is a study that irrigation has done, in River Research Institute, they did. And this amount of water, they are finding it is possible. Of course, Jalangi, Bhairav, Mathapanga river systems are quite difficult. You know, tapping water is all the more difficult. Ganga has drifted towards east, and the level of Ganges is lower than that of Jalangi of Tek. So that is making it quite challenging. But please remember that during monsoon, Ganga water is really ruling very high. At that time, part of it can be tapped into the Jalangi river. And let us not worry too much about the riverbed now being used for agriculture purposes. Yes, that is a very major impeding factor. But please, you know, there is a river Budi Ganga. In fact, it was not existing 2 years back, but we have excavated it. Budi Ganga has been excavated. There used to be some Kola Bagan and everything there, that has been now this thing. The issue is that while some people are involved in agriculture farming, there is a whole lot of other villagers who want that excavation to happen because the water availability will go up. When we were excavating creeks, the silted creeks, I am not meant, I do not mean the tidal rivers. The channels, the inside channels which are in the island, these creeks were almost flat and many people were doing cultivation, and still we got the land. This was actually recorded in the name of collector. Ek number khatiyane antarbhukt chilo. We have not acquired a 1 inch of land while we were doing this excavation. And you know how we have got this land? There were people who were doing agriculture. Still, the other people in the villages, they prevailed upon them because this has been a long-standing demand of Sundarban. People wanted this. And when we started digging up, you know, huge amount of horse material came up because it's a alluvial soil, very nice, fine grain. So we didn't know where to put that because it's a huge, if you have truckloads of this, where you will take them. So the community told us that you don't have to worry. We are giving our private land, 2 feet land they give, and their embankments have been built on both sides on private land. And when we asked them why you have shared your private land for this embankment, this thing, they said, look, once you have done that and rainwater is there, then the price of my land has gone up 1.5 times. So even if I spare a little bit of land for your embankment, I'm happy. I do not lose much. And then, of course, on the embankment, a lot of plantation has happened and they have been made the owners. So we have created these stakes with community. So there are ways of handling. Let us not think that something is totally impossible. There are ways to do this, but yes, it requires a lot of connections and connectivity and dialogue with community. If we think that we'll sit in the office and we'll solve it, it will not happen. We have to go to the grassroots and see the plastic story the way she has mentioned. So unless we really keep our ears on the ground, we will not be able to. So this is one part I wanted to say. Then the other problem of data, very well highlighted by many of you, which is really a concern. In fact, Bangladesh had developed a system of collection of data long back. Unfortunately, it has not happened in our part of the this thing, Sundarban. Now I'm happy to inform you that under National Hydrology Project, some 13 locations, some very high-end sensors are being placed. 2, 3 has already been put. And as Professor Ghosh was also pointing out, they have also collected data. So this is very important because if we do not have data, then hydrological models you will not be able to develop. And if you are not able to develop, some of the tricky part in the in Sundarban, where erosion is happening, you will not be able to understand what to do about it. You will have to live with it. So this, some couple of places we were trying to do, and it was almost impossible for us to really handle it. Now hydrological model, but there is no data, so that is the bottleneck. You are not able to do that.
But nowadays there's so much of open source data. Even the GM model and all, you can all get data. You don't need. Huh? The
Not
contour data you can easily get.
Cross-section of the rivers you need, and data point is much less. As the way it is available, it is not available across the whole part of Sundarban from east towards west, because salinity is actually going up as you move towards west. It goes down as you move towards east. So the hydrological and the tidal dynamics is actually different in the left part and the right part of Sundarbans. What we get actually about the levels is that over Sagar Island, we have the Kolkata Port Trust data. So then what happens that you take that level and then you extrapolate it for Hingalganj. That is what is happening by the engineers, and that becomes there are a lot of inherent errors, etc. So now we have placed a sensor at Taki. So that is how we are trying to cover, but it is a very valid point. Definitely.
Our study, this 3-year study, we are getting the highest salinity in the
Central position. Now look, so this is another new thing that I am finding, because maybe Hooghly because of fresh water.
So I can share with
So maybe because in the western portion, because of the presence of Hooghly fresh water, your salinity is down.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's how when you are
I
going
think
that side,
Obro
then-
can explain a little bit. For
Actually, what we observed is that though it requires further scientific rigorous involvements, is that the residence time of the water in these different broad estuaries, they actually vary quite a lot. Because in Matla, what is happening in Matla or Bidda, they are merely acting as arms of sea. And as you have so rightly mentioned that the upper reaches are cut. So the estuarine character is only maintained during the monsoon, as you have rightly suggested. It is actually prevalent in the post-monsoon season also, but the major problem is during the summer months. In the summer months, you can see that the Hooghly is still, of course, since it has the major freshwater input, it has the salinity, quite low. In the right-hand side, that is the eastward, and I have to consider that Bangladesh is the border. So Ichamati, Raimangal, Harinbhanga also, of course, not to that extent of Hooghly, but it is carrying some amount of fresh water. But in the middle, the residence time is becoming so heavy, and the evaporation rate is also very increasing, because since there is no proper flushing of the water towards the sea, so that is actually making the, because all our measurements are surface salinity, we didn't deploy CTD sensors to see the depth profile, so the surface salinity is becoming very high. At some point it is much higher than that of Bay of Bengal.
And if you map migration, then you will realize that this high saline area, the migration is maximum.
There's studies on that.
So this is the point, because people migrate because high salinity means less agriculture production, and this serious problem. Correlate. Not always. What happened that migration was mainly triggered in Sundarban after cyclones, and then the inundation after Aila. So Aila, mostly there was inundation, and once the inundated water comes, it takes almost 3 years for the salinity to go away. We have asked people in Sundarban villages, they have told us after Aila, this migration. In fact, there are many villages where you will meet only women. Men are not to be seen. Kumir Mari, I have gone so many times, only women appear because there are no men. Where are they? They have all gone South India. We are not able to absorb that workforce even in peri-urban. Please remember, this is not so easy. So migration and you see, resettlement and rehabilitation, this is certainly a tough job. What my take on this would be, let us first resettle people who are sitting on the embankment and put them on some safer place inside the villages. Because I have seen and I have talked to some of the people, they told us that when this thing happens, then they are not able to sleep, because at night suddenly some water comes and they are sitting right on the embankment. They are really in a very highly vulnerable state. That is there. Tidal river dredging, very correctly pointed out. If you dredge, it is a waste. It will just get silted again. The tidal river, what I have understood from sir, is that tidal river had its own internal dredging capacity. So suppose high tide it comes, please correct me if I am wrong, it spills, then it silt, it offloads on the delta, which enriches delta. When it is going back, then it is silt deficit. And that time it is silt hungry, and at that time it dredges its bread. So then, it's that this part of this beautiful dynamics is maintained by nature. We have disturbed it by putting embankments on both sides. So that is why sir is saying about talking so much about embankments. And let us also remember that we have to have embankments. Now there is a fait accompli, because you have villages, you have to save them. But then the idea is that you have to have not of that kind of a higher height. Allow a little bit of spilling of water, and then have some blue economy where there is an inundation, and some part of the village you can have some higher embankment where you don't allow inundation at all. This micro planning has to happen with community participation, for which you have to interact very intensively with community, and the island based planning has to be there. It cannot be a one size fits all. Every island is unique in its way. One island, it has an accretion this side, erosion this side. So all kinds of things are happening. So I think if we really work at the grassroots with people and take island as the planning unit, I think we can definitely reach somewhere. That is my humble submission. ILA fund, somebody has mentioned, it was not utilized. Yes, ILA, after ILA, there was 5,000 crore abundant. We have been able to utilize 1 to something 12,038 koti erakam byapar. Now, why we could not do it is because of the land problem. Let us remember, number one. Number two, at that time, nature-based solution concept had not come. At that time, only pure engineering solutions were on the table. Now, pure engineering means what? You have to have this. And if you increase height, then the way sir was mentioning, you have a slope. Then you have to acquire more land. So this is the problem. So
another one is retreatment by 100 meter. This is on the basis of the existing embankment and the not embankment. So 100 meter village side. So huge land will be required to construct those.
So finally, land could not be arranged, and that is why this money could not be spent. Let me clarify it with everybody. After Yash, we had the worst point time because landfall synchronized with high tide, and after that, government of West Bengal embarked on building a master plan for Sundarban, which the irrigation department did, and there is a master plan on the table. We learned a lot while we were preparing that master plan, and from those learnings actually originated two projects, one for upper delta, one for lower delta. Upper delta in terms of improving the river basins of Jamuna, then Ichamati, Jalangi, etc., and also connecting some wetlands to the extent possible to those rivers. And then in lower delta, of course, we are having a part for embankments, nature-based solutions, and all livelihood options, including pisciculture, horticulture, and agriculture, and so on and so forth. So this is where we stand today. We have learned a lot. We have burnt our fingers. Maybe we have experimented on many things. But let me tell you, as my last thing, that Sundarban Department and Sundarban Development Board have been working in that area for a very long time. I have interacted with them, and after interacting with many of their colleagues and officers who are working there, what I have concluded is they have had a long experience of what works and what doesn't work in Sundarban. Many things they have done. If you look at their plan, like 5-10 years, they have done 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need to capitalize on their knowledge and repository of knowledge. That is ঠিক বললাম, sir. I am telling you very frankly, I have interacted, I can দায়িত্ব নিয়ে বলতে পারি. They have developed. See, if I work in an area for a long time, I will develop experience, and let us respect that. And that institutional mechanism is very much essential, which has been brought out very nicely and wisely in this report. I completely agree with that.
Sir, can I ask one thing? That since my beginning of my life in Sundarban, maybe 30 to 33 years ago, I'm hearing that the land problem is acute regarding the embankment construction. So in Digha, actually, we could make the seawall on the sea, where after every 6 hours, the seawater encroaches. We could do that. Why we are always retreating towards the land? Why we are not going forward towards the river whenever we are constructing any embankment? One option is that we don't have such technology, maybe. I don't know. But why we are thinking in traditional way?
It is it's a very valid point. I will tell you, Netherlands has actually tried out this thing of how to, increase the foreshore and going into the sea and sort of reclaim land out of sea. I think that is what you are trying to say. Partly.
That will, sir, also help to take the river within a fixed channel, and the sedimentation, the siltation will be reduced. The sediment will be carried towards the estuary, and the coastal erosion will be minimized in the long run.
Yes, so they call this as sand motor. The concept what they have done is they have gone deep into the sea, excavated, and then put that sand near the shore, which actually spreads out, and then it creates a foreshore. So this way they have been able to restore it. We were planning to use similar trick for our Kapil Muni ashram in Sagar Island. because of this erosion, we are unable to control.
In the open coast mode.
In the open coast.
But I'm talking about the riverine embankments. So every time we are going back, why not going forward? That is my question. Sir.
রাধানাথ বহুদিন বাদে পড়েছেন এমন ফেসাতে। সেটা হচ্ছে ফার্স্ট অফ অল দোজ আর নট রিভার্স, those are beheaded creeks of the sea, having no upstream supply at all, এবং tide velocity asymmetry okay, এবং those are funnel shaped, এবং coast is east west. মনে রাখবেন আমাদের বে অফ বেঙ্গল ট্যাপারিং নর্থওয়ার্ড, দুটো অফশোর কারেন্ট মুভ করে, একটা পেনিনসুলার কোস্ট আর একটা মার্তাবান কোস্ট দিয়ে, এবং দুটোই স্ট্রাইক করে অন দি এস্চুয়ারি। সো ইন সাচ এ ক্রিক which are funnel shaped and the front is east west, সেখানে সাইক্লোনিক স্টর্ম সার্জটা ম্যাক্সিমাম স্ট্রাইক করতে বাধ্য, এবং this is newly built delta where soil is till date unconsolidated. So intervention or going further south is virtually not possible as I understand the dynamics of the estuary. We can compare it with Netherlands or any other European where the offshore current goes parallel to the coast. Here, the offshore current is striking into the front line. So this is the main difference between the two. Second important, we often forget that this is the delta where the northern front is Himalayan terrain, is most vulnerable area which supplies sediment load into this. But since the many structures were built, the sediment supply reduced substantially, that we discussed yesterday. So this part of the delta is sediment starved, while that part of the delta, Meghna estuary, that is getting the sediment load and that is growing. So this is retrograding part of the delta, that is prograding part of the delta. একটা ডেল্টারই দেখুন দুটো ফেস আর দুটো দু রকমের, only depending on the sediment supply. আর the eastern part, those are not the beheaded creeks, তাদের আপার সাইড থেকে ফ্লো আসছে, ক্রমাগত আসছে, গঙ্গা, ব্রহ্মপুত্র, মেঘনা, এই সাইডে only হুগলি এস্চুয়ারি দিয়ে কিছু সেডিমেন্ট লোড ঢোকার কথা ছিল। আফটার বিল্ডিং অফ দি ডিভিসি, কংসাবতী, ময়ূরাক্ষী and ফারাক্কা, the sediment supply has also substantially reduced. So this is the main difference between any European delta.
In case of tidal fluctuation in Netherlands, in our place, it's a very
হ্যাঁ, এটা একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট টাইডাল ফাংশন, এখানে 5 মিটার 6 মিটার উঁচুতে উঠে যায়, ওখানে অনেক কম।
একটা জিনিস স্যার আমার মনে হয় যেটা যে মানে এই যে মানে কম্পারিজন গুলো আমরা করি মাঝে মাঝে, মানে ডাচরা আমাদের সমস্ত সিস্টেমটাকে সব পাল্টে দেবে, এটা একটা আমার কাছে আনকমফোর্টেবল জিনিস। এটা 1 নম্বর। 2 নম্বর হচ্ছে যে এই ওপেন সি সিস্টেমে গিয়ে যে আপনি যে প্রসেসটা বলছেন সেটা আমরা এক্সপেরিমেন্ট করতে পারি, করতেও পারি, হয়তো সাকসেসফুল হবে হয়তোবা, কিন্তু আমার রিভারাইন সিস্টেমে গিয়ে যেটা দেখেছি যে পরিমাণ সিল্টেশন হচ্ছে এবং যে সেডিমেন্ট স্টারভেশনটা তৈরি হয়েছে, সেটা কিন্তু আমাদের ক্রিয়েটেড। এবং যখনই কিনা এই জিনিসটা ডেল্টার ডিগ্রেডেশন নিয়ে কথা হয়, তখন কিন্তু পুরো ফোকাসটা চলে যায় সি লেভেল রাইজে। এবং আপনি যেদিনকে বলছিলেন যে নয়াচর বেড়ে যাচ্ছে, ঘোড়ামারা কমে যাচ্ছে, আমরা যদি সি লেভেল রাইজকে যদি মানে কালপ্রিট ভাবি, তাহলে কিন্তু জম্বুদ্বীপ আগে ডুবে যাওয়ার কথা, লংসাগর স্যান্ড আগে ডুবে যাওয়ার কথা। ওরা কিন্তু মোরাললেস স্টেবল আছে, সামান্য একটু এদিক ওদিক ছাড়া। আর 30 কিলোমিটার ভেতরে গিয়ে হঠাৎ লোহাচড়া বেডফোর্ড কেন ডুবে গেল, ঘোড়ামারা কেন কমে গেল, আবার নয়াচর বেড়ে গেল, বালা রিভার বেড়ে গেল, গিয়ে প্রায় অলমোস্ট হলদিয়ার সঙ্গে আটকে যাচ্ছে। এটার পেছনে তো ওই স্পার দুটো কারণ আছে। 7টা গাইড ওয়াল করার কথা ছিল, এই ডাচরাই বলেছিলেন 7টা গাইড ওয়াল করার কথা, এবং কলকাতা পোর্ট্রাস্ট 2টো গাইড ওয়াল করে বাকিটা অ্যাবান্ডন করে দিয়েছিল। পুরো হাইড্রো
তুই একটা অফশোর রিফ তৈরি করেছিল দীঘাতে, ফিশারি ডিপার্টমেন্ট, তার এই সাইডে বিরাট একটা ইয়ে গড়ে উঠলো, চর গড়ে উঠলো, কিন্তু অপোজিট সাইডে কখনো গিয়ে দেখেছেন পুরোটা উড়ে চলে গেছে। ডিলিং উইথ দ্য নেচার ইজ ভেরি ডিফিকাল্ট।
যেটা নিয়ে আমাদের কনফ্লিক্ট ছিল বাংলাদেশের সঙ্গে, হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু এইটা কিন্তু ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ নয়, এই ঘোড়ামারা লোহাচড়া বেডফোর্ড।
আমার মনে হচ্ছে যে ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের থেকে বেশি ইম্প্যাক্ট ফেলেছে রিডিউস সেডিমেন্ট সাপ্লাই,
কারণ ইন্টারভেনশন
রিডিউস সেডিমেন্ট সাপ্লাই, এটা
এই ইন্টারভেনশনটা
একমাত্র সেডিমেন্ট সাপ্লাই কাউন্টার করতে পারতো ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জকে, সেইটা করার স্ট্রেংথ সে হারিয়ে ফেলেছে।
একদম একদম। এবং এই যে মানে
ইমাজিন
হাইড্রোডাইনামিক কন্ডিশনটা চেঞ্জ করে দিল।
ইমাজিন চায়না যদি বিল্ড করে ফেলে ব্রহ্মপুত্রের ওপরে ওটা, এবং 157টা হাইড্রো পাওয়ার প্রজেক্ট অরুণাচলে ইন পাইপলাইন, এগুলো সবগুলো যদি বিল্ড হয়ে যায়, তাহলে ইমাজিন হোয়াট উইল বি হ্যাপেন টু দিস ডেল্টা।
এটাই স্যার আমার কাছে খুব মানে প্রবলেমেটিক, যে আমি ডেল্টা নিয়ে কথা বলি কিন্তু রিভার নিয়ে কথা বলি না। আমি ডেল্টা নিয়ে কথা বললেই আমি সবসময় সাউথ টু নর্থ তাকাই এবং সি লেভেল রাইজকে সামনে দাঁড় করিয়ে দিই, কখন আমি নর্থ টু সাউথ তাকাই না। এনিওয়ে, থ্যাংক ইউ।
তবে একটা জিনিস তুহিন একটু পরিষ্কার করে নাও, ভালো, ছেলেমেয়েরা পেছনে কনফিউজ হয়ে যাবে। সেটা যে একটা কথা বাবা ছেলে মেয়েদের জন্য বলছি, হিউম্যান টাইম স্কেল আর জিওলজিক্যাল টাইম স্কেল দুটো আকাশ পাতাল তফাৎ। সেটা এতটা ভয়ের কিছু নেই। আমার তোমার জীবদ্দশায় যে সব পাল্টে যাবে এটা হওয়ার কথা নয়। স্যার কালকে থেকে আপনি বারবার এইটা তুলেছিলেন।
দেখেছেন না আলগোরের মুভিটা?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ, যে ব্যাংকটা গরম জলের মধ্যে।
It has been. Thank you very much. It has been a very fruitful and intensive discussion. The way everybody has participated, it shows that all of us are very concerned about Sundarbans, and we want to do something about it. Oh,
স্যার আমার কোশ্চেন নেই, আমার মানে কিছু বলার আছে। তো মঞ্চ উপবিষ্ট সমস্ত ডিগনিটারিজদের আমার সশ্রদ্ধ প্রণাম জানাচ্ছি, আর ধর স্যারকে আমার আন্তরিক অভিনন্দন। আমার স্যার কিছু জিনিস বলার আছে। আমরা ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের ফলে দেখছি যে ট্র্যাডিশনালি মানে বিশেষ করে সোশ্যাল সায়েন্সের কনটেক্সট থেকে উইমেনরা ট্রান্সপ্ল্যান্টিং করতো, সিড সোয়িং করতো, হারভেস্টিং করতো, মানে যেগুলো মোটামুটি লাইট বেসড কাজ তারা করতো। এখন তারা ল্যান্ড প্রিপারেশনস করছে, হারভেস্টিং করছে, মার্কেটিং করছে, ইন্টারকালচারাল অপারেশনস করছে, ফার্টিলাইজার অ্যাপ্লিকেশনস, পেস্টিসাইডস অ্যাপ্লিকেশনস এগুলো করছে, বিসাইডস ডুইং দেয়ার অল কাইন্ডস অফ হাউস হোল্ড লেভেল অ্যাক্টিভিটিস। তো এইটা তাদের বার্ডেনটা অনেকটা ইনক্রিজ করছে। যেখানে 8 ঘন্টা বা 9 ঘন্টা কাজ করতো, এখন 13 থেকে 14 ঘন্টা কাজ করছে। এর ফলে তারা ব্যাক পেন, আর্থাইটিস, হেডেক, রোদে খেয়ে অনেকক্ষণ দাঁড়িয়ে কাজ করার ফলে হচ্ছে, ল্যান্ড প্রিপারেশনের সময় ফাঙ্গাসে অ্যাটাক হচ্ছে, স্কিন ডিজিজ হচ্ছে। তো আমার মনে হয় সাম যদি আর্গোনমিক ম্যানেজমেন্ট স্যার আপনারা কনসিডার করেন, তাহলে সেইগুলো তাদের কিছুটা পেন কমাতে পারে। দ্বিতীয়ত স্যার, আমি সুন্দরবনের অ্যাক্রস 6টা ব্লকে স্টাডি করছি উইমেন ফার্মার্সের ওপর। এখনো পর্যন্ত আমি কোনো ফার্মার্সের নামে কিন্তু ল্যান্ড হোল্ডিং রেকর্ড পাইনি। মানে দো all kind of works are done by the women farmer, but landholding size is highly skewed in nature in Indian context. Only 17.1% lands are recorded on behalf of women. তো এই ল্যান্ড রেকর্ডটা না থাকার জন্য আমরা কিন্তু কোয়ারি করেছি এডি অফিসে গিয়েও, ব্যাংক থেকে কিন্তু কোনো লোন পাচ্ছে না, গভর্নমেন্ট থেকে লোন পাচ্ছে না। থার্ড, এসএইচজিদের যে গ্রুপগুলো হচ্ছে সেগুলো মানে কনসেপ্টটাই হলো সমভাবাপন্ন মহিলাদের নিয়ে গ্রুপটা করতে হয়, কিন্তু এখন হ্যাপাজেটলি গ্রুপগুলো হয়ে যাচ্ছে স্বর্ণজয়ন্তী গ্রাম স্বরোজগার যোজনার আন্ডারে বা ন্যাশনাল রুরাল লাইভলিহুড মিশনের আন্ডারে যে আজীবিকা আছে আমাদের স্টেটে, SRLM বলা হয়। তো লোন খুবই কম ভাবে দেওয়া হয়, মানে 2 লাখ থেকে 6 লাখ ডিপেন্ডিং অন দেয়ার কমপ্লিশন অফ দেয়ার ইন্টারলোনিং ম্যাটার। তো লোন কেউ 50,000 নিয়ে নিলে ওপর ব্যক্তিরা লোন পায় না, তার মধ্যে নিজেদের মধ্যে ঝগড়া করে কোয়ালিং হয়, তারা গ্রুপ ছেড়ে বেরিয়ে যায়। এর ফলে তাদের কোনো গ্রুপ থেকে লোন নেয়ার পরে যে তাদের একটা কোপিং মেকানিজম ডেভেলপ হবে, কিছু বিজনেসে লাগাবে বা কিছু ডাকার ইউনিট করবে, গোটার ইউনিট করবে, সেটা তারা করতে পারছে না। আর কমিউনিটি লেভেলে এসএইচজিরা স্যার ম্যানগ্রোভ ট্রান্সপ্লান্টেশনের জন্য কাজ করছে, বা কিছু কিছু ক্ষেত্রে যেখানে 10 কাটার বেশি ল্যান্ড, সেখানে কিন্তু একটা এসএইচজি গ্রুপ কন্ট্যাক্ট পাচ্ছে, এটা আমরা দেখছি ফিল্ডে, তারা একসাথে কাজ করছে। তো ওইটাকে যদি একটু ইনস্টিটিউশনালাইজ করা যায়, তাহলে দে ক্যান জেনারেট মোর আর্নিং, মোর ইনকাম স্যার।
This is one of our major recommendations.
হ্যাঁ। ফোর্থ, অ্যাডাপ্টেশনস দেখলাম স্যার, অ্যাডাপ্টেশনস কমিউনিটি লেভেল অ্যাডাপ্টেশনস আর ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল লেভেল অ্যাডাপ্টেশনসকে আমার মনে হয় একটু সেপারেট ভাবে দেখা উচিত। লাইক কমিউনিটি লেভেল অ্যাডাপ্টেশনস আপনার ম্যানগ্রোভ ফরেস্ট প্ল্যান্টেশনস, আপনার রিভার এনব্যাঙ্কমেন্টস বা কোনো সেডিমেন্টেশনসকে আমরা বৃদ্ধি করার জন্য হতে পারে। বাট ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল লেভেল লাইক এগ্রিকালচারে আমাদের চেঞ্জিং অফ ভ্যারাইটিস বা যে ক্রপগুলোতে শর্ট ডিউরেশন ক্রপ, ডট টলারেন্ট ক্রপস, লাইভ স্টকের ক্ষেত্রে পোল্ট্রি বার্ডস বা ভ্যাকসিনেশনটাকে সেটাকে আরোটা স্ট্রেন্থেনিং করা, ইন্ডিজিনিয়াস নলেজের ইউজ করা টু ট্রিট ভেরিয়াস কাইন্ড অফ ডিজিজেস, এইগুলোকে স্ট্রেন্থেনিং করলেও আর একটু ভালো হয়। আর ফিফথ, আমরা স্যার দেখছি প্রত্যেকটা প্রজেক্টের পর মানে আমরা সহজেই গভর্নমেন্টকে দোষ দিয়ে দিই, মানে আমার মনে হয় কিছু না কিছু ক্ষেত্রে আমরাও নিজেরা রেসপন্সিবল। তো সেইটা যদি স্যার আমরা করি, প্রত্যেকটা প্রজেক্ট ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশন হওয়ার পর আমরা যদি সোশ্যাল অডিট করতে পারি যে প্রত্যেকটা প্রজেক্ট করা হচ্ছে সেটাকে ঠিকঠাকভাবে ইউটিলাইজেশন হচ্ছে কিনা, ইচ অ্যান্ড এভরি স্টেপে কমিউনিটির সাথে পার্টিসিপেশন করে গভর্নমেন্ট অফিসিয়াল থাকবে, সোশ্যাল অডিট করা হবে যে যতটা বাঁধ হয়েছে তার মেটেরিয়াল কি ছিল, সেটা কি কেউ উইটনেস আছে, বা সেটা জিআইএস বেস মনিটরিং 1 কিলোমিটার হলে 1 কিলোমিটার হয়েছে কিনা সেটাও দেখতে হবে। সেই অনুযায়ী যদি পেমেন্ট করা যায় তো সেই কমিউনিটি, ওইটাকে বলা হয় সোশ্যাল অডিট, সেটা চেক করা যেতে পারে। আর ফাইনালি যদি এই সমস্ত জিনিস যদি অ্যাক্ট অফ গডের মাধ্যমে যদি না হয়, তাহলে আমার মনে হয় স্যার পিপলরা তো মাইগ্রেট করছে নিয়ার বাই সিটিজ, সেখানে গিয়ে উইমেনরাও সেম কাইন্ড অফ হেলথ হ্যাজার্ডসে প্রবলেম ফেস করছে। তাই ওদের যদি এখন থেকেই কিছু স্কিল দেওয়া হয়, মার্কেট ড্রাইভেন স্কিল লাইক এমব্রয়ডারি মেকিং, কিছু হ্যান্ডিক্যাপ, সেইগুলো তারা যদি শিখে যদি ফোর্সফুলি পরবর্তী ক্ষেত্রে তাদের বাইরে যেতে হয়, তাহলে তারা ডিগনিফাইড ভাবে তারা জীবনযাপন করতে পারে। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for sharing all the good inputs. আজকে খুবই ভালো লাগছে। It has been a very good discussion. All of us have participated. It all shows that all of us are very concerned about Sundarban. আমরা কিছু করতে চাই এবং একটা we want to get some directions. আমরা চাইছি জানতে যে কি করলে কি হয়, কোনো একটা জিনিস যেটা করলে সত্যি একটা ঘটবে। So that is very good. I really congratulate the organizers for organizing such kind of a deliberation in which the academia, the policymakers, everybody have participated, and it is going to really give very good results. So, sir, would you like to say some concluding remarks,
I
sir?
would like to say a special word of thanks to Mr. Prabhat Kumar Mishra. You know, you know, he is additional chief secretary in charge of finance department. He's involved in the preparation of budget, very important. And he was so busy at that time, so difficult to get him. So I could talk to him, and he said, "I'm so busy." I requested him, and he said, "Look, I cannot come." So I requested him, "Sir, at least you join online." Then he said, "Okay, I'll join online. Send me the link." So I was thinking that he'll be joining online, and suddenly he said, "No, I'm coming." And he said, "I'll come for some time." I said, "Sir, have lunch with us." And he not only came, and he continued. There's so much. I think he has such a deep commitment on this subject. You know, he has a deep understanding, and he's a generalist administrator, that he has a specialized knowledge on the subject. And more important is that he has such a deep commitment. And such a person in the helm of affairs will be a lot of support for us. We are a very small community here, but we are also very deeply committed to do something. And our students, our researchers here, they're doing excellent job. So you entrust us some responsibilities, and we'll be showing the results. That's it. That's the promise I can give you.
Okay, sir. That is very.
So thank you once again. I think all the participants, the 55 speakers in the first day from 11 till 7:30, second day from 9 to 9, and today from 9 to 6. So what is the total number of hours you have put in? It's a huge number of hours with so many persons. You multiply that number of hours with multiplication number of time. Actually, that will be more than a year. So more than years of deliberation in the 3 days that you have done. So much exchange of knowledge. Everybody is enriched. And I think that all our efforts will not go in vain. We'll come out with two books that will be doing it. And I'll be requesting also if you could contribute a paper in that, our book for publication. I'll be approaching everybody. I think we have to find some time. So two publications, and if this policy document is delivered in the government and something comes out of it, some projects, some programs, some activities, at least to help the people, so that our efforts will not go in vain. Thanks. Thank you.
So, okay, we have missed this chance to felicitate our two distinguished guests or distinguished panelists in this session, Mr. Subhas Acharya and Dr. Jayanta Basu. So, may I request our student to felicitate Mr. Subhas Acharya and Jayanta Basu with Sundari saplings.
Sundari sapling. Sundari sapling. Very good.
And also we are having with us Professor Aniruddha Mukherjee, Head Environmental Science, University of Calcutta. He is also one of the Board of Studies member of our department. So may I request our student to felicitate him with the Sundari trees. So thank you very much, sir, for coming. So now we are having few small announcement for the participant. You will get the participation certificate. Along with that, we will provide one Sundari trees to each of every registered participant of this international conference. And also we are planning to give you one book, the famous book by Amitabh Ghosh, The Hungry Tides. So please collect this. We are requesting you to give some time, and tea and some good snacks are waiting for you. Please enjoy it, and we will provide all these things. Please collect it. And all of you are requested to come outside and join with us, a cup of tea and snacks. And yes.
So, Mr. Andy Lodge, I'm so happy to see that you are still there. You said you will be there for 20 minutes and you are also there for so long. I'm so happy. So would you like to say a few words? Concluding remarks?
I won't get in the way of the tea and the snacks. I think that's very important, and you've all put in a lot of work. But I was so pleased to see so many good friends on the screen that I've seen quite recently, and I hope to see again. And I wish you all the very best for the coming publication of the books and the outputs of the conference. And I look forward to chatting with you more on that. So thank you, and congratulations, everybody. And Tuhin, I'll see you in a couple of weeks. Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you. So I'll be sending this document. This document will be now in the public forum for 10 days. We'll finalize it, not beyond 10 days.